So good morning, everybody. We're starting 2 days of work, debate, discussion, research on global production and global protest, the regional dynamics of capital-labor relations. Welcome to the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences of Scuola Normale Superiore in Florence. I'm very happy that we can host this very important event of research and discussion with so much food for thought and maybe also food for action. And I'm very grateful to all those who made this possible, those who helped finding the ideas and the content and so on, in particular our early career researchers and doctoral researchers, Vincenzo Maccarrone, Dario Di Conzo, Romane Cauqui, Nicolò Deiana, Nicola Quondamatteo, plus Professor Mario Pianta, who all worked as a team for a few months. And in addition, as equally important, all the support we had from the Eventi office of our faculty and from the technicians who support our lecturing rooms. So welcome to Palazzo Strozzi, or from far away for those who follow us on Teams. It's a beautiful day, and we have a very rich program to work on in these 2 days. The topic of this event really is at the crossroads of different research interests of this faculty and of the networks in which this faculty is embedded. International political economy, labor sociology, social movement studies. There are very different perspectives to study what is happening today with global production and the political and social reactions to the organization of global production. It's also at the crossroads between different geographic interests, not only disciplinary interests. We have people here doing research on Africa, on Asia, on Eastern Europe, on America, and bringing here together different perspectives, different backgrounds in a debate, so that we can address the differences between what happens in different regions of the world is particularly useful, and we are very lucky to have so much competence and so many guests who wanted to come here today. In the last couple of years, with the pandemic, with the political reactions of different kinds in different worlds, many have spoken of deglobalization or the possibility of globalization had come to a halt, that the world was changed direction. Certainly, things have been disrupted a lot, but we still see global economic trends being drivers of many social and environmental and employment changes around the world. So the fact that there has been a huge disruption to the way that the global economies function is interconnected, on one side shows that we shouldn't take for granted that the economy always has to work in the same way. But it doesn't mean that global production chains and global production networks are less important than before. Actually, at the moment, we are studying a number of tensions that are appearing in different corners of the world. Global value chains, global production networks, global labor standards are as important as a few years ago. Globalization has not disappeared, globalization has become more complicated. We have even local examples here. In Florence. 2 years ago at another conference, we invited the workers from GKN, an important factory in Florence, a very important factory in the history of Florence, which used to be part of the Fiat automotive conglomerate in Florence. A factory which has been taken over by a private equity fund. It has been shut and made the news because workers were the factory was closed by WhatsApp, by email. Workers only got the news overnight. But in that case, the reaction by the collective of workers there and of the social environment around the factory was very, very strong. The factory was immediately occupied and is still resisting, although with huge difficulties. And we're still discussing plans about what may happen to that important factory, very much embedded in global value chains and very much the victim of certain transformations in capitalist organization and of the economy. By the way, on Saturday afternoon, for those who are around here, there is a demonstration of the GKN workers who will start where now there is Florence University, but 20 years, until 20-something years ago, there was the big Fiat factory just outside Florence, and then the demonstration will arrive close to the city center. Now, that is why the topic is interesting, so I'm not taking more time. I welcome everybody, but especially now welcome our distinguished guests. For this morning, the keynote speaker is Stephanie Barrientos. I'm particularly happy that Stephanie found the time to arrive here, because years ago I organized, when I was at the University of Warwick, a sort of event a bit like this one that was on modern slavery, and we were really interested in having Stephanie, and for some reason she couldn't come to Coventry, but she found a way to come to Florence. So it's for some reasons something has worked this time. So I'm very happy about this. So thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie Barrientos is Emeritus Professor in the Global Development Institute at the University of Manchester. She's one of the most important authors on global value chains, global production networks, and especially the gender dimension and the employment dimensions of this global production organizations. She has worked on a number of projects, including with Paul Gioreffi, but including with a number of collaborators from different corners of the world, including collaborations with a variety of NGOs and social actors around the world in different continents. She has worked a lot on decent work, on what decent work may happen. She has worked a lot on the interactions between employment relations and gender relations. So I think that is an extremely promising way to kick off our 2 days of debate by having an overview which includes both the global production networks. Stephanie today will draw especially from her recent research on Africa, a continent which has not been as central in the debates as other ones so far, but is increasingly important for the debates. And her work is extremely influential in this, by the way, among all many publications which keep coming out as we speak on the topic. A very important reference for everybody is her book of 2019, Gender and Work in Global Value Chains, Capturing the Gains. So welcome, Stephanie. The floor is yours. We'll have then discussions from here, from our early career researchers. But first of all, you have half an hour to present, half an hour, 40 minutes to present your own thoughts about the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting me. Certainly, Coventry versus Florence. I think Florence kind of won out, but also have more time now that I'm an emeritus, which is great, to focus on the research. So this is a great event and really important event. I think, as we all know, there are major changes going on in the world at the moment, big paradigm shifts, big alliance shifts, etc. My focus isn't on the bigger picture. My focus is much more specifically on workers and the gender dimension of that especially. And particularly in relation to Africa, I've just led a big research project looking at regional and domestic value chains in Africa and how they're changing and what are the implications for decent work. And that research was with the University of Manchester in collaboration with the University of Cape Town and the University of... And I'll come back. I can only, given time, give a very kind of brief overview of some of our key findings. The first thing I just, to set the scene, this presentation, particularly as it draws on a big research project will focus quite specifically on the value chains, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. In my kind of more analytical research, I tend to draw more on global production network analysis, but I'm not going to go into the differences between those approaches now. I think they all present different insights. But particularly for the value chain perspective, a value chain perspective really looks at the interlinkages between firms and how those interlinkages are coordinated and controlled by the lead firms or the powerful firms, often multinational corporations. And really what we've been looking at is how those linkages are shifting and how they're changing. So what I'm going to do is firstly just look at these kind of bigger global value chains. What are the dynamics? And especially, so I've just realised that this is not morning. I don't know. Should have double checked that. It's okay. I can talk through it. It doesn't matter. So I had made some changes. So there are some minor changes, but I can talk through them anyway. So the key thing is to understand the linkages. And why do we need to understand the linkages in terms of labour? Because the capital-labour relationship is traditionally thought of as between the worker and the employer. In a global value chain where you have a whole series of interlinked firms, it's often the more powerful firm well away from the direct employment relationship who is able to influence how that employment relationship takes place. And that's why, in a kind of more focused way, I use value chain analysis. I fully understand that value chain analysis is criticised for being too firm-focused. It is that criticism. But when we want to understand the labour, changing capital-labour relationship at a kind of microcosmic level, particularly with workers in Africa, Asia, and a long time ago in Latin America, then I think you need to understand that relationship. It's fun. I'll just carry on. Then I'm going to look a little bit at the whole concept of economic and social upgrading. That's one of the dynamics that I think is very important in global value chains, is that there are processes of both upgrading and downgrading. If you talk to NGOs, they will tell you about how exploitative it all is. It's horrendous. Modern slavery is the norm. If you talk to companies, they'll tell you, but no, these workers are doing so well. They're well paid. They're enjoying life. Everything's excellent. In fact, both realities, in my view, are true, except that what you have to do is to look at how they interact, how they interlink, and how different groups of workers can be affected differently by engagement in value chains. Great, thank you. And then the next thing I'm going to look at is the governance shifts. I'm going to talk a little bit about the research findings. I haven't got a lot of time, so I'm just going to give some highlights. But I think the key for me, why is governance important? Governance important in these shifting global, regional, domestic value chains, because it's who's got the power. Who is it that controls what's going on, and who therefore can affect labour conditions? And once you know who's got the power, then you can work out where the leverage is. Who do you target? Do you target the employer? Do you target the intermediary buyer? Or do you target the multinational or the brand name at the top? And I think for me that's been very important, and very important when we look at global protest. And that is really changing now, I think, with the current. Just very quickly, I'm not going to spend time on this. Different estimates of how much trade goes through global value chains. This is the World Development 20. It peaked, according to them, at just over 50% in 2010, is declining. And I think that probably is true. What this is, it's trade that is coordinated by a lead firm, rather than trade that simply goes through more free market trade, through lots of intermediaries, difficult. In terms of worker estimates, how many workers are involved in value chains, the OECD, or the ILO and OECD, between them, 2015 came up with 453 million jobs, about 42% of them are female. Those are linked directly to global value chains, but, and there's a massive but here, that excludes lower income countries. So Bangladesh, for example, 4 million workers in the garment chain, not in there. lower GP value chain tiers. So it's the top tiers, not those tiers that are further down, the subcontractors and sub-subcontractors. Very importantly, even in the top tiers, it largely excludes the casual workers, the seasonal workers, the informal workers, who are increasingly drawn in, even at the top tiers, into working in value chains. It excludes smallholder family labour, and a lot of my research recently, in the last few years, has been on smallholders, which in Africa is critical. And very importantly, it's women who are a significant proportion of this lower tiers that often get overlooked, simply overlooked. They're not in the data, they're not in the research, that they get ignored. So moving on a little bit, and this is very much a kind of the first thing about value chains I've already said is you've had this outsourcing mainly traditionally from the global north, from North America and Europe, sourcing particularly labour-intensive goods from Asia, Africa and Latin America. So that's been a very clear, from the 1980s, a very clear dynamic. And value chain analysis very much focused on that. And then people like me came in and put my hand up and said, yeah, but what about the workers? Which used to annoy my colleagues at IDS. Oh, not her again. Now, a key issue in that relationship, particularly from the NGO perspective, has been what they call the purchasing practices. And effectively, this is the way in which multinational companies use their power. If you think of a value chain arose out of liberalization, I mean, it was economic liberalization that facilitated this outsourcing. But a value chain is actually the antithesis of a free market, because you've got very high levels, a lot of oligopolistic control that operate not only within a specific market, but across a value chain that can transect often hundreds of countries. Well, so 100 countries, that's the biggest ones. And the lead firms, the big companies, Walmart, and many of them, I could start naming them. The famous ones are Walmart, Nike and Gap, just those were the original ones that got targeted. They have enormous control, and the method of value extraction, they don't own anything, but the method of value extraction is the pressure that they put onto suppliers to produce goods at lower and lower cost, but, and there's a very important but in here, higher and higher quality. Walmart does not, or supermarkets do not want to sell goods to you. They want to sell it cheap, so you'll buy it, but they certainly don't want you to be affected by it or get ill as a result. So the purchasing practices has been a big issue, and that puts pressure onto suppliers in terms of labour conditions. And this is one of the few things that suppliers can really control. And civil society campaigns have been really focused in on that. Oxfam, Trading Away Our Rights, there are many examples of them that have targeted not the employers, the suppliers, but have targeted the buyers in order to pressure them for the poor labour conditions in their supply chains. And those campaigns have been very successful in terms of getting a reaction. What they led to was the implementation of a large number of social standards and codes and labels, etc., which are then socially audited. And I'm not going to go into all of that, but that is not an area that has been particularly successful. And modern slavery is an example of one of it. But what we've got now is this regionalisation, the expansion of South-South trade. More trade is flowing, or increasingly more trade is flowing, between countries within the global south and between the global south and the global north. But also very important, within Asia, Africa and Latin America, it's regional lead firms, companies within those regions that now control the supply chain, not only within the regions, but also parts of the global south. So that leads to big questions then about what's their governance, what power do they have, how does that play out, particularly for workers and particularly in my case and my interests. So again, just to keep it brief, because I want to get to the key findings. One of the concepts that we've used, and this is something I developed with Gary Gireffi to understand what's going on and to use the kind of value chain perspective to try and understand these linkages between firms, are the concepts of economic and social downgrading and economic and social upgrading. I'm not going to go into everything in the slide, but on the downgrading is where you've got really exploitative conditions. Wages, lack of any kind of organisation, largely female. Women are usually concentrated in that kind of casual, seasonal work, very high levels of gender inequality. The upgrading side, you've got workers where they're in a higher value chain niche, not always, but often, where you have much better, more likely to have decent work, more likely to have a living wage, freedom of association. Male workers tend to be a higher percentage of those. Gender equality, inequality, well, that's out, let's say. That leaves me lots of research to do. The reality is, and I haven't got time to go too much detail, if you're thinking of this from a Marxian perspective, one way of thinking about this is downgrading is really the extraction of absolute surplus value. Upgrading is the extraction of relative surplus value. The point is that both are profitable. And I think this is very important. You don't have to exploit workers and have modern slaves in order to make a profit. In fact, there are some studies that show you can make more profit on the upgrading side. But also, I think what our research has shown is you often get workers who are in good jobs working directly alongside workers who are in very poor situation, who are on the downgrading side. So it's not that one firm does one and the other. Often what the firm will do is it'll have a core workforce, which has got good conditions, well upgraded, supplemented by a casual workforce where you've got downgrading, which they bring in and out when they need to meet purchasing practice or the demands of the big buyers. And then the other thing that I also focus on in this situation is this question of contested outcomes for workers and smallholders. I probably haven't got time to do the smallholders, but let's focus on the workers. I'll briefly mention smallholders. And I differentiate between individual contestation, collective contestation, and collaborative contestation, different types of contestation. And just to give examples, the first, just using South African fruit as an example. The top two pictures, they are regular and permanent workers. They are really examples on the whole, of certainly the pictures, because I know the workers who are involved, of economic and social upgrading. Conditions are good. In both cases, they've got access to union. In fact, in the pack house, they have a collective bargaining agreement. So they're well organised. Good example there of collective contestation. But what we've also seen in South Africa fruit over many, many years, and largely in response to pressures from supermarkets for lower and lower cost, is increasing casualisation. The percentage of workers in good jobs is going down. The percentage of workers in these casual jobs is increasing. And the casual jobs are highly exploited, casual workers. And on the bottom right hand, what you see is a protest which erupted in 2012. It started as on an individual grower's farm where workers were protesting against the pay and conditions and the insecurity they faced. But it rapidly spread through social media. These were unions didn't organise the casual and seasonal workers. It spread through social media, massive protest in two of the big fruit-growing regions in South Africa. But what was interesting was that as it expanded, the conflict was no longer with the employers, with the growers. It was with the government. The demand went to government that they had to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. They partially succeeded. But what was interesting was that they didn't picket the farms. What they picketed was the main arterial value chain routes to the Cape Town port just as the fruit season was kicking off. Now that meant they blocked all the exports through the value chain coming out of South Africa. They concentrated on very few small key arterial routes, not the wider farms, which had been the traditional active contestation. And they were partially successful. They got half the pay minimum wage increase that they expected. or that they were demanding. But what they also did was bring government into the picture. Government had kept well out up to that point. Another example, very briefly, is of individual contestation and collaborative contestation. This is the cocoa chocolate value chain. Knows me know I do a lot of work on it. Personally know that I'm a chocolate addict, which helps. And on the left, on the production side, this cocoa production, 70% of it comes out of West Africa. That is the source of 70%. And about 90% of the production is done by smallholders. The farmers with often far less than a hectare of land. It's deemed to be a male crop. The reality is, and a lot of my research has been showing that it's men who own the farms, but it's women who do much of the work. So very important to differentiate between the farmer, often male because of land tenure, and the worker. And often the large amount of this was unpaid contributing family labour. So this is very gendered. Then you've got a very simplified value chain. And the picture here, it's actually women who do a lot of the drying. It's critical to good quality on the individual contestations. So a lot goes on in the homestead done by women. But the big challenge that you've got, and this is the individual contestation, is that younger farmers and anyone with any nous about them is leaving. So younger farmers are getting out of cocoa production if they can. The youth is getting out, and that's leaving a massive challenge in terms of future production of cocoa and the maintenance of keeping up with the supply demand for chocolate, which if you're a chocoholic like me is clearly a big problem. The exit is a very important form of contestation. You hear it across many sectors. But what you've also got on the other side, and this is just an example of collaborative contestation. This is when you bring together alliances of different groups, different actors, further often along the value chain, who don't target necessarily the cocoa farmers or even the government or the cocoa growing associations. They target the brands. And Oxfam's behind the brands was just an example of that. Many others have done it. They really went for them. They went for them on gender, and poor conditions, low incomes and gender were an important part, and they ranked them. And if anything, these big companies hate being done publicly is to be ranked. It's not good publicity for them. That's just some examples. So thinking a little bit about the different governance approaches. So we were thinking about power. I think you need to think who's governing the value chain and what's happening. And then how is that changing with the sort of shifts that are taking place? What I often use is the global production network approach. And when I'm being in a more analytical mode, and the book which I wrote was really used a GPN approach. GPN analysis looks much more at value extraction. It looks at power relations, and very importantly, it looks at societal embeddedness of these chains. And I think analytically, for me, that's been probably the most helpful, where I can link the kind of bigger picture stuff, but with what's really going on the ground in those villages and on those. A lot of my research is focused on. Global value chain analysis is complementary, but more focused on the firms themselves and inter-firm linkages. And a lot of that is on this concept of private governance, the governance, which effectively is the power of a multinational to tell suppliers thousands of miles away what to do. There have been changes, the concept of modular governance, bringing in what's the influence of civil society organisations, governments, etc., on the governance of these value chains, and also more recently more work on the sort of power dynamics between more direct power, diffuse power, and collective power. I'm not going to go into those, but you can see that there's sort of shifts going on in the value chain analysis framework. I think also very importantly, some analysts who don't really come from a value chain perspective per se have really focused on this issue of public governance. To what extent really in these value chains are governments being excluded, or are they actually playing a critical part? In fact, turn it around. it's the governments that facilitate these value chains. So a lot there about public governance. But what we've been looking at in this sort of Shifting South project that I referenced earlier was the concept of polycentric governance, where you've got different forms of governance, private, public, and social, involving civil society, but in value chains that intersect. And that, I mean, this is a very kind of basic framework that we found useful for organising the work that we did in South Africa and Kenya, which I'll talk to a bit in a minute. But on the left side, you've got the global value chains. So those are the sort of traditional, and often the analysis was really on global value chains, completely separate from what went on in markets elsewhere and what, trade, non-value chain type trade. And these are dominated by international retailers. But then what you've got, the big shift that's taking place and that we were looking at is with the shift in trade, the expansion of South-South trade, you've now got these regional and very importantly domestic value chains which are coordinated by retailers, and I'm going to focus now on Africa, but the same applies in Asia and America, based in those regions. So an example in South Africa, for example, or in Africa, is ShopRite, which operates across a whole, about roughly 14, they keep changing, but about roughly 14 countries in Africa. If you go and do research in South Africa, they'll tell you how awful the UK supermarkets are. If you go to Uganda and do research, the suppliers will tell you how awful the South African supermarkets are. So you've got these different retailers, but the two are intersected, and this is where we found the research quite complex that we had to unpack. You couldn't isolate the global value chain off from the regional domestic value chain. And also we increasingly found you couldn't isolate off that from the open markets. And that in fact what we found when we did the sort of simple value chain and who's buying what from where is that, that a lot of production for the open markets was being fed into domestic value chains. And regional retailers were also sourcing from production from the global value chain. So there was the sort of straddle both. On the global value chain side, strong private standards are being applied, very mixed in the middle, none. I'll come on in a minute to the private, but particularly the role of the state. And what we were really looking at, so what's the implications of all of this for suppliers and particularly for their workers? And again, keeping, because I want just very, these are really just the highlights. The website is, I think, search up. But we were looking at the implications of this regional shifts for decent work in African horticulture and garments in South Africa, Kenya, Lesotho, and Eswatini. And just really high-level findings, very mixed findings. Context matters, big differences between different locations. So that's societal embeddedness, the cultural norms, the regulation, the regulatory framework, at the local level, the type of company, the category of worker, all of that affected the kind of outcome you got. Big difference sectorally between food and garments, and I just, again, at very high level, we consume food. ShopRite doesn't want its customers getting ill, so they will monitor their food supply chain much more closely than they will monitor their garment. I don't sell a lot of garments, but their non-food supply chain. Permanent versus casual workers, that economic and social upgrading. On the whole, we found that permanent and regular workers were well treated, on the whole, with exceptions. But what we also found across all countries was that the casual, informal, seasonal workers, etc., were very, very poor conditions. Very similar whether they're working in global value chains as whether they were domestic, more likely if they were to have poor conditions in the region. I haven't got time to go into the gender relations, but there were some really interesting findings on that, which we're still writing up. In terms of social governance, what was quite interesting was that we did find examples of civil society campaigns, nothing like in the global value chains, those big kind of Oxfam type campaigns that became very effective in the global value chains. We didn't find such big ones in the domestic value chains, but we did find examples of campaigns. Kenya, an avocado producer and exporter. Kenya Human Rights had a campaign of sexual abuse and gender-based violence on Kakuzi farms, which Kakuzi denied. But interestingly, they then hooked up and got involved with Lee Day. Lee Day is a solicitors firm in the UK. If you were a company sitting in this audience now and I mentioned Lee Day, you would probably quietly be going white, because Lee Day have been working out, when you take a case through Lee Day, it's on a pro bono basis. You only pay them if you win the case. So that's allowing workers with very few resources, or NGOs with very few resources, to get involved in campaigns, in legal cases. But what they did was to take the legal case against the owner, the company that was formerly the owner, and I can't remember its name, of Kakuzi in the UK for labour abuse and sexual harassment in the value chain. That case got settled, and a lot of these cases are getting settled, and I suspect it's because companies don't want them to go to court because they don't want a precedent set in court that a UK firm can be legally responsible for what happens in the value chain. I haven't got a lot of time to go into that, and similar with multi-stakeholder initiatives, we have not a lot, but some changes. Very importantly, on the private governance side, what we did find was there's spillover going on. So spillover where you've got quite rigorously enforced codes of labour practice in the global value chain. The same supplier sells into regional and domestic supermarket or retailer. We were doing garments and culture, and the same standards apply. They can't differentiate. The same product goes out, it just goes out. So you get some spillover. A few retailers, Woolworths and Mr. Price were two of them. These are some major retailers South African retailers operating across Africa. They did operate social standards, but most didn't. Most relied on public governance. So watch the public governance one is really what we... In both Kenya and South Africa, very good labour regulation. Eswatini and Lesotho, poor worker labour regulation. But even where you had good labour regulation, very poor enforcement. In fact, that was what the South Africa and the Kenya governments were kind of saying was, look, if you so and so the global value chain, they'll sort out, we don't need to worry about it. But regional trade agreements, I'll get that one out of the way, very little. In fact, the EAC, the East African Trade Agreement, there is a very weak social clause. The Southern African none, and the ACFTU none. So very little going on the trade side in terms of labour standards within Africa. But what we did find was what we're calling a benign transition towards government value chain oversights. The Kenyan and the South African governments are getting more and more involved in directly in value chain oversight and controlling the value chain, including labour standards. Now, this is happening very gradually. I could go into detail, I haven't got time. A Kenya one was a law called KS 1758, which I don't expect any of you to have heard of. It's recently introduced in 2019 in horticulture in Kenya. It's a combination, if you know about horticulture, of Global GAP, the big private food standard, ETI base code, the ethical trade base code, which both supermarkets use, and Rainforest Alliance on the environment. And Rainforest know nothing about it. We didn't until we picked up this research and said, do you know about this? Global GAP knew about it and were furious because they thought that they were being copied. So there are examples there. So there is this benign transition. So because I want to leave time just to sort of reflect a bit, and as I said, we're still doing a lot of the writing up, particularly the gender piece and the smallholder piece. They've not been published yet. We're working on them at the moment. But just thinking about the big kind of future research agenda, Firstly, yeah, there is massive tensions going on. I mean, I'm not environment, conflict, pandemic. You couldn't make it all up. There's definitely fragmentation taking place in terms of global value chains for multiple reasons. And you are getting this process of regionalization. I mean, you could even argue that, I argued that, in fact, that process was taking place before any of the big, and of course, there is a big question and about this sort of global realignment that's taking place. NATO, or the US and NATO, Russia, and on the whole, remaining somewhere in the middle game there. Another big thing for me, any researcher who looks at supply chains and is interested, but please, we need more data. We just don't have it, and particularly that lower group that I mentioned. But just to know about all the workers who are doing well at the top of supply chain, when many, many, many millions more are not in that situation, but are linked and influenced by data. I'm so up with seeing some of my male colleagues publish on this and mention the fact that it's. The other thing I think we need a lot more work on is casualization and how those processes, automation, the way it's affecting work, and then how that's playing. We know a certain amount about automation going on in the European Union, America, or in Europe and North America. We know much less about how that's playing out in developing countries with much lower wage, and therefore there aren't the same incentives to invest in capital. But it is playing out. I didn't put it in there, but that's important. And how the kind of contestation you can do engaged in those circumstances. A lot of big issue now is living wage. These are the big campaigns, and really interesting. Asia is another example. Bangladesh, where, again, workers are increasingly campaigning against the government to raise the minimum wage to a living wage as a way of forcing the employers to pay a minimum wage. And so that's certainly a very hot issue at the moment. Lots of issues around governance. Is there social governance in our regional domestic value chains? We're finding so far. I'm very interested in these government roles. What's the role of government? Where's the power? How do you influence? What's the leverage? And if governments are playing a more greater role in the sort of oversight of value chains, then clearly they're where you've got to target. And I think increasingly workers are doing that anyway. The UN Global Principles on Business and Human Rights is being touted by a number of NGOs as being another kind of important dimension of this, and particularly because of the supply chain legislation that's was going through at the moment, about to come out, due diligence on human rights environment. Now, personally, I don't expect that legislation per se to an impact, but again, it's a leverage point. How do you use it? How do you So ultimately, for me, in terms of global labour protest in the context of value chains, not elsewhere, there are a lot of employment that goes on outside of value chains, but where there is a value chain involved, where you have got those linkages, it's looking along the value chain and thinking, where's the power? Who's got the power? How can you leverage that? And that's not necessarily the employer. That could be anywhere else along the value chain. And it in order to work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephanie. That was a very inspiring presentation, both in terms of the story and the analytical tools that you have provided. I would now invite Romane Cauqui, who is a doctoral researcher here in our faculty, as the first discussant. Please, Romane.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think it offers like a lot of inputs for like on different levels in terms of the complexity of the value chains, like global, but also now, as you were presenting, like regional and domestic and the interactions between them. and also by looking at the different actors and institutions that are shaping governance, sometimes maybe in a complementary way and sometimes also might be in a competing way. And finally, I particularly like the way you look at workers not as a uniform whole, but at the different like specificities that they have according to the context, the status, or also gender. And so thank you very much. The first question I had regards like the regionalization process and the way it may facilitate the spillover of private governance, in particular from the global to the regional or domestic value chains. So as you were saying, there is the spillover occurs when there is like an overlap between the global value chain and the regional or domestic one, and in particular when a supplier that was maybe first supplying to the global start to supply also at the regional level. This implies that they supply products that have that respect more labor standards in the way they were produced to the regional market to a quite low price and at a price that is equal to other products that are very similar but do not respect these standards. And then the regional buyers will prefer the products that are identical but that respect labor standards. So my question is, what is the implication of this for the regional suppliers or the domestic suppliers? Like, is this gonna trigger like change toward more social upgrading in the sense that they will have to compete on the labor standards with a view to be more competitive, like against the products that respect them? Or does this lead to like downgrading like path in which they have to compete on price? So since like they have similar products, then the only way to be competitive is to be even cheaper. So does this mean that indeed it will become even worse for workers like at the end of the chain? So yeah, this will be my first question. And another question that is more related to the governance and the polycentric governance and this intersection between the public and the private governance. So you were a bit showing that now increasingly there is this benign transition from governments in Africa or in the producing countries that are a bit taking over where private governance doesn't reach. And I mean, usually the story is the opposite. No, it was private governance that was being established to compensate like a governance gap from the public governance. So I was wondering, would you say that there is a shift, whether because we are like shifting from like global to regional, and so this is creating a shift also in the interaction between public and private, or is it still too like limited to be really meaningful? And another question on this is also then what is the overall impact of this? Because if it is just about like filling voids, it might not be very ambitious, no? It's just about maintaining a acceptable level of labor rights. So is this gonna lead to more like ambitious policies for workers, or is it just kind of maintaining a level where it's acceptable for everyone to kind of have this level of labor governance? And also, I mean, private governance also has many issues in terms of implementation, because you may adopt a standard, but usually like the actual effect might be very limited, especially in terms of freedom of association, etc. So to what extent also, even if governments also start to adopt like standards and be a bit more like driven in terms of policy, does it really have an impact then in terms of implementation and outcomes for workers? And I think I was also wondering what is driving the public governance like to actually act, and this is where I think maybe the social governance comes in, and like as you were just explaining now, like workers in Bangladesh maybe start to advocate not for multinational firms or not for employers, but try to protest against governments and try to have an impact on that type of factor. So I was wondering also if in your research you have analyzed also the links and the interactions not only between public and private, but also how the social is impacting this nexus. Also, this is more maybe not really related to what you just presented, but there is a recent report by the Ethical Trade Initiatives on female workers in Bangladesh that shows that the percentage of female workers is decreasing, like from about 80% in the 80s, now we are around 55%. And the report explores like different explanations for this. So the report suggests that some women are exiting the garment sector because they cannot manage to do both paid and unpaid work. So in a way, it's a bit like not a regression, maybe in the sense that they work as part of the production work, and now, like, since it's too difficult to do both productive and reproductive work, then they have to abandon, let's say, the productive one. But on the other hand, there is also, they asked the women entering the labor market, and it shows that women are less attracted than before by the garment sector, also because they probably are more educated and have more skills than before. So there is a bit this tension between the two, and I just wanted to ask, like, do you think this is a trend that we will see, and what are the implications of this, like, for gender inequality and then working population in general? And a last question maybe is just, I mean, you work a lot with practitioners, NGOs, etc., and I just wanted to ask, like, whether this is affecting the way you conduct research and how, and like, yeah, just thank you.
Thank you very much, Roman. I see Stephanie taking a lot of notes because there's really a lot of suggestions and questions. Now, Nicolò Deiana also has some comments, please.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. And on my part, I would like to raise 3 points. The first is about the increasing in opportunities for firms for what regards upgrading. In fact, we are assisting to the overlapping of global, regional, and domestic chains. And this means that certain firms are able to sell their products to more market outlets. However, these are firms that we can expect that were already able to respect certain standards. In terms of market structure, so do you think this should lead to market consolidation? So we have a few more suppliers and with a crowding out of the other actors. And do you think they, in this way, however, they can gain more bargaining power vis-a-vis lead firms? And this is also linked to the fact that we are talking about the horticulture and garment sector are two, we can define them to buyer-driven chains, and somehow the whole value chain capitalism can be defined as monopsony or oligopsony capitalism. And so the profitability of the whole chain rests on the fact that you have to make the number of your suppliers as high as possible through entry buyers, so you can exert power and push prices down. In these cases, if some suppliers can upgrade and can get more market power, do you think there is a shift in the bottleneck across the chain, or the whole profitability simply can be guaranteed by simply exploit the adverse incorporation of certain workers, and so just exploit casual workers in comparison to regular workers. And across the research findings of the Shifting South project, there is some evidence about upgrading, especially in the garment sector in South Africa. And in this case, there is the firms that are upgrading are those that take the high road. But still, you have to keep within the chain the low road somewhere. In this case, through the relocation to Lesotho and Eswatini. Do you think these urge us to reconsider the whole social upgrading concept just as a geographical concept? So you just can socially upgrade when you relinquish the lowest manufacturing, lowest value-adding activities somewhere? In this case, can we still talk about upgrading? And for what regard then the governance void and the complementarity, there is a strong emphasis about governance void, especially in domestic value chains, and this regard especially the arm's length transaction. And however, we are in the horticulture sector especially, arm's length transactions are the majority, and they were existing also before the participation of the agricultural sector in global value chains. So somehow this predate the extension, again, of production network in the area. But it looks to me that arm's length transactions are just, it's just the informal sector. So it looks to me that through the institution of, through the attempt to close the gap in governance, and the government, in the case of Kenya, is trying to allow lead firms to absorb the informal sector, and in this case, increasing the number of potential suppliers, and so push again prices down. Also, there is an issue about the agency behind the institution of these regulations, because as far as I got it, the main push was given by the European Union and Firms Association. And in this case, what is, again, is that there is just a business rationale behind this. And finally, I want to ask you something about the economic sustainability of the value chain participation for Lesotho and Eswatini, because one of the fundamental reason for firms to offshore or outsource is in a specific country is the abundant supply of cheap labor. Lesotho and Eswatini are two enclave states within South Africa, basically, and the supply of labor force is not that big in comparison. We know, I mean, we talk about East Asia as the epitome of that. Do you think that, I mean, do you think that's sustainable in the long run? Do you think there will be enough cheap labor for these lead firms to exploit? Do you think that labor market will tighten soon? And what would happen in that case? Do you think there will be, I mean, it's very in the future. Do you think there will be investment in productivity, so keep with the same labor inputs, or will they resort to labor supply through migration? And how would that be regulated in that case? I will stop here.
Thank you, Sir Nicolò. Now, Stephanie, there is a lot already of food on the table, let's say. Can we also collect some other questions and let's try maybe to wrap it up? You don't have to answer everything exhaustively until the end, but we may try to then wrap it up on the main points on some of this suggestion and stimulating question. If there is any question, from the room. I see 2 hands. Is that a hand? Okay, let's go from the right to the left.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask you whether you could elaborate, because of reason of time, we didn't have time, on the issue of power and like the different forms of power, how come workers can leverage on the different forms of power, and maybe draw some, you gave already some examples, for instance, on this kind of choke points in the fruit production, how workers were able to use them, and I thought it was very interesting, so I was wondering whether there were other kind of findings from your project. Thanks again.
My question is about the exit strategy of workers that you mentioned before in the presentation in the food sector. And if I remember well, you said that this kind of practices regarding particular youth workers. And if you can add something on this, also in terms of alternative option for worker exiting from this sector. And the other curiosity is related to the social composition of workforce in South Africa, if there are some migrants and so on.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. My question is again related to the concept of power, and in particular to this sort of divide between ownership and control in matter of power, and the fact that power is becoming more and more subtle, more blurring, more difficult to identify in global value chains. Of course, this is clear. I think that probably also in regional ones, this may have an important role. Not sure about the domestic context. So this is the first point, how much is becoming blurring power due to the divide between control and ownership, or rather the difficulty to identify the ownerships. And the other question is the role of government facing this kind of power. So how much can we say that government facilitate or exacerbate some phenomena having to do with a kind of power which is more and more difficult to identify, is diffuse, is getting blurring. And so this is connected to the difficulties you were mentioning about labor regulation on one end and the enforcement of labor regulation on the other end. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. First of all, a very quick question. If you also compare with your previous work, I've observed differences from global north multinationals and global south. I'm not talking about, I think, a common pressures for decreasing labor costs, but I was wondering about the interaction between private governance and public governance, if there are differences in the global south multinational corporations. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for all the questions. If I can add a reflection, which is not exactly one more question, given that power comes up a lot and it's central to your message and your analysis. If I look at South Africa, I think about South Africa and fruit. Well, this is a situation where there are sources of power for workers. Clearly, in terms of the structure of the sector, there aren't that many other countries that produce fruit in the sense of citrus fruit, apples, grapes, that are poorer than South Africa. There is obviously Lesotho and Swaziland, but they are relatively small. So in terms of radio position on that segment, there is a bit of power they can leverage. The second one is obviously the political power. I mean, we are talking about a country where labor has access to government with a lot of problems, but much more than in many other places. So the power resources that we can use it's an uphill struggle certainly, but the power resources that can be used in that sector, in that value chain, in that country are obviously not those workers in the textile sector can use in Bangladesh, because textile can be done everywhere. They don't need the climates of South Africa or of Bangladesh. They can be done anywhere, and the government of Bangladesh is not doesn't listen, let's say, to labor to the extent that the South African wants. If that is the problem, also, the other step is, what will capital do? I mean, in Harvey's term, what would be the fix to this problem? Because you give us a sort of some positive message that workers can do something there, but obviously then capital will not just sit down and say, well, okay, I share the profit with you if you want it. Here it is. Help yourselves. So Harvey would expect some other special fix, and in the context of South Africa, that would be immigration. And I wonder whether, and immigration is becoming a hot issue in South Africa. It's also a very interesting regional issue, because in Africa, in Southern Africa, in East Africa, there is a lot of regional migration policy now evolving. But I would say that probably the big fight would be on that area. So if workers in South Africa are managing to get a bit more of the deal, or to capture a bit more value, while the reaction will be, well, let's replace South African workers with workers from Zimbabwe or anywhere else. Which, by the way, links also to the last comments that Romane made on women in Bangladesh, because the other day, and all is connected, I mean, in the world, we were discussing with Nicola the shipbuilding. We were in northern Italy talking about the shipbuilding case, which in Italy involves a lot of Bangladeshi workers. I mean, Italy has a big shipbuilding industry, but we kept the shipyards, but we replaced the workers, the Italians with the Bangladeshi ones. And one thing that we discussed, among many others, about Bangladesh is exactly the condition of women. And there, I would say, I mean, some indication that we have is that the falling activity rate of women, Bangladeshi women, one could say, well, maybe it's a good sign. Maybe Bangladesh is following the history of the West. And if we think about female work in the West, well, it followed a U curve. It was high in the 19th century, went down with a Fordist compromise, and it's up again. So maybe Bangladesh is reaching some sort of Fordist compromise whereby they may survive on one salary rather than two. That would be the good news. But a lot of indications are that in Bangladesh, that is not the good news. That's not that the women are free to stay home because they don't need that money that much. They're not that poor. The problem is in Bangladesh is that the increase of increasing influence of religious actors, in particular Islamic actors, is forcing women back into the household, as it is in Pakistan. Where Bangladesh was more the Indian situation, despite being Muslim, women in Bangladesh traditionally work, and this is also visible among Bangladeshi migrants in. Now, I talk about completely something else, but just to say that these gender relations are terribly interesting, and obviously are very different country by country. Probably what is happening in Bangladesh is not happening in South Africa. Thank you, Stephanie. You can pick the question. I mean, I see you have 3 pages of notes. You can pick up some at your own freedom. It will be anyway interesting, and we have another 2 days to get back to all the other issues. Thank you. Oh, there is some there. Okay. In the meanwhile, Stephanie will start answering this. I will read some of the questions in the chat.
Okay, thanks very much for the comments and the questions. Yeah, I think these are really, all of them, really important questions. So I won't be able to deal with all of them, but I will pick out a few, because I think there were some themes running across. But I'll be around today and tomorrow, so if you want to discuss. So I think the first one, Lorenzo, the question of different competing products, and I think this, to be honest, with the Shifting South research and this growth of regional and domestic value chains, I think we were only just beginning to unpack it. I think it's very complex, and I don't think you can say one way or the other yet at this stage. Development's a complex process. Of course, South Africa is far more developed than within Africa, within sub-Saharan Africa especially. It's along with Nigeria, but it's the most. Well, South Africa's got a lot of problems at the moment. Anyway, I won't go too much into detail, but it's a relatively well developed compared to other sub-Saharan African countries. So So I think it's complex. I think there is competition between products, but I do think what makes the complexity is this issue of quality versus price. And I think that goes back to this issue of economic upgrading, that even within Africa, and we definitely found this, we took apples as an example. Apples in South Africa used to be exported primarily to Europe. I can't remember, 60, 70%. Now, roughly 45% is exported to Europe, and the rest is exported to across Africa and to the Middle East and to Asia. So it switched from the majority going to Europe to the majority going to in terms of standards. What we found is that the product standards are high everywhere, including in Africa. You don't want to import apples. You only need one apple to go off of this. Always one bad apple. One bad apple infects the whole case. Quite rapidly, the whole consignment. So even going into Africa, product standards really matter. The global gap standards, if you know about horticulture, were going up, or the equivalent of were being implemented everywhere. Social standards, no. Now, the only issue is, and this is an important thing that I'm actually looking at the moment, if you're going to implement global gap standards, you have to be able to read and write, right the way down to plot level. If you don't, I could explain, it's complex if you don't know about horticulture, but right the way, if you eat an apple here, bought in Italy today, it can be traced down to the plot, not the farm, the plot on the farm in which it was produced, if you're Global Gap certified, and all the workers who handle that apple can be identified. That's the level of traceability that now exists. Now, to get a workforce capable of managing that system, they have to be able to read and write, they have to be numerate. That's just the reality. To get those workers, you've got to pay them more and to keep them. So there are pressures for increasing labour standards, even without having social standards. But on the whole, Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, no. But we did think there were pressures. It's a complex. So picking out a few more things, I think this whole issue of public, for us, this was the big new shift. When I mean, even 8 years ago, there was virtually no, I mean, if you talk to an South African government official or Kenya government official, they didn't want to know about value chains. That was something the multinationals do. It's nothing to do with us. We'll leave it to them. This issue of governments getting involved, I think, again, is complex. You get much more now into issues around capital labour relations and the regulation of those relations within countries by governments. Because governments can't control necessarily what goes on in other countries. Multinationals can in their own supply chain, but governments can't. But they can control what goes on internally. But then you start to get into national tension, struggles, etc. So you're bringing a whole new frame in, and that's why I think we found very mixed findings. It really depended where. The South African fruit crisis was 2012 was very interesting because government hadn't been involved up until that point, and then they realised they had to get involved, and they are now more involved. Just the reality. On the ETI Bangladesh impact, I mean, I actually originally had some stuff in Bangladesh, and I just thought I can't include everything. But just one thing, this is a very important, big report. It's just been done by the Ethical Trading Initiative, I think along with GIZ, if I remember correctly. And it shows that the percentage of women's gone down from 80% in Bangladesh to 50% now. I had to do a review of it, so I know that report quite well. Just one thing, when it was 80% of 1 million workers, so that was roughly 800,000 women. It's now 55%, in fact, it's probably of over 4 million workers. So that's over 2 million women. So it's not been a reduction in the absolute number of women, it's a relative reduction. More men are coming in. But what's also happened, and that's this economic and social upgrading, is Bangladesh has moved gradually into different forms of production where you've got much higher capital intensity. And in moving into that, you've also got an upgrading of the workforce and higher wages. So that has also helped to bring more men in. but also in Bangladesh, and particularly since Rana Plaza, but before then you had a lot of very serious labour contestation. I've got lots of pictures of it. And it's women out there fighting for, and again, a bit like the South Africa campaign against the Bangladeshi government to raise the minimum wage. And I can't remember the exact numbers, but they had like one or two, over 10 years, 1 or 2 raises in the minimum wage. Since the rest has really got off the ground, they've had something like 4 increases in the minimum wage in just a few years. Wages are going up, and as wages going up, then that helps to drive as well productivity, and more men come in as well. So it's a complex picture, and I think there's always been gender constraints there, but it's an interesting one. I'll come back if I got time on the NGO engagement. There is an issue there, I do realise that, and I'm mea culpa. I also work occasionally with companies that are never paid by, but I do, but I can come back to that. So that's another issue. It's a really important one. That's more of a research methodology issue. To go on to Nicola, that will all of these changes lead to market concentration? Probably, quite likely, I think. But again, it varies by sector. It's very interesting in the South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland case, because as labour regulation went up in South Africa, and in the garment sector in South Africa, it is well unionised. It's a good union organisation. Then you got increasing outsourcing by South African retailers to Lesotho and Eswatini, which had much lower labour regulation and much lower wages. So there you had a clear kind of replication of what happened from the global north to the global south going on. But then you got some twists going on within that process. There is one twist in Lesotho and Eswatini. You have to differentiate, and we did find a big difference between some of the suppliers under the AGOA Act, the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, which the USA has for low-income African countries. South Africa doesn't qualify under it, but Eswatini and Lesotho do. So some producers were producing largely for the North American market because they had good access. Others were producing for South Africa and definitely lower wages. We did a follow-up research. We were hit by COVID. The research was happening. It started in 2019. We got the fieldwork got badly hit by COVID. So it has distorted to some extent, but the big advantage of working very closely with local collaborators is they could continue to some extent, but restricted. But we did a follow-up research in remote, had to be done remotely because of COVID, in Lesotho and Eswatini when COVID hit. And what we found was that the North American suppliers abandoned tractors in Lesotho and Eswatini pretty fast. The South African buyers didn't abandon them quite the same way. I mean, they might have cut back, etc., but they wanted to retain the relationship. Of course, the North American buyers could just go anywhere, and they did. And Bangladesh is famous for what they just bailed out and left. So that was an interesting finding. So you have these kind of closer relationships. But yeah, I think it's complex. Just in terms of South Africa itself, though, and again, the COVID hit us. We did research around Cape Town and the producers in the Western Cape. We were planning to do researches in KwaZulu-Natal, KZU, KZN, sorry. There you have kind of informal production. So there is an informal sector in South Africa. Unfortunately, we couldn't because that was not just physical research. But we know that there's an underbelly which doesn't comply with South African regulation. But whereas in the Western Cape they do. Question about, if I get time, I'll come back to the Kenya KS 1748, 58, isn't it? I'll come back to that if I get time. So I'll just go on to the power, and then I'll come back to the other two. I think this issue of power is really, and we really only just, I think analytically this is where we've really got to go now with the research findings. And we're working on it now where we're looking across sectors and across countries. So when we first did the research, the reports that are up on the website tended to focus on one country and one sector and what we found. Slightly more advanced with the garments than with the horticulture, but that was largely what we did because that was our initial fieldwork findings, and we wanted to analyse that. Now where we are is we're putting it together and trying to get across, well, what's the implications here across different sectors, across different countries? And I think it's very, again, it's complex. It's easy to say that. It's great, actually, because it's the research that always needs more. Anyway, I think the first one is this issue of leverage. I suppose as a researcher, and that probably goes back to this issue of my work with NGOs. I'm a researcher, I'm not a campaigner. I've always been very, very clear about that. I don't do campaigns. And I'll only do research with an organisation if I can publish it, absolutely critical. And I have done so. For example, the cocoa research was done with Cadbury. Manchester University had the contract, I didn't, I just got my normal salary. I kind of seriously debated whether I should do it. In the end, I was persuaded to do it. There's an interesting story as to why I was persuaded to do it. Basically because they didn't think the kind of consultants that could do would actually find out what was going on, and they knew that there were major problems at the base of the supply chain. They kept coming back to me. I kept saying no, and they kept coming back. And then I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy, can't do it. Well, so when can you do it? Oh, God. So I said, why do you want me? Because you'll find out what's really going on, and we just don't trust what the consultants. And of course, there were big issues around child labour as well. So it was really complex stuff. So I worked with the University of Ghana. We did very, very in-depth research. But I think what it did do was to give insights that I would never have got otherwise. Everything, the condition was that it could all be published. It's all been published. And then NGOs like Oxfam and others used that research, but the companies can use it too. It's there. It's all out there. And that's my condition, is it's got to be out there. So I think there's a kind of, in terms of the power shifts and where, I think it's through doing that research, you can look for where the leverage points are, and they're not always the obvious place. And then I think in terms of this issue of ownership and control, and it's interesting because also what I've really learned by looking at the companies, I mean, I think you know who the company is, but when you really get in behind it, it sort of goes mentioning the actual control, even within the ownership structures, there are very, very diffuse ownership structures, and who's really pulling the strings is difficult to find out. And then there's the buyer issue. I mean, I draw on other people's work on firms. That's not my focus is on the labour, but I do realise I have to understand at least the basics. The cocoa value chain, the biggest people with the power in the cocoa value chain, I mean, the big brand names are well known. Actually, the people who pull the strings are people like Barry Callebaut and Amajaro, and the traders and the commodity traders in the middle. They're the ones to watch. Nobody knows about them. They're not the big ones, names we know. But they are the ones who really, at the base, control what's going on. So I think it's by doing it, it's definitely a lot more diffuse. Whether or not government, now the role of governments in this is interesting. I mean, there's this really interesting thing going on it's ongoing at the moment in the cocoa. You know, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, 70% of the world's cocoa supply. The governments have said to the big manufacturers, if you don't pay minimum wet price, we will determine for the cocoa you've not got any. End of story, end of. I mean, now it's a standoff going on. I haven't followed the latest detail. Clearly that is a situation they can do because they much. But it's interesting. It's not straightforward. Whether that will actually change situation on the ground remains to be seen. But the Ghanaian, I know Ghana better than Cote d'Ivoire, the Ghanaian government is also very worried about this exit. All the cocoa farmers are leaving. And I think that goes back to another general issue about exit, because I've seen this exit problem across value chains, including in garments, and it goes back to the Bangladesh garments, which is as you get economic upgrading, you need better skilled workers. And so you've got situations in South Africa where you've got very high levels of unemployment in localities where if you go and interview the fruit grower, says, we can't get workers. What do you mean? There's hundreds of them. Yeah, but they're not the right type of worker to do what we now need to do if we're going to be global gap compliant. And we have to be to export. The South African government has ensured. And you cannot export out of South Africa if you are not global gap compliant to anywhere in the world. So it's a complex kind of interaction that's going on. And that's why individual exit. So just if I got time quickly, how am I doing on the Kenya? The Kenya one is fascinating. Read the paper that we've got more coming because that's going to be more focused in on the smallholder and particularly the gender issue. So just very briefly, what happened was Kenya's a major exporter of horticultural products, particularly vegetables and flowers. But on the vegetables, they kept having problems coming into the EU of the vegetables not meeting the required minimum pesticide level, MPL, standard. And so then the EU clamped down and said, right, you're not going to, we're going to stop imports or heavily monitor imports if you don't sort this out. And so the Kenyan government, but that was going on at the same time as you had a very, very big increase in cancer cases in Kenya. And we think that it was the two together, and the president's died of cancer that was increasingly being attributed to the overuse of pesticides in horticulture in Kenya. So you had an export problem and you had a domestic problem going side by side. And then the Kenyan government came and got involved in implementing a law, which is effectively now, by law, in Kenya, if you produce for horticulture, you have to be the equivalent of Global Gap certified, the equivalent of, it's their own standard, but it's the equivalent. And theoretically, you've got to be ETI compliant with ethical codes, and you're going to have to be environmentally compliant. Now, this is very new. It got hit by COVID. All the really interesting thing is, and don't forget, in Kenya, horticulture is roughly 60%, I can't remember, is produced by smallholders. So to implement this properly, they're going to have to bring this down to smallholder level. At the moment, they're just focused on the exports. That's kind of half sorted. But what they realized was that produce was coming out from the smallholder, when I saw it spill over, but it was seeping into the global. So what was happening was that the smallholder produce that wasn't with proper standards was getting into the EU. That was now blocking exports. So they could see there was a kind of spillovers were going both ways. So they introduced the standards. So far, they've only done it with the domestic supermarkets. And they've got to show traceability. They're just beginning to roll it out to smallholders now. Our research also looked at the smallholders in a lot of depth. And to be certified, smallholders have to be in small producer organisations, which the Kenyan government is also supporting the organisation. And what we found when we compared the SPOs, the small producer organisations, with the independent smallholders, was much better income, much more security, much better negotiation, ability to negotiate on contracts, etc. So we found much better situation ironically, because it wasn't an intended outcome, because if you really go back, the IMF and the World Bank got rid of the organisation of cooperatives and smallholders in Africa in the 70s and 80s, and particularly in the 80s. Now, because of these value chains and the certification, smallholder cooperatives or different forms of organisation being brought back, and that's helping smallholders. But what we also found, and I'll finish, has to be a gender ending to this, is that women were much better represented in the SPOs, that they are, because of the constitution now, got to be a third of any organisation at least has to be women. Women are moving into leadership positions and are. So that is yet to come out, but it was really interesting.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. There were added two very interesting questions from Sarah Ronco in the chat. We don't have the time to take it now, but I just read them quickly so that we can keep them in mind. Maybe we can pick it up later in the day. The first one was whether blockchain solutions may be used to empower workers, and the second one was about the role of the WTO to monitor the spillovers and the externality problems of global value chain. So there are two other big topics. So we can sort them out now, but we can keep them in mind. So thank you for the questions. So basically we conclude this morning. One little apology I have to do. I don't know if there are any citizen of Eswatini here. I said Swaziland before. It's a country I visited in another century when it was called Swaziland, and still I have to go back to get to it. But apart from that, thank you very much. We have a break. We resume the work at 2, and we'll have the next keynote speaker, Beverly Silver. So I'm looking forward to see you back at 2 for the second round of this big discussion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you as well.
We are going to start. Are we going? Is okay? Well, let's wait at least Dario. At least Dario. Otherwise. Okay, at least Dario is back. Then Guglielmo probably is. He will arrive. So we start this second part of the day, and there is with great pleasure that we have as a keynote Beverly Silver, who is a well-known and distinguished expert on labor, social conflict, and historical capitalism. She's full professor at Johns Hopkins University. Among her books, we have Chaos and Governance in the Modern World System with Giovanni Arrighi and colleagues, and Forces of Labor, Workers' Movements and Globalization Science 1870, Cambridge University Press 2003. As we did the first part of the conference this morning, we will have a keynote for speaking for 40 minutes more or less, and then 2 distinguished discussant from SNS, and we will introduce them afterwards. So, what is yours?
Green. Okay. Okay, I want to thank you very much for the invitation to come here and speak about my work. This presentation is going to focus on the results from a new research working group. I shouldn't say new because we've been at it for about a decade now, but it's a new research working group on global social protest at the Arrighi Center for Global Studies at Johns Hopkins. And I just wanted to start by acknowledging some of my co-researchers, in particular Shahan Kartasli, but then we have a group of PhD students, some of whom are no longer PhD students because this new project, as I mentioned, began a good 10 years ago. So I wanted to start with where I think some people are familiar with my book, Forces of Labor, and I just wanted to start with where that project ended, in the sense that for that project, we collected reports of labor unrest everywhere in the world from the New York Times and the London Times from 1870 to 1996. And the main thing I wanted to point out, there's lots that I could talk about in relation to this particular figure, but the main reason I'm showing it is because of where the arrow is. that beginning around 1978 and then escalating in the 1990s through 1996, there's a major collapse in reports of labor unrest throughout the world. And so, you know, in 1996, I stopped doing the data collection, and graduate students were always, PhD students, they were always saying, let's keep the data collection going there. And I said, no, it's too depressing right now. And it's also technically very difficult because one of the things, you know, as far as methodology goes, if you're looking for something rare, it's easy to miss it. Like, you know, this is something with forms of cancer and whatever, but, you know, also, so going through pages and, you know, volumes on, anyway. So, but I said, you know, look, it's not the end of history, contrary to what was the popular sentiment by the, you know, late 1990s. It's definitely not the end of history. Oh, that's the next slide. I got to remember that you're not seeing what I'm looking at. It's not the end of history. And so when things start kicking off again, we'll start up the project again, but let's just pause. So what happened was, oh, great. Oh, sorry. I know, this is the logic of my presentation. So why at that time was I saying it's not the end of history? So there are two basic hypotheses, and one was we could call world economic, and the other we could call a geopolitical hypothesis. But the world economic is that, you know, capitalism being characterized by creative destruction is also characterized by ongoing making, unmaking, and remaking of new working classes. So this whole idea of the spatial fix. So on the one hand, the globalization of various industries was undermining working classes or unmaking working classes in the locations from which capital was moving, but it was making new working classes in the locations to which capital was expanding, where the new centers of capital accumulation. So more specifically, you know, looking at it from the first decade of the 21st century, sorry, we were saying, well, you know, capital's going heavily to China. If the theory of what if our understanding based on the whole assessment of the 20th century is valid, then we should also expect major waves of labor unrest in the sites to which capital is going, among them China and India. And the second was the geopolitical, because again, let me go back here. You know, I'm not going to spend time talking about it, but one other thing that jumps out about this this figure from the World Labor Group project, the y-axis is the number of reports of labor unrest in these two newspapers, the x-axis is the years. Those two peaks are, you know, you have this rising trend in the first, an explosive tendency in the first half of the 20th century, you know, with that, the peak after the First World War and the Second World War. So the second hypothesis was geopolitical in the sense that major waves of global social conflict have characterized periods of world hegemonic crisis and breakdown, and that already, you know, by the late 90s and then even more so by the early 21st century, there was this growing sense that we were indeed in another period of world hegemonic crisis and by now certainly hegemonic breakdown. And so that, you know, that, and then that gets me to the next slide, is this interrelationship between periods of crisis and breakdown of world hegemonies and major waves of labor and social conflict on a world scale. So that's the second reason why already in the late 90s, but certainly in the first decade of the 21st century, I was saying that this collapse in the 1990s was just temporary, and that there were all sorts of theoretical reasons to expect another wave of global social protest to emerge, but we didn't know exactly when it would happen, but it was more or less bound to happen. I've got I'm going to go quickly here just to give you the, some of the theoretical foundations of this argument. This is a figure from, it doesn't say on the chart. Normally I try to do this. This is from the book Chaos and Governance in the Modern World System. It's from the third chapter on the social origins of world hegemony. So unfortunately I didn't put the reference there, but it's the Andriy Silver et al. Book on Chaos and Governance in the Modern World System. And so this is the slice looking at social cohesion and conflict in relation to hegemonic transitions. This book was published in 1999, and we were looking at comparing the transition from Dutch to British hegemony in the late, my century's mixed up, but anyway, we know and the transition from British to US hegemony in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So it was a kind of longue durée analysis of hegemonic transitions, and one of the findings was the ways in which the hegemonic transition was characterized by intensification of social conflict. And I won't go into, if I go into detail, I'll never get to the new research results. So, but I just thought I should stick this up here just as a way of saying, you know, some of the theoretical foundation to this expectation of the relationship between hegemonic transitions and waves of social conflict or the breakdown of social cohesion and the emergence of intense global social conflict. So what does this mean? Now I'm back to, this is still back on the World Labor Group. So if, you know, the early, the period of crisis and breakdown of UK world hegemony was characterized by an escalation of this is just labor unrest, but elsewhere we talk about social conflict on a world scale, that then the question becomes thinking about the early 21st century, if we're similarly in a period of breakdown or terminal crisis of US world hegemony. That's the arrow on the right side with the question marks. In other words, when we set out to do the new data collection, that one of the expectations was that we were at the start by 2014 actually was when we picked up again, that this wave of the waves of unrest in 2011, 2014, that they weren't just a flash in the pan. It's a foco nella pentola, yeah, okay. But that they were the beginning of something, going to be a sustained period of social unrest, kind of escalating social unrest on a global scale. So, waiting, and then 2011, Time Magazine makes the protester the person of the year. By 2019, on the eve of COVID, what was interesting in 2019, the main thing in the newspapers was about protests in every corner of the globe in 2019. Then kind of COVID, well, it didn't stop it, but it certainly changed what was in the front page of the newspaper. It slowed it down for a little bit, but then it re-kicked off again. And so this is more or less when the 2011 was when it was kind of, okay, now it's time to start. And by 2019, we should have had this published, but some people are slow like me. So eventually somebody, Davey asked me when it was coming out, and I said 5 years ago, cinque anni fa, yeah, but anyway. All right, so what we did was we set out to do a new collection, this time Conceptual Nightmare, but it's all forms of social unrest globally rather than just labor unrest. And we ended up using this time, of course, we could do the digitized historical archives of the newspapers, whereas with the World Labor Group, we were going through the paper newspapers. But the digitized doesn't make it easier. It just creates other kind of problems. It solves one problem, but creates other problems. So we did the New York, this time we used the Guardian and the Observer and the New York Times. The search, you can see the search string there, which we used a search string that attempted to pull articles based on, that would identify articles that were about forms of social protest, so, revolution, demonstrations, protest, revolt, rebel, et cetera. And I was just pointing out that different from the World Labor Group project, this includes all forms of social protest, including fascist, far right. And the search string pulled out 500,000 articles, which we've started going through and coding the articles for information about, where the country, the type of protesters, the demands, all this. And so we did randomized coding, and at this point we have enough, the pictures, this experience actually made me a believer that randomization actually creates something useful to do. And we're now updating through 2022. Okay, so just really quickly, like for the World Labor Group data set, it's just important, like as far as talking about what it's measuring and not measuring. It's not meant to be a census of all events of labor unrest or social protest. It's meant to be more like a thermometer or a barometer, depending on which metaphor you prefer. So a thermometer, it tells us when the peaks are when social protest is getting hot, or if you prefer stormy, the barometer. And the question of, whether this can be a useful weather forecast for social movements in terms of being able to understand the larger historical, global and historical context in which they're operating. So, results. This is the new data set, what came out. And well, the first thing is that you see that the trough in the 1990s and the first decade of the 21st century, that low point, there's 2 decades of low numbers in the reports of social protests globally. So again, the y-axis is the number of reports of social protests in these 2 newspaper sources globally, and the x-axis is from 1850 to 2016. It's a 3-year moving average, which is why it says it's only 2014. But and then we get this big, clear, not the end of history, right? in the 2011, 2016, we're updating it now to through 2022, and it'll some years will be a little bit higher, but the point is, it's not, as I said, it's not the flash in the pan, but it seems to be and this is not horribly controversial. In 2014, it might have been controversial when we first started presenting and should have been publishing, but by now it's not that controversial that people I think are beginning to understand this 2011, 2016 as the beginning of some kind of long cycle of global social protest. So this is, getting to the geopolitical, again, very similar. This is all forms of social protest. There's reasons why it's slightly different than the World Labor Group picture, which was only labor unrest. But nevertheless, this idea of the period of crisis and breakdown, the first half of the 20th century, basically, as being a period of rising and explosive social unrest. And then if the hypothesis proves, the hypothesis about us currently being in a period of breakdown, terminal breakdown of US hegemony, or the global system supported, sponsored, led by the United States, that then, that as we proceed through history and also proceed more with the coding, that we'll find a similar kind of high rising, continually high rising form of protest. So that's the two red arrows there are meant to speak to that. This is, I'm trying to think of how I'm doing on time, just whether I should. Okay. 18, okay. There are a couple things I'm just gonna do quickly, just but they're little side points, so I don't want to get drawn into it too much. But so this is just to point to one of the differences between the World Labor Unrest, the World Labor Group data set, the earlier data set, and this new data set. So in that data set, 1919, 1947, so the strike waves and labor unrest waves after the First World War and the Second World War, those are the peaks. The 30s and 36, it's high, but it's not, you know, clearly 1919, 1947 are the highest. In the new data set, 1936 is the peak. And when I first saw this, you know, when we first did this time series to see what was coming out, at least as far as the global picture was going, I said, oh no, this must be a mistake, you know, because it's so clearly different, you know. And then I went in to look at what was producing 1936, and it turned out, and I was like, on the one hand, I was happy because it meant that the data was probably valid, reliable, but on the other hand, if I was thinking of the current period as analogous to the 30s in some sense, it was disconcerting because what the 36 was basically fascist, anti-fascist clashes leading up to particularly leading up to the Spanish Civil War. And so so on the one hand, I was happy, on the other hand, from a substantive point of view, so I was quite unhappy because then we went and we pulled out from the data set all the social protest events that were either fascist or anti-fascist, far right, these kinds of terms were being used, even, you know, so even if they were like clashes between fascist and anti-fascist forces or far right and left forces or whatever. And this is what comes out. So I'm sorry, I need to redo this. You don't need to worry about all the different colors. Just look at the blue line, which is everything. And so we've got two peaks. One was in the 30s, and one is basically the present. So this is all by way of trying to point to if, you know, in Forces of Labor, in the book Forces of Labor, the chapters 2 and 3, there was the chapter on the automobile industry, and then there was the chapter comparing different industries, you know, from the textile industry, the auto, and then bringing in logistics and education, and, you know, trying to look at the shift over the spatial fix and the product fix aspects of social conflict. But the chapter 4, which was actually where the thing got a little more heavy, right, was the one that tried to then embed all that in the story of the geopolitical dynamics of, you know, so, you know, one was the world economics abstracted from the world political, and then it moved to the kind of embedding that in the world political. So now I've shifted the order in this presentation because I think that, you know, given the period we're in, this fundamental emphasis on the importance of placing the whole questions of social cohesion and conflict and social movements in the geopolitical context is key. So for the next section, I just wanted to move now back to what I was called the hypothesis 1, which is, you know, where capital goes, labor capital conflict follows. This has different aspects to it. One is this spatial fix within industries. So if we hold the industry constant, right, same industry, and we see shifts over time in the main location expansion of production in that industry, that we see also shifts in working class formation, creation of new working classes and new waves of social unrest. And I'll be showing a slide going back to see what's happened with the automobile industry over the last 20 years since the data collection for forces of labor ended. Product fix, which is more like these kind of capital solutions of capital to labor unrest or profitability crisis by shifting capital into new industries. So we'll look a little bit at the product fix and then the strategic power of labor. And I've got a note to myself here about shifting forms of labor unrest, strike to non-strike. So some of this I'll present, and some of it, I'll mention, but I think I'll mention, but I don't think I think I decided not to stick in charts because it would take too much time. So automobile industry. This is here, not because I'm in Italy right now. For some reason, this is here in any case, but this is going back to like this big post-war expansion of mass production automobile production in Italy, leading to the Autunno Caldo, 1969, and then by 1980. But then, Fiat responds with a lot of automation in particular, but also some capital relocation. And by 1980, we're at the 1980 defeat. But still, that global picture, the decline doesn't happen until the 90s. So the 80 defeats in, Thatcher in the UK, Reagan in the US, the defeat at Fiat. And this is, again, part of the not the end of history aspect, because there were, throughout the 1980s, there were big waves in Brazil, South Africa, South Korea, right? In the areas where mass production automobile was expanding. And so, where we ended up in around, to the first decade of the 21st century was with the automobile industry expanding incredibly rapidly in China. And by 2010, we have this, mass wave of strikes in China, in the automobile sector in China. If you take our new global social protest data and just pull out the automobile industry, this is across the top, it's decades, right? So it's like 100 years, 110 years, I guess, 120 years, let's call it. And I've circled in red the last the 2000s, 2010s, because you start to see Mexico, India, and China showing up as key sites of labor unrest, at least as far as reports of, This generally goes with a picture. This is the distribution of labor unrest in our data set, again, by global north and global south. And the y-axis is the percent of the total reports. And the x-axis is the years from 1890 to 2016. And again, you see this increase in our data set in the percentage, the relative weight of the global south in the last several decades. And anyway, this needs some. Anyway, I'm gonna resist all sorts of going off on side directions and keep to the plan here. Okay, so I wanted to show, there were two things that I pulled out because I figured, time was going to not be on my side. So, but one thing I just wanted to mention, because I think it also came up this morning and in Stephanie's session, was the role of logistic workers, like in our data, that logistic workers, meaning ports, railroads, air, travel, whatever, that it is the most important. It's the largest share of total labor unrest in both the World Labor Group data and this data. So this key issue of the power of logistic workers, and also the shift. I mean, I showed the automobile data, but clearly, again, the automobile data, the automobile labor unrest as a percentage, its weight in this overall data set is declining over time, and things that are rising, logistic workers, meaning transport, communication, remains high throughout the entire period, and then something that begins already to show in the second half of the 20th century and the first decades of the 21st century is, like, for example, education workers. So teachers, schools, that the labor, that becomes an increasing. So again, that's the kind of product or services, the shift again to workers and services, platform workers, McDonald's, whatever. I mean, Amazon warehouses, that's logistics, but in any case, all right. Whoops, okay. So that was the point I wanted to make about the shift within. And then this is, again, this is another thing which could be a talk all in itself, but we pulled out the kind of workplace strikes and then other forms of labor unrest. So in other words, not at the point of production. So forms of protest at the point of production and forms of labor protest, but not specifically at the point of production. And you see a kind of thing again where in the late 19th century, the majority are non-strike forms in our data set, but then also by the beginning of the 21st century, first decades of the 21st century, again, this non-strike form. So a lot of what this is the the things that go with the kinds of restructuring of the global economy that go on, whether it kind of goes under the name of neoliberal globalization, it's subcontracting, kind of new forms of subcontracting, the kinds of transformations in the organization of production that were leading people in the 1990s to say, it's the end of labor movements, the end of the importance of workers' movements, that what they were missing is this idea of the shift, and it's not an entire, because there's still quite a bit at the point of production, but that there was also this reemergence, let's say, of forms of struggle in the streets as opposed to in the workplace. So this kind of, it's a bit of not a great dichotomy, this struggles in the streets, struggles at the point of production, but nevertheless, that's what this figure is showing, is this kind of resurgence of the weight of struggles in the street, or non-strike forms of social protest. We can see a lot. Go open the newspaper. Okay. And this is the unemployment. It's just, again, another curious thing. It probably goes a little bit with sometimes I show this with the fascist, anti-fascist figure. This is unemployment-related protests, and it actually kind of at least has some a very clear correlation with the fascist, anti-fascist one for what that's worth. It's a kind of long other conversation. Okay, so now. Okay, wrap this up in 5 minutes. Okay, so where are we headed? this is just back to that same figure that I showed before. So we're somewhere in the hegemonic breakdown. And so this interrelated escalation of social conflicts, interstate and intrastate power struggles. I'm not going to dwell on this. And the other way of thinking about where we're headed is integrating the figure I just showed with some kind of theory of historical capitalism as the world systems beset by a fundamental contradiction between the pursuit of profitability and the maintenance of social legitimacy. So you'll see in here, it's about the breakdown of disintegration of old hegemonic social blocks. So it's about the breakdown of social compacts, right? And the escalation of struggles in relation to the breakdown of social compacts, and then the formation of a new hegemonic blocks or new social compacts that bring the conflict under control. Another way of looking at this, and I'm sorry to be tossing all these tables at you. This actually is published in a piece called, with the cheerful title, Plunges into Utter Destruction and the Limits of Historical Capitalism. Plunges into Utter Destruction refers to something in Polanyi, in Karl Polanyi's Great Transformation, where he says, unless the alternative to a given social setup is a plunge into utter destruction, that no purely selfish ruling class can maintain itself in the lead. So a lot of people who were reading Karl Polanyi's Great Transformation earlier thought that that meant that no purely selfish social class can maintain itself in the lead. But they missed unless the alternative to a given social setup is a plunge into utter destruction. So the argument here is that Polanyi wasn't saying that, was saying that if a purely selfish social class attempts to maintain itself in the lead, that you'll get a plunge into utter destruction. So that's more or less what this table, whatever it is, flowchart. So this is showing the 4 capitalist crises of the long 20th century as Polanyian pendulum swings. So, and it's mapped onto this idea of these crises also being related to either signal crisis or terminal crisis of a world hegemony. And the left column is when the kind of extraction of surplus value, let's go that way, is so high, or the protection, put it differently, the way I've got it in the chart, is the protection of fictitious commodity labor, or also nature, anyway, is so low that you end up with a legitimacy crisis, which is more or less where we were by the early 21st century, right? So that crisis number 4, I've got it in the legitimacy. Crisis number 4, which is 2001, 2008, and then there's a question mark, whatever, to how long it's gonna go. I've got that under legitimacy crisis. If you look at the 1930s, it's also their terminal crisis of British hegemony as a legitimacy crisis. In other words, where the extraction of the protection of fictitious commodity labor was so weak that it produced a crisis of legitimacy for capital. And then all of these, so far, historically, the crisis, well, there's just one example, which is that after the mid-20th century crisis, there's a redistribution toward labor, but that eventually provokes both in the late 19th and early, by the 1970s, a profitability crisis for capital, and the profitability crisis then kind of leads to a redistribution to capital. So there's basically a pendulum swing between redistributions toward labor and redistributions towards capital. as ways of resolving opposite crises. So you resolve one crisis and then you create the opposite crisis, you resolve that crisis, you create the opposite crisis. So that's why what you see there takes the form of a pendulum swing over time. So if we're now in a deep crisis, let me just say that when the first time I did this table was in 2008, yeah. So that's also why it's, and when I did that table, I had a dashed line going back in the direction, in other words, I thought, okay, after the crisis of 2008, that there would be, that the selfish elites would become a little less selfish, and there would be some kind of concerted effort to redistribute back toward labor to provide more protection for the fictitious commodity labor. So I already, I had put a dashed line going back toward the right of the table, right? Saying that that's where, that if this pendulum swing keeps it, that's where it should go. So then eventually I took away the dashed line because I didn't know how long if we would get there, if the world would survive long enough for us to get there, all this. So then we're back, and that's where then the title also became where, the plunge into utter destruction, because if we don't get that shift back, then the plunge into utter destruction, particularly then as you think about how these things are interconnected with the geopolitical dynamic, right? That it doesn't bode well. So in the 20th century, it was only with the rise of massed workers' movements and the force of anti-imperialist revolts, that is, with the threat of revolution from below, that ruling groups and classes awakened to the dangers inherent to the project of global self-regulating market. This sense of danger was kept alive in the 50s and 60s by ongoing anti-imperialist struggles in the Third World and the active Cold War rivalry between East and West. It is in this context that the United States, as the world hegemonic state, used its power to implement policies that helped swing the pendulum back toward the self-protection of society at the local and global levels. But it took a depression, the rise and spread of fascism, and 2 world wars for it to become clear that if capitalism were to survive, a change of course was essential. And then I ask, why, there isn't this, why there hasn't been like a serious change of course. And the question is whether elites we have particularly greedy and venal elites believing that they can insulate themselves from disaster, or alternatively, I don't know if it's alternatively, I think it's probably also in addition, that the one thing that was clear about the post-World War II solution was that it was a partial, meaning the post-World War II developmentalist and labor capital social compacts only protected a small portion of the world's workers, so citizenship, gender, race, also, that it was a small percentage. And then also, even with that, it only lasted a short amount of time before provoking a crisis of profitability for capital. So in other words, that this resolution, the stable, legitimate, socially legitimate resolution is not something that is possible within the context of the constraints of historical capitalism. In other words, within the constraints of a system that prioritizes accumulation of capital and profits over human livelihood and also the protection of humans and nature. So that's where I'm going to end it, with that kind of question, because I think that, well, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
43 minutes.
We have now two discussants, Vincenzo Maccarrone, who is postdoctoral fellow here at SNS, and Dario Di Conzo, who is a PhD here. So, Dario starts? Okay.
Are you able to listen me? Yes. First of all, thank you, Professor Silver, for your very captivating presentation. I would like to start by broadening the image, the picture about hegemonic transition, and then I will conclude with some curiosity about the data collecting and your activity. First of all, you rightly correlated world hegemonic crisis and global social upheaval, and in a framework of the escalation of interstate, intrastate power struggles during also in the 21st century. In your recent work, a chapter you sent us, you frame two main capabilities that a new hegemon has to develop in order to substitute United States. One is the formation of a new power bloc, and also you partially discussed during this presentation, and the other is new power combination between the West and the rest. I would like to ask you something more about capabilities and the tasks of this new possible hegemon, because I think that today we tend also, following the public debate, to frame this transition in a very rough way between US and China is the current topic, and the escalation of interstate power struggles is, of course, evident to all of us. But I would like to ask you more about these specific tasks you pointed out that are questioning of inequalities between countries, and this is partially already embedded in the world system theory, the idea of upward mobility within the system that is, of course, a result not of the willing of United States in this case, but is in some way impossible to challenge as movement. The upward mobility in this case is probably East Asia is the best example. The second one is protesting inequalities within countries. And also I think that in this department we are quite familiar with this argument. The third is the environmental degradation. And we discussed this morning about Jason Moore. And I think in these terms, world ecology helps us to frame the new challenges, to correlate the reproduction of nature and the reproduction of hegemony. And the final one, the final task for this new potential hegemon is try to guarantee the physical safety and dignity, and of course, also COVID-related, this last part. However, I think I cannot see neither China, neither East Asia, or a BRICS bloc power able to satisfy neither of these very challenging tasks. Probably the first one, inequalities between countries, is a structural trend. Protesting inequalities within countries, we can discuss about Chinese model, but probably the most possible to fit is the third one, the environmental degradation and climate change. I am not able to observe a new social proposal, a social pact about this element, and partially, I think, the same argument fitting also with the physical safety and dignity. So I would like to stimulate you about this correlation between the hegemonic transition, but also the practicalities of these 4 tasks you listed. While about strictly your presentation, I would like to ask you two notes. If you can disaggregate the data you presented at regional and country level, and the second one, if you also can list alternative forms of labor unrest beyond strikes, because I'm conducting a research on Chinese labor unrest, and the trend I detected, overall starting from 2017, is an increasing usage of the legal weapon of labor disputes through judicial system as a safer alternative to illegal strikes, because as we know in China, there is no right to strike. And I would like to ask you if you can list other forms of alternative to strike, and if your data are comparable with mine about the rising trend of the labor disputes through judicial system. Again, thank you very much for the very inspiring presentation.
Okay, so thanks a lot from my side as well for the presentation. One of the driving ideas beyond this 2 days conference was actually kind of celebrating also 20 years of publication of Forces of Labor. So it's great to see that actually we're going to get also a new book which kind of starts from Forces of Labor and also expands some of his themes. So just a few questions simulated both from the chapters you sent and then your presentation of today. So the first one, in the presentation you showed that some of the trends which emerged from the database that you use for Forces of Labor are confirmed in the new database. And I was wondering whether beyond that, kind of you and the research group also identified new trends. You mentioned actually one of them, which is the shift from strikes as major forms of labor protest to other forms of protest. I remember a previous presentation you did in Naples where we were discussing the fact that, for instance, in Europe, anti-austerity protests were the kind of dominant labor form of reaction to the 2008 financial crisis rather than strikes. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate on that, whether you kind of identified other trends beyond this one, and whether, on the other end, you think that there are also new capital fixes emerging eventually in response to this new trend. So, or do you think that's still kind of the main fixes that you identified in Forces of Labor, so the technological fix, the spatial fix, the product fix are still kind of the dominant capital response to that. The second question I had was whether in the current structuring condition of capitalism, it is possible to identify a leading sector like the textiles sector in the 19th century or the automobile sector in the 20th century. You briefly cited logistics as like one sector where workers are kind of capable of exercising structural power. So I was wondering whether in the reflections you conducted over the last few years, logistics is, in your opinion, emerging as kind of the leading sector to study labor unrest in the 21st century, or whether actually is it not possible to identify a sector like the automobile sector in the 20th century for the current century. And the final question I have is in terms of, so it's more speculative about kind of the post-COVID developments and what do they mean for global social protest. I was kind of surprised to see that in the database, there is no peak in the early 2000s about the major wave of anti-war protests that at least in Western Europe we observed. I remember I think one of the first demonstrations I attended when I was like 15 years old was this huge demonstration in Rome against the Iraqi war, and I think that was the largest demonstration I ever attended. So on the one hand, I was surprised to see that there is no peak in the database. I was wondering whether this is due to kind of the data coding, or, And in general, though, my reflection before the presentation was that whereas we observed, at least in Western Europe, that major movement in the early 2000s, we see nothing like that in the current conditions. And then on the other hand, though, what we are observing, again, I'm biased by kind of my position in Europe, but we are seeing a resurgence of strikes in some major European countries, the UK and France being the two kind of obvious examples. And I was wondering whether kind of you think, whether you have also kind of saw that, and what are your thoughts about it? And then finally, I very interesting on this final discussion on the table and the fixes and then the crisis that they lead to. I was wondering whether you think that with COVID, we actually observed somehow some attempts at least of like social redistribution. In a sense, I think that that was also a result of the scars from the previous crisis that eventually led to the emergence of contradictions that kind of COVID brought to the fore. But then on the other hand, it seems that this kind of phase of social redistribution that we observe, at least in Europe and in the US, was short-lived in the sense that now, at least in Europe, for instance, it seems that it's back to business as usual. And we might be observing now actually the resurgence of a financial crisis with all the kind of the effects that this will eventually have. And I'll stop there, but thanks again.
Thanks a lot, Vincenzo and Dario. I think what we can do is, Beverly, if you want to respond on this, and then we open the floor for further questions.
Okay,
Is it okay?
can do that, sure.
Meanwhile, and also like if people from home or from remote and they want to like pose questions, please write on the chat. Is like this, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for those questions. They're all great, and I'll try to see what I can do to respond. So let me start by saying, and this in some ways, in part it goes to what I was saying, that I got rid of the dashed line heading back, and in part it goes to how to interpret the chart from Chaos and Governance that shows the hegemonic cycles. So that's a summary descriptive chart of past hegemonic transitions, but it's not saying that we will necessarily get to a new hegemonic social bloc that resolves the problems left behind by the decaying, collapsing old order. So, you know, I mean, it's the interregnum in the Gramscian sense, right? And so, but there's no necessarily solution, right? So we could just be in a long period of some forms of systemic chaos. And so that's like an open as a possible alternative. Hopefully it's not the alternative, that's not the path, but it's certainly open. So again, just to be clear that that it's a analytical, theoretical, but it's the hegemonic transitions chart, but it's fundamentally a description of what was common about the transition from Dutch to British and from British to US hegemony, and that, and it's an open question, really. And so some of the characteristics that we see of rising interstate and intrastate conflict and social conflict, that seems to be coming true, but exactly, or coming to pass, but exactly, you know, whether a new hegemonic, some form of hegemonic social bloc. And again, I think this is getting back to this a little bit the morning too, in the sense that it's also conceivable that some of these social hegemonic blocs are more regional in nature, you know, so this kind of global, that there's not a solution at the global level. If in the piece that one of the chapters or articles that I shared, you know, it says that in order to avoid chaos, a long period of chaos, or worse, that that there are two necessary conditions, and one is that the declining powers of the West, and particularly the United States, adjust to a more equal global distribution of wealth and power. And so unfortunately, certainly the United States, and explicitly continuing under Biden, is this attachment to remaining number one at all costs, rather than adjusting to a more equal distribution of the world. And one of our findings, was that it's the resistance of the declining power is an important element in previous transition, particularly the last transition, and now in this transition, in fostering and deepening the chaos. Then there's the side of the solutions to the problems left behind by mass production, resource intensive, fossil fuel intensive capitalism that requires some reorganization, right? Whether we're going to call it capitalism or post-capitalism, that deals with environmental degradation, questions of livelihood, questions of physical safety, which includes pandemics, but it also includes safety from war and and violence, there's a kind of long and short, and also like the easy answer is, well, we have to wait. We don't know, but I think a hypothesis to monitor, is the one that comes out of Giovanni Arrighi's Adam Smith in Beijing, where he's arguing that that there's this that the East Asian developmental path, over the longue durée, right, and the Western development path over the longue durée were fundamentally different, and that the Western path has been very embedded in military expansionism, whereas we can see it with the Belt and Road too, that historically the East Asian path, the Chinese path, was embedded in this tribute trade system, right? So there was a expanding relationships, but through a kind of merging of diplomacy and trade, which one could interpret again, the kind of role of China, because China's military is not all, U.S. has military bases all over the place, but China doesn't, right? But they actually have economic relations and trade relations all over the place. So on the one hand, there's that. The other, on the, and then in Adam Smith and Beijing, also Arrighi's making this distinction between the industrial revolution path of the West, which is, highly resource intensive, later fossil fuel, including fossil fuel intensive, whereas the industrious, what he calls the industrious revolution path of East Asia, which is very labor intensive and resource conserving. And what's happening now in China is a little bit of a hybrid between the 21st century China is a bit of a hybrid, and you can see both things moving there, right? Because they're, kind of, I can still remember when I went to Hunan, and like there was like in when did it be? It was at least, this is just like a anecdote, but that it was really early on in terms of solar panels, solar panel on every roof, in the entire province. It's a big province. It's like got to be the size of Italy at least. But in any case, so I don't know. Of course, I'm hoping. I think we should all hope that that there's some kind of a solution, a new form of social productive organization, that comes out of, whether it's out of the BRICS or out of China or whatever, because the US path is continuing along that path as a global path is just bringing us deeper and deeper into the plunge into utter destruction. So we need. So then the question, again, is, which is what I was commenting at the end, is this, whether any of this is possible within the context of something that we would call capitalism, in the sense of system where accumulation is the dominant logic or profitability is the dominant logic. And I think this gets to the COVID redistribution question. And what I would say is actually that the presentation might be stuck a little bit in, because when you made that comment, and there was another comment too about the strikes, about the rise of strikes, I think I'm a little stuck a few years back in the way I did the presentation. But I don't know, I don't want to just, I'm not quite sure what the meaning of particular short-term events are. But it was clear that with COVID, that there was a lot of talk about redistribution, but then, and the return of some kind of a social compact like there was in the immediate post-World War II period and all this, but how durable that is, because then we can see, well, you mentioned France, right? So but at the same time, there's, or that all over the place, these kinds of redistributions are expiring, and in fact, in the U.S., this effort to move toward a better lessening within country inequality, of course, has set off, in part, it has set the Federal Reserve down the road of hiking interest rates dramatically because, wages are going up too fast and unemployment is too high. So they're still in this kind of logic. China, again, there are things to see in both directions, but the genie seems to have stopped going up anyway. So in terms of so the non-strike. Well, so on the one hand, yes, I agree that there's been an increase, a clear increase in strikes, workplace-based strikes, and it's been happening in the United States. It's been happening a bit all over. Whether it'll the figure I was showing is the percentage of strike versus non-strike, or workplace versus non-workplace. And so I'm not sure, once we get the data up to the present, whether, it'll nudge the percentage of strike, relative percentage of strike up, or whether the non-strike, because that was a percentage of the total, but the non-strike is also going up. So it's possible they're both going to go up. So as a percent, I don't know is the answer, but yes, I agree that the strikes, the workplace strikes, and that fits in with the kind of the where capital goes, conflict follows part of the argument. I think in terms of the new leading sector, I think logistics, meaning, is there throughout, it just shifts, it used to be shipping and rail, and now it's more, well, never mind. Well, let me not finish that sentence because it doesn't make any sense, but never mind. But anyway, logistics is there throughout in different, but obviously the form, way of containerization, anyway. Goal justification, yeah. Okay, let me see. I think I've almost, did I answer? Oh, education, no, I know. Yeah, so the last thing I was gonna say is one of the things I was trying to get at in terms of new leading sector is the education. There's, right now, all of the janitors and bus drivers are on strike in Los Angeles, that proves everything. That proves my point about education. Sorry, jokes don't travel in English, do they? That was a joke. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there questions, comments? Nicola? Anyone else? Obviously, like, raise your hand.
Oh.
I have a question linked with an issue mentioned during the presentation, but also pointed out by Vincenzo, but this issue also present in the presentation of Stephanie Barrientos today, when you mentioned the fact that you have to consider also not only the strikes at the point of production, but also alternative forms of mobilization. You mentioned, for instance, taking the streets, or Vincenzo put the focus on anti-austerity movements in Europe. And my suggestion is if it's possible to analyze this fact as different workers from different sectors, but also from different geographical experiences. If the target is not only the employer, but state institutions. Stephanie Barrientos in this morning presentation mentioned in South Africa or Bangladesh the pressure on government to raise minimum wage, for instance, but this also is happening also in Europe, in the global north, service sector, but also food delivery in platform sector. They require an intervention by state with not only the target employer, and if we can define this as a general trend also in order to analyze protests at the global level.
There are other comments, questions?
So, actually, I realized I didn't respond to the question about the anti-press, but actually, there's a little blip. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back. And of course, now everything. So there's a tiny upward blip, and I was also at those demonstrations, and they were huge, right? In the U.S. actually, but in any case, the demonstrations on the eve of the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and there's a little bit of a blip, but an upward tick, right? So I think it's there in the reports and such, but it's in a sense, I think it may show, you know, that was the focal no pentola, right? That was the flash in the pan, right? Whereas this is not, right? I mean, the flash in the pan is something's happening. It's not that it's not happening, but it's not the start of some kind of sustained, you know, and again, it had, you know, if you get down into looking at, you know, whether there were people involved in those strikes who then learned something that then they, you know, that it affects what's happening, you know. Now, you know, it could very well be, but and the other thing, you know, of course, is the anti-globalization, you know, Seattle, that it's there again, but so I think what at least the way I'm thinking of it now is it's giving us a sense of, you know, because even in this like troughs, it's not like there's nothing happening. It's like the peaks are when. And we don't have the data broken down this way by country, but I mean, not meaning I don't have a chart to show you broken down by country, but basically when you get these global peaks, it means something's happening everywhere. You know, it's just everywhere. I mean, almost everywhere anyway. So I think that's one of the big differences. So, and that also impacts the possible fixes, because once things are, like when there's protest everywhere, the spatial fix, where are you going to go, right? So that's, that then also is part of that spatial fixed solution, moving capital geographically as a solution to controlling or undermining labor, that at a certain point, it doesn't work as a solution anymore. And I think, that's more or less where we're at. The anti-austerity movements, I'm not quite sure if I understood correctly, but the anti-austerity movements would certainly be in the non-strike forms, all the kind of anti-IMF, anti-austerity, also, the labor unrest aspects of the, street demonstrations in Tunisia, for example, But, and sometimes, and here's the thing is sometimes, of course, they're interconnected because I remember watching there was all the live feeds of the protest in Tahrir Square. And then, and I was going, oh, this is going to end badly, right? And then the Suez Canal workers went out on strike, or actually they just threatened to go out on strike. And then Mubarak, was out. So there's also, I guess this gets to the question of whether these are different workers or this is a big and an important issue because, when in the manifesto, when Marx and Engels give this very optimistic assessment of the prospects of labor internationalism, it's in part because they're thinking, well, I don't know what they were thinking, but in any case, turn myself off there. The underlying logic seems to be that the reserve army, and the active army are coming from the same communities, maybe from the same households, right? Whereas what happens historically in capitalism is that this kind of, I don't say the surplus population, right? And so, which includes, informal workers and precarious workers and whatever, tend to be different, right? Marked differently by citizenship, by gender, by race, right? By physical location, by workplace, to some extent, or are set up in some form of competition. And so the question, becomes really important to understand not just the idea that there seems to be this rise in non-strike forms of protest, but whether itself it's a sign that there's some kind of coming together between let me put it this way. Those who have significant disruptive power at the point of production use it at the workplace, right? Those who don't, if they think they can win, if the situation or if the injustice is just so extreme, they protest in the streets, right? Other forms. The question is how these two forms of workers' protest come together. In other words, whether those with strategic bargaining power use it in a broad project, in a broad hegemonic project, from below, like a popular, I don't want to use the word popular, but anyway, right? Let's call it a hegemonic project from below, or whether it's used more just in narrow kind of special, this kind of accusation of privilege of workers with power using it just in a narrow sense. So there's lots of, I think, so I think it's an important question. I think it's something to monitor. So a lot of these things are things to monitor, and I guess I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Given that there are 3 minutes, I place myself as well. Here, this new data set on social unrest that you have produced seems great, and I see like the utility to use such kind of data set in terms of aggregating the data across a long time period. Obviously, in this long time period analysis, you lose the agency of the actors when you read structural change and the form of action through like 2 centuries, more or less. So I'm thinking like whether you are you have done or you are planning to disaggregate this data, something that Dario was also pointing that because I think that this data can possibly also speak about the agency of actors and of different areas, and trying to look similarities and dissimilarities in trajectories of different actors if you have the opportunity to disaggregate between different actors, between different countries or regions, and so on, because that I think would further like enrich, like what we can gain out of this data set that you have built.
So yeah, so thank you for that. Well, first, the way we've been collecting the data is disaggregated by country, by actors, who the actors are, by the type of unrest, obviously, by the demands, by industry, if it's industry specific, by city, a subnational, if it's indicated. And there's a lot of things that are partly we're doing, but partly, this can be a source to work on lots of different angles of vision. So one thing we have had ready for a little while and needs to go out, we did a set of country studies where we pulled out the data for, let's go around the world, United States, Italy, South Africa, China, South Korea, India, Chile. I'm missing a few countries and so we've done each one. There's an article that comes out of each of these countries, and the country studies, originally they were just set out as reliability studies, because of course if the peaks and troughs and the general picture doesn't make sense at the country level from what people know about the history of that country, then it's going to be hard to convince anybody that the global data is reliable in any way, And so this was originally set out to mainly be reliability studies for the data, but then in the end, some really interesting things began to emerge. I'm not sure that again, it sort of depends what one means by agency, but you get down to seeing the ways, for example, in which the rise and decline of the Cold War was critical in the pattern, that you see for South Korea, for Italy, in particular, for several countries that, or where. Anyway, I won't go too much into it, but so there's some very and it's an agency. Again, it gets down to where one can see how these patterns aren't meant to imply that there are human beings acting. There are human beings who are without agency, right? It's just that they're, again, it's back to one of the original slides where it's about the barometer, the weather forecast for the movements, the structural conditions under which they're acting. And so you can see that the structural conditions of acting in the context of a Cold War rivalry versus in the context of a unipolar world versus in the context of whatever we're now in, they're very different and matter a lot for strategy of various movement actors, whether labor or other movements. So I hope that at least, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think we close here perfectly in time. And we reconvene at 4. But first of all, thanks Beverly Silver for this keynote. Back at 4, no? Mario? Yes.
Good evening, dear colleagues. Let us. Well,
Yes, yes.
Before we move on, let me also take some minutes of your time to say that it is hard to imagine a better place to host a conference on global production and global protest than Florence. It can be called the cradle of global capitalism. At the same time, it is the city in which one of the first proletarian uprisings in the history of capitalism took place, the uprising, in 1345 and 1378. As in all such cases, this uprising aroused hatred from the highest social strata. And Machiavelli, in the history of Florence, speaks of it rather hostilely. The Florentine Trade Republic played a significant role in the rise of capitalism, and Italian political economy contributed greatly to the understanding of capitalism. Florence is a still convenient observation post for world capitalism. When we talk about world capitalism, we talk about global production. When we talk about global production, we would not forget that this is not some kind of abstract production, devoid of social quality. This is a specific historical type of production, namely capitalist, that is alienated, generating inequality and exploitative. It is these qualities of capitalism that form the basis of the global protest of the working classes in all corners of the planet. And of course, it is necessary to understand the structure of the global system of capitalist production. That is the forms of patterns of connections between the elements of the system, including relations between the capital and labor, both at macro and micro levels. An important contribution to understanding the global system of capitalist production has been made by world system analysis. In order to comprehend the dynamic structure and functioning of capitalism as an organic whole totality, the creators of the world system analysis developed a number of concepts, such as world economy, core peripheral division of labor, modes of labor control, the structure of households, especially emphasizing the role of semi-proletarian households, and of course, commodity chains. The concept of commodity chains was considered by its founders, Terence Hopkins and Emanuel Wallerstein, as the most important for understanding the process of capitalist production, capital accumulation, mechanisms, and process of unequal exchange. The chain metaphor, in this case, was a way to represent a spatial links between enterprises of production processes representing the various stages of the production of finished products. That is, spatial organization of production. For the first time formulating the concept of commodity chains, Hopkins and Wallerstein sought to overcome the understanding of the development of the economy and society as a process of expanding economic circles that later became conventional for the concept of globalization. From the latter's point of view, this process is carried out in two leaps. The first of which involved the transition from a locally limited economy to a national economy, and the second, from national economies to a global economy. However, their approach to the problem of the spatial scale of historical capitalism was complete opposite of conventional understanding and was based on completely different premises. From the point of view of the world system analysis, the transition to capitalism presupposed, first of all, logically and historically, the creation of world economy. In other words, it presupposed the emergence of large-scale social division of labor that emerge from transformation of long-distance trade from trade in luxury goods in necessities of bulk goods. This trade made it possible to link widely dispersed processes together in long commodity chains. Commodity chains were formed from certain interconnected production processes, the interconnectedness of which allowed the accumulation of significant amounts of surplus value and ensured its relative concentration in the hands of few. In terms of the structure of capitalist world economy, chains were presented as a warp and woof of its system of social production. The original purpose of introducing the concept commodity chains was to show that the most of production within capitalist world economy is the result of long chain that actually crossed state borders. And this has been the case throughout history of the capitalist world economy since long 16th century to present day. This runs counter to the idea that most such networks are entirely contained within national borders. Such commodity chains already existed in the 16th century and predate everything that could meaningfully be called national economy. These chains, in turn, could only be secured by the construction of interstate system, guided with the boundaries of the real social division of labor of the capitalist world economy. As the capitalist world economy expanded from its original European base to encompass the entire globe, so did the boundaries of the interstate system. Thus, the concept of commodity chains assumed that they had been worldwide in scope and transnational in nature since the rise of capitalist world economy. Actually, the combination of labor and production processes of various types in various regions of the world into single complexes of connections subjugated to the logic of capital accumulation gave rise to capitalism. Stark contrast to the concept of globalization, world system analysis argues that transnational, geographically vast commodity chains are not new phenomenon that comes in existence in 1970s. They have been integral part of the functioning of the capitalism since its start in the long 16th century. United enterprises within transnationally governed commodity chains in unequal relations across the world. So, the concept made it possible to reveal the development of global division of labor in the process of evolution of the world economy, and its functioning as a mechanism for accumulation of capital on global scale. From the beginning, it was assumed that the conceptual map of commodity chains that permit the world economy should reflect the reproduction of the labor force involved in production activities within commodity chains. And since there were many forms of labor exploitation or modes of the labor control, the concept involved an analysis of the chain and its various links in terms of diversity of forms of relation between capital and labor, the interweaving of wage and non-wage labor, the exploitation of semi-proletarian households, identifying the role of racism and sexism in construction of commodity chains. In addition, the concept of commodity chains makes it possible to better understand the operation of the mechanism of unequal exchange as an equal distribution of surplus value between various types of activities included in single all-encompassing division of labor. That is, distribution of the total surplus value created in the world system web of chains between its various segments that forms the core and the periphery of the world economy. Finally, concept of commodity chains suggests that the action of chains shapes and is affected by cyclical dynamics of capitalism. Under the influence of cyclical ups and downs, chains can change their spatial, economic, social, and technological configuration. Such was the relevance of the world system concept of commodity chains that it was incorporated by approaches whose goal was not so much to critically understand capitalism with a view to transforming it, but to create a more competitive, profitable capitalist production. A global commodity chain approach developed by Gary Jaffe and his colleagues, as well as more recent researchers on global value chains. Also, all three approaches appeared one after the other and one on the basis of other. They can hardly be considered as three successive stages in the development of the concept of production chains. Rather, we are dealing with three different research programs. Of these, the last two, widely accepted by international organizations and development agencies, are characterized by a pronounced focus on business need and kind of non-historicity. They proceed from the fact that global chains, whether commodity or value or supply chains, are an organizational form associated with globalization as a qualitatively new and relatively recent process. Compared to the broad theoretical perspective of world system analysis, they appear to be narrowly empiricist and technical rather than social historical approach to commodity chains. Their primary focus is on the chain governance structure of leading firms and how these firms, the chain drivers, can manipulate relationships with the chains to increase their competitiveness. Thus, the original critical content of the concept was discarded in the interest of international agencies and for the sake of adapting to the interests of business. The concept of world system analysis is now the broadest theoretical and historical approach to commodity chains, emphasizing that the labor force is an important factor and agent of the formation and reformation of both particular commodity chains and the entire global production network. The existence of transnational commodity chains means that class relations cannot be understood as existing only within the framework of nation states. On the contrary, they must be regarded as world-class relations. The development and growth of world commodity chains is in close relations to the growth of global working class, which more than tripled in size between 1970s and the 2000s. This expansion also stimulates the waves of depeasantization across the global south. In general, when we study relations within commodity chains, it is useful to remember the remark of Immanuel Wallerstein. Studying commodity chains is for the political economist something like looking through Hubble telescope for the cosmologist. We are measuring indirectly and imperfectly a total phenomenon that we cannot see directly no matter what we do. It requires imagination and audacity along with patience. The only thing we have to fear is to looking too narrowly. Well, ask pardon me for introduction. Now we can have I give the floor to Normale Superiore.
Thank you very much, Andrei. When your reflection, going back to Wallerstein and the commodity chain concept, make me think about something else I didn't want to talk about, but the importance of conceptualizing commodity chains. I realized it when, about 20 years ago, when I was studying the automotive sector and the problems of relocations, how workers were dealing with the relocation from Western to Eastern Europe. And first I studied the big car makers, basically the assembly lines, and then I started looking at the suppliers, the first tier, second tier, and so on. And that is where I realized something that I didn't particularly know, or I hadn't ever realized, that the parts of a car travel much better in the car as a whole, which is a bit of a paradox, no? Because the car is a vehicle, is made to travel, but actually the parts move much faster and much more quickly. And that was the reason why in the tier, first, second, third tier supplier factories, workers had much less power because the commodity was moving much faster than the commodity that was produced by the final car makers. So both what is a commodity and how it moves and how it is mobile, how the production is mobile was a central key factor to study that problem. I'll get back to that at the very end. Now, today has been very interesting. I mean, this first day of tomorrow morning, we have the presentation from our young scholars in a workshop setting, and then tomorrow afternoon we go to Asia. Well, we don't go to Asia physically, but we go to Asia discussion as a central place. So this first day has been very good because we had seen with Stephanie and Beverly two different ways to look at the problems of global production and global labor, and I found them both extremely useful. That is, both the economic and long-term and long-wave approach from Beverly and the more bottom-up multi-actor attention from Stephanie. Really, both extremely important. Now, what can we study? How can we, try to put together all these topics, which are clearly a bit different in terms of concepts? One way to put it together, and this is something that Vincenzo Maccarrone is now working on, and certainly in a couple of years we'll be able to push our understanding a bit beyond the current state of affairs, is how regulations match the product markets. That is, this is something that labor movement has known from nearly day one. That you can be very strong in your little place, but if your strengths and your regulation don't match the product market, well, capital moves the production somewhere else, and that's it. This is why in the United States they had to start thinking at the federal level rather than just at the little state level. And the same problem is now presented basically everywhere on the globe. This is why for some time there is a discussion about global labor governance. So try to find a way to conceptualize the regulations of labor at the level of the global economy. We can't really use the same terms that we have generally used when talking about regulation at national level, because clearly things are a bit different. There is no global collective bargaining. There is, some people say there is a little bit of global labor law, but it's really very little. It's not comparable to the labor law we have known for 100, 150 years, especially in Europe, but also in other places. So we use the term governance, global labor governance. And already a decade back, I tried to dismantle a little this concept and see, well, can we use it, but let's be careful, because all three terms in this global labor governance definition are very problematic and a bit ambiguous. The first one is global. It assumes that there is already globalization, and that globalization is there as a fact of nature that cannot be changed. Actually, we know that the disruptions in the global economy exist, and not everything is natural. It's not self-evident that governments or regional organizations can do nothing about trade with other places. I mean, the fact that in comparison to a year ago, we don't buy gas, or nearly basically don't buy gas from Russia. I mean, means that, you know, the way we are thinking about the nature of the division of production, I mean, and trade in the world is actually politically constructed. So already global is a bit complicated. Labor is also complicated. Which labor are we talking about? And are we talking about the formal labor or informal labor? Are we talking about labor which is illegal or labor that is illegal? And by the way, global labor governance, we have labor, in English you can put a noun before another noun, it becomes a specifier, okay? But that specifier can have a subjective or an objective sense. So are we talking about labor governance in the sense of governance of labor or also of governance by labor? There is this little ambiguity. So is labor only an object of what can be regulated, or is it the subject and somehow the driving force in this process? So both conceptually and empirically, what we mean by labor is very problematic at a global level. But to give you a very clear example, child labor. Child labor, we have a global child labor governance. What is it? One can say child labor is a global, an absolute concept. Actually not. According to the ILO, child labor is banned. It's one of the fundamental principle of work that all countries have to follow, whether they ratified the conventions or not. However, child labor is defined differently country by country. The ILO defines child labor differently country by country. So 10-year-old, 12-year-old, 14-year-old, 16-year-old, depending on the development of the country. So already child labor is something we can discuss about. We can, the boundary changes. And then what do we do with the hundreds of millions of child laborers that actually exist? In Africa in particular, people are studying child labor movements in West Africa, in particular, in some very good research work. And here we have an aspect of a movement that uses a kind of subjectivity of something that in theory should not exist. Okay. So in terms of global labor governance, we are talking about something that should be forbidden. But so one of the actors for the rights of child laborers are child laborers who obviously want to work. And that obviously becomes a big ethical, political, but also conceptual problem. And finally, governance, of course, that has been already discussed many times. Why do we say governance instead of government? We have here a PhD in transnational governance, so I don't have to repeat everything that we study. We study in general, and all the time we discuss, is this the right word? People like it, dislike it, and so on. Certainly, we have here a problem that governments are not enough in the whole story. I mean, Stephanie did mention laws sometimes, but clearly they were not, the only, you cannot only rely on government. So we have to talk about something else. But by talking about governance in the same way as we talk about globalization, we also risk taking for granted that governments are the past and no longer have functions anymore. So the best research on this topic is the one that, following things that have been said now by all those who spoke before me, we need to bring power into the picture. But bringing power into the picture is also problematic because power is itself a very complicated concept. How do we observe power? Power doesn't, we don't meet power in the street. And most of the times we talk about power, we mention power ex post. We saw who won. I say, well, they won because I had power. Yeah, thank you very much. Can you tell me that in advance? So I can make some prediction about who is going to win. I know that whether a fight is worth fighting or it's better not worth fighting because there is no chance of winning it. But power you can only observe it when it is exerted, when it starts having an effect. Power is defined by forcing the capacity to force somebody to act in a certain way, even if they don't like it. But before you actually make somebody else act in that way, you can't really be sure that there is power. This is why much research doesn't analyze power in itself, but it studies power resources. Power resources are something different. Power resources, you can operationalize them, and you can study them empirically. Then obviously there is another little problem, that is you can study which actors have power resources, but also there is that little process, the little black box, when the power resource is mobilized. And not every time those who have power resources actually mobilize them. But these are also black box that can be studied. So more and more research is being done on that, including on value chains, by people like Jörg Flecker now in Vienna and other places. So distinguish between the structural power, which I think was quite interestingly quite interesting to be discussed this morning in the presentation by Stephanie, the associational power and the mobilization power, of which Beverly has spoken. The institutional power, which is still a matter because we mentioned some regulation, which somehow can be used also to improve things. And more, although our field in labor studies is traditionally a hard field where we talk about employment, unemployment, economy, and material stuff. We are materialist as let's say, as a vocation, intellectual vocation. But more and more, there is also discussion about discursive power, coalitional power, communication power, and things like this. And in this kind of struggles, this is particularly visible. Many of the fights that have been fought, and sometimes they have been even won, on issues like decent work, have had a huge aspect in the discursive arena. That is, somehow some ethical discourse was mobilized in a way that has had some echo and has resonated with a variety of factors. So that is a bit more difficult to operationalize. But try to understand who can define the discourse about decent work, for instance, is very, very important. Now, to conclude, let's say, this is even more problematic now if I go back to this, thinking about this problem. Because one thing maybe we haven't discussed today, although we discussed it a lot of time in other places, so it's not our personal fault, it's just that today we haven't got there, and I think it's very important to get there as well, is that when we talk about this global pressure, competition, and the links between production and regulations, in comparison to 10 years ago, but especially in comparison to 20 years ago, more and more clearly we are talking about two things. We are not only talking about social dumping and wage dumping, but we are talking also about environmental dumping. That is, much of the production moves around to save on labor, but nearly as much it moves around in order to save on the environmental standards. And that makes things even more complicated in this definition of power resources, because as we know, already there was a risk of employment relations becoming a game of exchanges with externality for other places. That is the so-called defensive crisis corporatism, to defend somehow production in a certain place at the cost of other locations. But now this is not only a problem of externality in geographic sense, it's also a problem of externality in the environmental sense. I'll give you an example. This example, a company that I was lucky to study, which is Volkswagen. I mean, Volkswagen, in comparison to the other automotive makers, still generally better. I even own a Volkswagen, because the treatment of workers in general is much better than other companies. However, that system is very problematic. I mean, Volkswagen is a company where workers have nearly a veto power, basically, on global operations. Volkswagen can only invest abroad and open a factory abroad if it has the consent of the Works Council in Germany. So it never happened that Volkswagen used the investment abroad in order to reduce the rights of workers in Germany. That they cannot do it. So that is already a big difference from other companies. However, does that mean that everything that Volkswagen does is fine and everything that is co-determined by trade unions, by the Works Council rather than trade unions, and Volkswagen is right? Well, Volkswagen was basically one of the first companies to institute a global labor council. And the Works Council in Germany puts as a condition that when Volkswagen invests abroad, it creates trade unions and Works Councils. So, for instance, in Poland, places where trade unions tend to be terribly weak, the only company where they have 90% of unionization is Volkswagen because they built the factory and they told workers to join the union. That doesn't happen anywhere else. That's fine. But does it happen everywhere? No. There's a huge exception, which is China. So they have a global Works Council, they have a global labor chart, but in one example, which actually is a crucial competitive factor with China, they made an exception because that was not possible in China. And on the environment, well, I don't have to mention what agreements, what that kind of corporate governance has made on the environment on Dieselgate. And I think the two things, the two facts that there is a risk if the networks and the understanding of issues is deep enough that where workers have power, they don't use it to extend and expand the possibility to control processes at the global level, but they try to defend whatever they have in the short term is huge. And this is why research on this is particularly interesting. And to conclude, commodities, why is commodity chain interesting so much? Because how do we find commodity about what has value for capitalism? What has value for capitalism is not what has value for human beings necessarily. And think about the huge global value chain of refuse treatment. That is something capitalism manages to make money off out of something that has no value in itself, is rubbish, okay? And the way the recycling economy and so on dumps more and more of the worst of the refuse collection onto poor countries has a strong parallel with the problems of global labor social dumping. So all this, in a way, is very important. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you, everyone. This has been a very interesting discussion, and we have our three boxes, capitalism, states and politics, and society, where we have both workers, but civil society groups, social movements there, and this interaction between these three boxes are very both in the long term, looking at the cycles of accumulation and the cycles of world hegemony, and in the short terms, looking at mobilization, conflicts, and activism are very important things. I will focus on 2 points related to the argument about Stephanie's presentation, which have to do on the forms in which within capitalism global value chains have evolved, and there are a number of problems in understanding the relationship between the subset of economic relationship related to global value chains vis-a-vis the broader global economic relationships. We already mentioned that these are dominated by a few multinational corporations which control in oligopolistic ways the market and in monopolistic way the supplier networks. But a key question is, in the process of expansion and greater regionalization of the world economy that we are experiencing, how these
relative position of these oligopolistic players changes. For instance, with the rise of, it was very interesting to the story of Africans eating the apples much more than before, produced in South Africa, but very little changing in the power relations, if I understood well. But what are we experiencing with the rise of China and East Asia in a number of key industries? And is, for instance, the development in the post-war for these rapid growth periods when Western Europe developed fast, the core source of demand had to do with the expansion of public expenditure, welfare states, and of domestic consumption. And in this way, there was a shortcut between, short circuit between domestic production for domestic markets, for consumer goods in particular. So, and this was a completely different model as opposed to the global value chain or to the commodity chain, where clearly, as Guglielmo pointed out, there was an overlapping between the state power, the regulation about labor, the regulation about markets. So the question is, with the greater expansion of new markets in China, East Asia, and so on, both location of production, but also location of consumption, is the power of global value chains going to be weakened or replaced by a different type of arrangement? This has a production side, prices, control, players, and so on, but also a regulation side. Because you mentioned, was very interesting, the point of where is power in your discussion. And I think behind where is power, there's also another question, that is, where is knowledge? Because before exercising power or organizing production, you have to have access to knowledge. And the strength of global value chain oligopoly structure is exactly the monopoly power about knowledge about technologies, investment, organization of production, business controls, finance, and so on. So in the time of the spreading of Fordist production across Western Europe, for instance, the set of knowledge and technologies were fairly codified and standard and easily accessible by newcomers, Italy or Spain being latecomers countries into the model of Fordist production, with little barriers to entry in that. Now, developing countries and the South are facing huge barriers on technology with the TRIPS and patent protections, constraints about market access, constraints about power relations in oligopolistic market, and so on. So, in how this element of knowledge shapes, to some extent, the hierarchies that can emerge, and knowledge is a condition for exercising power in state settings. If the state knows what is good and what is bad, if the state knows how to enforce the prevention of child labor or the minimum wage, then the state can set a policy framework whereby these policy goals are achieved. But in many cases, governments in most developing countries do not know very much about the technologies, the production system that takes place within these networks. And so the privatization of information becomes an element of the privatization of rule setting, and therefore we have the story that you told about the settings of private standards in some ways. Again, the question is there a way back for politics and therefore government action in recovering control on some of these issues, namely labor law or labor or minimum wages and so on, or labor rights and trade union rights in this context. So in a way, do we have any indication that there may be a pendulum swing towards a return of greater space for political power and therefore government action in these fields, or the process towards privatization of governance and the development of new governance arrangements in many fields, specific in the different cases? We discussed the case of drugs and vaccines a couple of weeks ago here, talking about the lessons from the pandemic and the power of big pharma on controlling and leaving out the process of democratic decision-making on this issue. So I think an important element in connecting political power and the dynamics of capitalism has to do with these elements. Coming back to the other relationship, society, conflicts, and capitalism, the perspective presented by Beverly Silver is very powerful in understanding how these two elements interact in the evolution of capitalism in the context of an hegemonic crisis that we are experiencing here, with a set of a number of crises, from the financial crisis to the pandemic crisis to the current inflation crisis and new recessions that await us. So the challenge is, however, in this perspective, to understand a little bit the nature of the conflicts that are emerging. And here we have clearly in your database, a lot can be done in this direction, in my view, because we can have not just the labor conflicts on the one hand and social conflict on the other, but social conflict can be articulated on different dimensions, conflicts about reproduction, condition of reproductions of labor and society, including clearly women's issues and so on. Environmental conflicts, as Guglielmo said, is a clear, crucial dimension in this, in the limits of the reproduction of the system. But then we also have a set of new type of conflicts in this confused age of transition: nationalism and fascism, the return of religious fundamentalism as a new factor. And so in a way, we have to probably to understand, in your perspective, what are the conflicts which are somehow coherent with the logic of development of the state systems and capitalism, and the conflicts which are in some other ways orthogonal to this logic, side stories, or a return to pre-capitalist or non-economic dimension. And here, therefore, we have to understand what are the subjects, clearly, who are key players in this context. On this issue, I think there can be a lot to be learned from the social movement literature. Here we have the work by Donatella Della Porta, who is not here today, but a lot of her colleagues are present, because the way in which the social and political dynamics of mobilization emerge have some degree of autonomy vis-à-vis the system as a whole, and therefore understanding the opportunity structure, the conditions in which the social basis and the political condition of conflicts becomes a very important element. Another very important element is the distinction between mobilization which are local or national and those who challenge the system on its transnational basis. And here we have been discussing labor conflict, which can have an international dimension in this context. So if we are able to bring together these qualitative differences within conflicts, we can probably integrate different research agendas, but also develop new insights on how the quality of specific dynamics of conflict, anti-systemic or not, becomes relevant. What I expect is that to find in a period of transition and systemic chaos, a fragmentation of conflicts, because you have so many different fronts, and the social dislocation that are produced by the crises themselves open possibilities and opportunities for all sorts of conflicts which are completely can be contradictory with one another. And clear in this context, the return of fascism and the need for a new anti-fascist actions is a sign of the time, just like in the 20s and 30s, is a sign of the crisis of capitalism, and is a sign also of the chaotic and confusion that takes place in many societies. There is however, one important difference today compared to the 20s, 30s, or also the post-war period, which is the absence of political parties as a key, as a dominant player in the connection between society and politics, in the connection between conflicts and the transformation of these conflicts into an agenda for political change. Because most of the conflicts until the 80s were very largely organized directly or indirectly or related to the intermediary and the mediating power that political parties had, both as organizers of civil society and electors, but also as player of different policy agendas. Okay, the creation of the welfare state was a typical case where you had massive mobilization of great historical origin, and then left parties winning elections, and then a different agenda of policies being introduced. So there was a very strong coherence between the different levels, changing, taking some parts of the activities away from capitalism and bringing them into public universal services. After the 80s, with neoliberalism, we had pensée unique on the intellectual side, but also one policy only, privatization, liberalization, and even progressive parties in most cases have been unable to change the policy agenda in the way power has been exercised. But also we had the dissolution of political parties as key actors of waves of different political instabilities, new leaders coming and going, and so on. So we have some scholars of comparative politics here, and this is an important question: how the sunset about the power of the central power of parties affects both the possibilities of recovery of political agendas at the state level and the interaction between them. Moreover, we had not only the sunset of political parties in general, but we have in particular the sunset of socialism as an horizon of change, which was a very important force in shaping the trajectory of reform of capitalism from the 19th century to the end of the 20th century. So the parties and the prospect of social change were able to integrate a great variety of fragmented struggle into a single project of transformation and reform. With different degrees of radicality of these reforms. And now we are faced with a situation where fragmentation explodes and the abilities of political and social integration seems to be very weak. So these, of course, there are no answers, but these could be interesting research questions to be followed up on the basis of our rich conceptual and empirical work that we have discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Barrientos, Professor Stephanie Barrientos of Manchester.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Some very interesting points. I think without getting into big debates about the history of capitalism, I do think in the 1980s there were some qualitative shifts which are associated with, inverted commas, globalization. We've always had a global economy. I mean, just slavery. What was the British Empire based on? It was based on slavery. 3.5 million slaves transferred from Africa to the Caribbean. That was the basis of the growth of the empire in the first place. So yeah, we've long had globalization, but I do think the form that it takes has evolved. I don't think trade per se is quite, and mercantile trade was an early form of capitalism, but the big shift as well, I think, was in terms of the exploitation of labor as an inverted commas free commodity, where and what Marx said, where you would buy and sell labor power, and that wasn't a dominant form of early mercantile capitalism, which was much more based on coercion, monopoly control, and, as I say, slavery. So I do think there are some qualitative changes. I think in the post-Second World War period, you had much more, particularly under the Bretton Woods system, you had the dominance of the USA, but what you also had, and under Keynesianism, was a kind of form, particularly in Europe, a form of welfare state and state control. But I would say, and I think that comes back to some of the comments, this was very much a European and to some extent North American agenda. This was not, I don't see that when I work in Africa or Asia at all. You know, India, for example, 90% of the labor force in India, 80 to 90% is informal. So when we have debates in the ILO about the need to regulate labor, and I almost like to recreate the European model, I'm thinking, got a long way to go in India or Africa. And I do think, I mean, this isn't the focus of my work. I think Beverly's work's much more focused on this, is how these different kind of world, the hegemonic shifts that take place. But I think it's always very important to someone who works a lot in developing countries and low-income countries, don't take the European and North American model as given. They relate ultimately, or have related or affected probably 20% of the global population. 80% of the global population live in countries do not have not experienced those types of models. Possibly elements of them, but not in exactly the same. So I think it's very important not to have well, I would call it a Eurocentric perspective, but to keep that broader. So I think there is some qualitative shifts, particularly in the 1980s, and there's no doubt about it. It was just information technology, computerization, all of that. The fact that you could track a good, I mean, I still can't quite believe it, that if I buy a pack of beans or an apple, it's got a tiny little code on I can barely see, that can be tracked back to not only the farm, but also the plot on the farm and the workers who produced it, named. And someone tells me there's no data available on gender work and gender data available in global production. Of course there is. The issue is who controls that data. That's where we've got, do you think Walmart doesn't know? I think we need to kind of think here a bit differently. And whilst this has been a big challenge for Labour, at the same time, it's opened up opportunity. And this is where engagement with the NGOs, the workers themselves know. I discovered supply chain, the existence of supply chains through interviewing workers in Chile. And there was some word called Tesco's. My Spanish isn't great, it's learnt, and there was some word called Tesco in Spanish I clearly didn't know. The third time it got mentioned, I asked for a translation of Tesco, and they all fell about and said, this was in the 1990s, it's the UK supermarket. Like I was a bit dotty that I didn't realise. They knew they were producing for Tesco because they were packing, in that case it was grapes, with Tesco written across it with the price on, and that still goes on. So it's kind of understanding the qualitative changes and then finding the opportunities for global labour protest or for protest. So coming on to some of the, I think, Guillermo, I think you're really right to question this concept of power. And it's something that I really battle with. I mean, I get away with it by saying, oh, well, of course, my work's not really conceptual. I'm much more focused on empirical. But actually, it's something I battle with a lot because I do realise that if you don't understand how these power dynamics work out, you're not going to understand what those opportunities are or how you can affect some kind of transformational change. In terms of you said, is it power, and looking at the concept of governance, you said, is it governance of or governance by? I can tell you, if you're looking at it from the value chain perspective, and I really accept that value chain perspective is only part of how the global economy works, but it's the bit that I've focused in on, and others hopefully will look at the other dimensions. Yeah, no, this is definitely, multinationals are trying to govern what goes on at all levels inside. So the issue then is how to kind of change that and how to leave a change. There was one issue, so I won't go into it. Just one thing I would say about capital accumulation and capital being footloose. This is absolutely true for manufacture. But it's not so true for extractive industries and for agricultural commodities. Can't extract oil from countries that don't produce oil. And OPEC is a very clear early example of where countries outside the original core were able to push against countries. The interesting thing for me now is watching what's going on in cocoa, because Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire are having a big battle with the big chocolate manufacturers, but they can do that because they control 70% of the cocoa. And I'm watching it very closely as a chocoholic because I want to be sure I can still get my fix. So I think it's always important. So I do think, and I think context matters as well, and I think that's something, the societal context in which these changes play out varies. So I do think it's difficult to just generalize. We always have a bit like not being too Eurocentric. Just because we see something evolve in one context in a particular way doesn't automatically mean it'll translate the same way in another. That's a very important point. But I do think there was one interesting thing that I didn't get time, I skimmed over it, but is this issue of the regionalization, and I think Beverly can talk much more about the kind of paradigm shifts that we're seeing in the hegemonic. But one of the interesting things, particularly from the global value chain, and I just take that, I mean, I know there are a lot of criticisms of using that, and I know I fully accept them, but I find it a useful tool. We can discuss methodologically tomorrow around methodology, but it is a tool, and I found it useful. But the one interesting thing is that the suppliers into the multinationals who 10 or 15 years ago, if they were supplying the big European and North American supermarkets, they had no choice. There was no one else to sell to. Or you went to the local domestic markets. It was much more of a kind of market frenzy. Now, those same suppliers can also supply supermarkets in Africa or Asia or Latin America. And so when one UK supermarket comes along and says you're going to have to do X or Y, they say, let me think about that one. So that there has been, the diversification has led to some shifts. Whether that's led to any improvement for workers, I would seriously question. So, and that's been part of our research. So I think there are some interesting shifts going on. I do think, and I won't go into it because it's not my area of expertise, but I do find from a kind of, from a value chain perspective, it interesting, I think I mentioned it at lunch, that you know, all this outsourcing that went on to China, and this kind of comes back to this issue about knowledge, which I very much agree, power is also tied up with knowledge. But of course, what you do when you outsource production to a country like China is you also hand, because of the way the value chains are coordinated, and Apple's a very good example of this. It's an excellent article, long read in the Financial Times about this. You also outsource the knowledge. And Apple in particular has done that. So that the large suppliers in China are almost integrated into Apple as the company, but they now have access to the knowledge. Now, I know there are a lot of patent laws and TRIPS laws. I think Apple's tied up with more court cases probably than any other large, well, certainly they're heavily tied up, but they're definitely tied up with some very big court cases over patent law. But what you've actually done de facto is outsource knowledge. And then surprise, surprise, China starts to compete with the USA as a kind of powerhouse of industrial capitalism, if you like, or of capitalism, or a version of it anyway. So I think that's also a kind of an interesting dimension, and also interestingly for me, and again, it's not what I focus on. My bigger focus has been largely on Africa and countries like Bangladesh and India. But what's also interesting, and that goes back to this economic and social upgrading, you know, China's been under a pressure, certainly, and talking about leveraging and finding leverage, important pressure, for example, over the Uyghurs, and that's put a lot of pressure onto some of the big brands not to source from China. But there's been another dimension to the China process of upgrading, which is the change in the labor law in China, and particularly improvements in wages, etc. So China's not a big competitor because it's low wage. The wages in China are much higher than Bangladesh. It's a big competitor because it's upgraded and it's got higher levels of productivity, so the unit labor costs are lower. And so it's a more complex process than simply kind of the traditional core periphery, which I mean, that was where I was schooled originally in that kind of analysis. But I think with what we've seen are more complex processes evolving. And I look at it very much from a sort of more micro level in terms of how that plays out for workers, and leave others to look at the kind of the bigger paradigm shifts. But I do feel that we're in the middle of a paradigm shift. And then just finally, a couple of points, I think, just picking up, sorry, I'm just making, there were some really good points. One of the things that I think, and that comes back to this issue of power, and I did, when I raised it, and I need to do more work on this conceptually as well as empirically, not simply analysing power per se, but it's also analysing within any given power relations, what are your bargaining positions? What are your fallback positions if you don't go along with the power? Marty Sen did some very interesting work on this in gender. Where's your fallback position? So if you are the powerful actor, or in the family, the powerful man, and I've got two choices here. I could say, well, I'm going to push against you, but if I have no fallback position, I'm making a big risk. If I say, well, I'm going to contest and push against you, but I know I've got some kind of fallback position that I can then look after myself, I'm taking a much lower risk. And I do think that these shifts that are currently going on And exactly the point that I made earlier about the suppliers, they now have more diversified markets. So they can push back against the big northern supermarkets and say, well, actually, maybe not. I'm going to walk away and sell to someone else instead. It's the fallback position that's changing. So I think that's an important thing that we need to bring into that, just to add to your list, because I mean, you raised some really good points, but I'm thinking there's more even. And with that, what's your leverage? So what's the leverage that you've got to negotiate in that bargaining position? And what levers can you use? And I think we need to analyse that both for suppliers, but importantly for workers. But what I do find is, and certainly doing, I mean, a lot of research with workers now, increasingly with smallholders, because I always feel wherever anybody goes, I write, okay, who's not being looked at here? Right, that's the next level down. So my early work on modern slavery, others quickly were getting in. That was becoming a big area. But smallholders, I think, on the whole, get left out. And from a gender perspective, it's massive. But again, there's that issue, what's your bargaining position? Where are you in those power relations? What's your leverage? And then how can you use that? And I think there's a kind of a long way to go in terms of analysing this. But one point I think that you both made in different ways is we do need to bring together this kind of more bottom-up stuff, which I really have focused on, and that's what I do, with the sort of bigger agenda that Beverly was talking about, and how those two interact. And I do think over the years, I mean, it took years to get there from my own PhD, that was more conceptual, and then my early research, which was just me going out and getting a bus ticket effectively in Chile and then later on in South Africa. But what I've done over the years is to build multidisciplinary teams with researchers from different countries, bringing them together, but also with researchers with different knowledge, economic, social, and increasingly now what we're trying to bring in are with legal expertise. And that helps, and then it's trying to navigate those different perspectives to try and understand quite complex changes that are taking place. So I think an institute like this has got a lot of potential there, because you've got that kind of collective of people. And I think in science, they say, you know, in science now, you can't do research on your own. You have to be in largely multidisciplinary team, naming social science.
Thank you very much. Do you have any question? Well, so now we could come. Hopkins University.
Okay, thank you very much. I wrote down some notes, and we'll see if I can make sense of my own handwriting right now. But I think I think there were about 3 or 4 points that came to me as the others were raising issues on the panel here. So the first thing that I wanted to this issue of capitalism has come up, and the origins of capitalism. And I guess one thing, and Stephanie was saying, you know, that this 1980s paradigm shift, I think what I would like to say is that on the one hand, there's something for me that makes sense to hold to a concept of historical capitalism that has a certain unity over many centuries along durée, but that unity is very general. It's the general processes whereby profitability and endless accumulation take hold and become a force themselves, right? And I'll get back to this question of the systemic force. But that you know, following Arrighi, who picked it up from Braudel, that at the same time, this ways in which endless accumulation or the pursuit of profit can take place, it can be extremely eclectic. Capitalism is extremely eclectic, and so, as Stephanie pointed out, you know, 18th century primarily that the main form was mass plantation, slavery. I mean, that the sine qua non, but I guess where I'm going is, you know, that again, that wage labor is not the sine qua non of capitalism. In 18th century, we have capitalism as the core to capitalist accumulation is mass slavery. In the 19th century, a core of foundational aspect of it is formal colonialism. By the 20th century, formal mass slavery is gone, as well as, by the 19th century, by mid-19th century, by the 20th century, mid-20th century, formal colonialism is gone. We have 20th century, maybe one can think about vertically integrated multinational firms, and then by the late 20th century, something else is emerging, which includes multi-layered subcontracting systems, and you know exactly what it is. It'll probably be, we'll see. And then the question, of course, that I was getting to earlier was this question of whether in the end what emerges will be something where that dominant form of the endless accumulation and the prioritization of profit over other motives, right? So the MCM prime logic, to put it that way. So, you know, is what holds capitalism together. But capitalism over the longue durée historically has evolved, right? So we have to think about it as evolving rather than as something kind of static. The second thing I just wanted to speak to, because, you know, in terms of like how I think about this relationship between the global and the local. So, you know, the first thing is that, and there are probably three parts to the argument, I think. But anyway, the first part is that I think it's useful conceptually to me in understanding where the world, how capitalism has evolved and where it's headed, is to think about there being systemic processes, about there being a totality that is more and different than the sum of its parts, and that it has real constraining effects on action, on local action. So that this systemic constraints, structurally systemic constraints, is something that is important to understand and has a constraint. It's something, again, as I said, more and different than the sum of the parts, and has a serious constraining and limiting, you know, go 18th Brumaire, whatever, but you know, on action, on human action. But this general, there are two aspects that I think I wanted to then kind of talk about in terms of why you can't just talk about the systemic or the totality or the global and then derive all the local from that. So I don't actually intend, I think in the, you know, in some of like the discussion earlier this afternoon, I just want to be clear that you know, when looking at these kind of global pictures, it's not that one can derive the local from this. It's more that that one has to be looking at the interaction between various different levels all the time and going back and forth. So it's a big kind of complex project, but I don't want to leave the impression that I think that one can just stop at these big global pictures and one has understood everything one needs to know, either about how things are unfolding at the local level, or what what is possible or not possible in terms of human action. So the general processes, systemic constraints are real, but how the general processes play out on the ground depends a lot on the history of a place, the geography of a place, the ecology of a place, and on including in the history of political organization, which I'll come to, the politics and the class struggle and all that, which I'll come back to in a second. So the general, I don't know how many people know Mao's thing about the heat, the stone, and the egg. So the heat, is the systemic processes, right? And then if you apply heat to a chicken egg, you'll get a chicken. But if you apply heat to a stone, you're just going to get a hot stone. So it's, again, this relationship between the general process and how the general process is playing out in concrete locations, right? And in fact, it was occurring to me, this thing about Apple and China, that, there's a lot that there was since the 1980s, right? There was a lot of outsourcing of some of the assembly, semiconductor assembly or smartphone assembly. But the Chinese state said, you want access to our market, you want access to our labor, you need to share the technology. So it was this interaction, between the local political decisions and the kind of Apple's own decisions, and then the pressure to maximize profit. And so this is why we get to where. So the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese state are a different kind of egg from many of the other places, where some of this decentralization or spatial fixes were taking place. So that, in terms of the heat, the stone and the egg, right? And in terms of the global change, the other reason why, one has to we should simultaneously take the systemic processes seriously as serious constraints. I mean, it's not you just do whatever you want, right? But that at the same time, that if we're trying to understand change over time, there's no possible understanding of change that can come if you just stay up at the level of the systemic process. And you need to, ultimately the transformation, the change happens through local action and local actors. And then how this relates to the question of power is that some actors, for various reasons, whether it's structural bargaining power, associational, what other forms of bargaining power that they have, that there's just some, or military, that you have a huge military and you can blow up the whole world 20 times over, some actors have more and different types of power than others. So it's not, unlike some people's theories, it's not the power is everywhere, I mean, that power, right? Okay, I don't know where I'm going. Okay, so then I just wanted to come back to a couple of things that Mario raised. One, what's interesting is that Mario sent me an interview he did with Arrighi back in 1982, and in a manifesto. And I didn't get to read it real carefully yet, but I noticed that, because that was when he was working on this project where he was looking at Southern Europe over the 20th century. Arrighi was looking at Southern Europe over the 20th century and noticing that, Southern Europe, there was a transition first to fascism in the 20s and 30s, and then by the 70s, 80s, there was this transition pretty much throughout Southern Europe to democratic socialism. And so, and so there's something, again, well, anyway, let me drop that there and suddenly jump to the way I think that Polanyi, back to Karl Polanyi, has this thing about fascism as being a solution to the impasse created by a capitalist crisis, but it's a solution that's worse than death, right? So to the extent that there's not a progressive solution, then it becomes the fascist solution. It becomes, I can't remember exactly the quote, but he says it's the solution that means death to society, basically. So, and that brings me to the last point that I wanted to make, which Mario brought up in terms of political parties, and so I come from a kind of, I don't exactly know it happened, but very much, that the most important thing is just mass mobilization from below. You put pressure, and then the pressure will lead, force those with power to respond. And I must say, my faith in that has been challenged in the last little bit. And I had mentioned, I put up as one of my co-researchers on the Global Social Protest Project, Shahan Karatasli. He did a very interesting short piece, I think it's published in the Journal of World Systems Research, in response to this last thing that Samir Amin wrote on the need for a new international. And, and he was saying, well, some people think it should be an anarchist international, like just, right, this kind of spontaneity, more, celebrating the spontaneity and spirit, which is a little bit one way to interpret what I'm doing with the Global Social Protest Project, in the sense that these big waves, I mean, in fact, I do think that they, historically have been they've been transformative, and they've been, and if you go back again, that the slavery and mass slave trade and mass plantation slavery ended. I mean, the Haitian Revolution is key in the Haitian Revolution, and then all of the slave uprisings around the Haitian Revolution, and and likewise, so all these kind of more progressive turns of capitalism have happened through more, for as long as they lasted, and even though that they were replaced by other kinds of alternative forms, but of that it is this mass mobilization. So I'm not abandoning the idea that this mass mobilization from below is crucial to any kind of progressive change. But at the same time, Karatasli, he was in this piece, he's making the argument that you need both, that you also need some form of, let's see what, so talking in this language, but something, some forms of transnational political organization, which are, taking on that kind of political party role of trying to understand, because I come more from the tradition where the parties are about trying to repress the mass movement, trying to ride the tiger and then repress the movement, and just, kind of, so anyway, but I think in this moment, I'm less sure that that's the strategy for the moment. Yeah.
Could I just quickly just one very small addition, just to throw it in the mix? It's probably causing more problems. But I was really thinking about when you were talking about the sort of tensions between the sort of drive for profitability and the drive. This isn't something I researched, but it's something I see in my research, but I think it would be good to flag it up, which is that multinational companies are increasingly struggling with that themselves, but particularly northern multinational companies whose main markets are now in the global south. So whereas previously they were just extracting whatever from the global south and then selling into the Europe and North America, now their biggest future growth is in the global south. Now, there's a kind of quasi-Keynesian thing that comes in there, because they also need to be sure that those markets in the global south can continue to grow. Well, mass poverty isn't the best way of expanding your consumer market. So a lot of these big multinationals are really kind of struggling with this. They've got something called ESG. If you're in the business world, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Probably most people aren't. So it's environment, social, and governance. And they're obsessed by it. And investors are obsessed by which companies have the big companies have the best ESG strategy. Now, one level, of course, if I was a sort of typical NGO, I'd say, oh, it's all just greenwashing, here they go again. But my question is, why are they even talking about it? And I think it is, it kind of, you know, often you have to go behind, and I agree with you so much about the sort of tensions and understanding how the tensions play out. I don't believe that multinational corporations are the basis of the future of resolving legitimacy, social legitimacy, or at all. But it's interesting that they're struggling with it.
Thank you very much. Got any questions?
Va bene, I don't repeat, it was just boilerplate things I said before. So now the real important stuff. The bottom-up approach and different context matters, and the heat acts in different way if it's egg or stone. So the smallholder, for example, and all the gender relations and power that goes there, and the history of mobilizations and so on. And I am wondering, how do one incorporate these into global value chains approach in a systematic way? One is to start thinking about social upgrading and what it requires. There is another way that is what I am more keen to, that is looking at global value chain or global production network as webs of labor processes, and then to look at how class plays out within the workplace. But this leaves outside a lot the gender, all the social disciplining factors that are outside workplace, and they are very context specific. So I'm wondering, I am really, my question is, how do you incorporate these in a systematic way in your studies? I'm not very familiar with the latest report, this one that you presented here. And so my question, maybe it's already there, and just read the report, you can tell me, and that's a way to go. But this relates to the data that Beverly presented. So there is a very interesting set of data on the fact that there are labor struggles that are outside of the production point. And I am wondering, do you have, you had also the demands for this protest event. So do you have a hunch that can tell us whether these struggles are becoming more intersectional and less labor-centered? Because I think that while we are, I come from a very structured approach, global value chain, labor process, blah, blah, blah. But really what is looming is the environmental catastrophe that is there. And any response cannot be labor-centered as it could be the forces of labor kind of approach. And it's about labor mobility, it's about gender, it's about environmental struggles. So these questions are for the two approaches, in maybe less politically, but more methodologically. How do you incorporate this? If you share this thought, and how do you incorporate them systematically? Thank you.
Who won't ask?
So yeah, no, some really interesting questions. I'm a bit embarrassed now. Yeah, I mean, I could have talked about that, but I didn't. My book is exactly on what you just raised, and I developed an analysis based on global reproduction networks. So it's taking the global production network approach and then looking at how social reproduction is integrated or linked into, I wouldn't say integrated, but linked into it. And I do think, I mean, I came to all of this through gender. That was the start for me, this journey, which started many decades ago. Because all of the analysis, I was interested in gender issues, and all of the analytical approaches I dealt with in my PhD, which was on unequal exchange, looking at development, underdevelopment, strong influence, Latin America, Andriy Maliuk, etc. Where was gender? It just wasn't. And also that I felt that the conceptual approaches struggled with analysing gender, particularly then when women were still very marginalised in the workplace on the whole, less so now. The smallholder one I think we could discuss separately because it raises a whole other set of issues, because smallholders are not wage labourers. Well, they can be, but they're not necessarily. And my particular interest is in contributing family labour. And this is when I said earlier that actually doing the work with Cadbury, I would have never seen the gender dimension if I hadn't been doing that work. But that is a whole other story, which I would happily discuss offline. But I think the key to me, though, in the way the global social reproduction network operates, and again, this goes back, and don't forget, I'm in the UK and I work a lot on food, is the way in which the large multinationals, particularly the supermarkets, monitor you. If you've got one of those little cards, the loyalty card, they know more about you than you know about yourself. And they've worked you out. They know whether you've got a cat. They know roughly what age it is. They know how many children you've got. They know the gender of the children. They know whether they go to school. They've probably worked out whether it's a private or a state school. You don't even want to know what they know about you. And that is because they're really monitoring the social reproduction dimension. And what was really interesting with the Cadbury research, because the Cadbury behind why do they keep coming to me? They wanted to know because they could see that cocoa was running out. So what drives it? Profitability. But they began to realize that if they didn't engage in the social dimension of it, and particularly in the social dimension of production, they might run out of cocoa and then their profitability was going. I mean, I'm being a bit crude about it, but ultimately they needed to know what was going on at household level in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, a really detailed understanding. Otherwise, they were never going to address it. Now, you can argue whether what they came up with was the answer, but gender was a key focus, ultimately, in the kind of strategies that they came up with. So it's understanding both how the consumers link in, but also, and that's households, and then understanding how gender is integrated in as part of the actual production side, but beyond the workplace, beyond the formal pack house or what we would normally. So I think, and again, going back to the early kind of discussion and Beverly's early discussion, that it's trying to understand these I mean, we know a lot about on-site struggles. And those are evolving and they're changing. And I think logistics is absolutely central and so understudied. But we also need to understand these off-site, beyond workplace struggles and how they play out. But as I say, so it's a really important point. And I also do so agree with you on this issue of it's not what I focused on, others do. In Italy, Valentina De Marchi is one person just in Venice who works very much on the environmental dimension. And there are a number of in my network, people who are working at environment and social linkages. So Stefano Ponti, for example, Arti Krishnan, they've just got a recent paper out, and I think it's environment planning, specifically on this and what are the linkages and how do you... Not what I focus on, and I do think you've got to have expertise, but ultimately to understand these things, you need to bring people with a different knowledge together to be able to.
Well, thank you. Are you happy with question?
Okay.
Well,
Should I answer or no? Okay. Yeah. Actually, what just one thing. Now, when I go back to Baltimore, I'm actually, I don't know. Well, I can imagine why it didn't occur to us before, but we have like actors' demands, whatever, right? But we don't have like specifically. I mean, we can go back to the original articles, but and people like we just write down whatever the newspaper article says about the actors, but we're not like we have a little checkbox about whether it's labor, but we don't actually have a gender checkbox. And I would really, I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, I want to go, huh? What? Yeah, I want to go home and test it, basically see how it's going to work. Because, well, of course, a lot of times it'll be, it'll be some undetermined, right, or it won't say, but anyway. But yeah, so I think I've become convinced, or I didn't need much convincing, but for some reason we just hadn't specifically done the, like a gender check, box of some sort. But this, then, I'll just get back to the question that was raised about labor and other forms of social protest. So already, so basically, the decision to collect data in this project on all forms of social protest rather than just labor, in part is an acknowledgement of what you're saying about the importance of the intersections and also of, potential, like, so, I'm holding on and I will not let go of the idea that labor remains important. But there are a couple of things that going on with it. First, one of the reasons in that, the decision was to do all forms of global social protest rather than just labor was that in writing up the chaos and governance, social cohesion, social conflict chapter, it was clear that, there was a strong relationship. So, that often, speaking of power, that labor movements that had, again, it's contradictory because at one point it does the opposite of helping them, but the link between labor movements and national liberation movements, if you think more recently, how do you disentangle Me Too, Me Too movement, because it's very much about being treated with dignity in the workplace, but it's also a feminist movement, so this interaction between, and of course the environmental kind of questions of the relationship in all directions between environmental, ecological, So I think what I would say is, yes, I think it's super important. I would think that it's actually already super important. It's not something newly super important. So it's just differently important now, but it's still important and it needs to be there. I would say that sometimes I'm really sorry we did all forms of social protest because it's a conceptual nightmare, in terms of working, trying to work it out. Like I spent a lot of time working out the conceptual underpinnings for labor unrest. What's labor? What's unrest? Right? So, and I can't, it's got to be faced. But anyway, so that's one thing. The other is the power. I don't know. For some reason, that was probably where I meant to end. But anyway, there was power outside. Why movements are either inside or outside the point of production. I think it has a lot to do with where people have power, right? So if you're not employed somewhere, have significant disruptive power, and then the key question on the intersectional, going forward in terms of the politics of it. It gets back to something I was hinting at in the main talk, is the problem of the relationship between those with power within the working class or within the working people, whatever term we want to use, in the relationship between those with disruptive power and those without very strong disruptive power, and then it gets back to the politics in the party and all that. And there's somewhere else I wanted to go, but I'll probably remember it tonight and I'll say it tomorrow because I think I'm going to blame it at this point on the jet lag. Thank you. Cheated on.
I think we can basically wrap it up for today. It's been a hard labor day, a long labor day. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Andriy, for chairing. Thank you for our guests. Tomorrow afternoon, we discuss Asia, and then we have a last wrap-up point where we can again have a dialogue with Beverly and with all our research community on world system and global capital-labor relations. Maybe just one little point from me on this commodity things and intersectionality and labor be the only thing. Before I was saying why the components of cars are more commodities than full cars because they move more, they're more mobile, therefore there is more competitive pressure, and for labor it is harder. But there's an additional reason why the components of cars are more of commodities than cars as finished. Because components are produced not for the final consumer. They are produced for other companies. And therefore, they correspond to the logic of commodity, commodity, more than the final car is, right? Why? Because consumption is a market relation, and obviously capitalist pressure is to direct consumption into the most capitalist possible way. But consumption is never really entirely only a market relationship. It's also, to some extent at least, a cultural and social relationship. In Italy in particular, why we keep still going to the little shop which is completely ineffective and spend more money rather than buying everything on Amazon. Because we are social beings as well. And this is why again, the power relations are different, whether you are producing the final consumption product, and you can engage in a variety of social action which involves the labor side and the consumer side. And a lot of research on this, on Bangladesh, for instance, has been exactly on the interplay between consumer movements and labor movements. In this faculty also we have quite a lot of people working also on the consumption side. So yeah, everything is being commodified, but not entirely to the same degree, fortunately. And therefore, see you tomorrow with some sign of hope. Thank you. This is the last afternoon of our 2 days around the globe with workers, with protests, and with production. And in this session, we will focus on a particularly critical area for capitalist development of the last 20, 30, I would say 30-something years, that is Southeast Asia. The balance between capital and labor was forever tilted when 1 billion a reserve army of 1 billion joined the capitalist system with the reforms of the 80s, 90s, and then the entry of China into the World Trade Organization in 2001. But it's not only China, it's also Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, a number of countries which are emerging, becoming more and more important on the global economy. My last PhDs that I supervised when I was at Warwick till a few years ago were all from China, Taiwan, Indonesia. And they were maybe the most interesting pieces of research I've ever read. I'm not a specialist myself of Asia, but we are very lucky today to have two esteemed experts, Giuseppe Gabusi from the University of Turin, expert of China, and Pietro Masina from the University of Napoli L'Orientale, expert in particular of Vietnam. So I open with the first presentation, which is by Giuseppe Gabusi, Associate Professor of International Political Economy at the University of Turin. He's particularly interested in the relation between market and state and where to study that if not in China. So welcome, Giuseppe. Your paper is shared with Sean Breslin, another expert of China from Warwick University. Welcome, and the floor is yours. I invite the speakers to speak for maximum half an hour, and then we have questions. Given how in-depth these presentations are, we will take questions first on China, and then we'll move to Vietnam, and then we'll question in Vietnam, and then maybe a little bit of wrap-up at the end for general observation. Thank you, Giuseppe, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and this nice location in Florence. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and thank you for coming. The paper I'm presenting today is going to come out as a chapter in a book, forthcoming book published by Australian National University Press in the occasion of a conference we had a couple of years ago on the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. And so Sean Breslin from Warwick and I were working on the political economy of the Chinese Communist Party, trying to make sense of the logics of the political economy of the party since its very own foundation. And we found really some continuities in that, even though, of course, it's not that easy to concentrate on 100 years of dramatic changes. So the key points here, first of all, is, as I was saying, trying to find some constants in these dramatic changes of the 20th century in China and elsewhere in the world. And the second is really the dilemma of Chinese Marxism. Basically, Marxism arrived in China through Moscow, and the elite of the Communist Party back then was facing the same dilemma that Lenin basically faced in Moscow, the fact that Marxism originally was conceived as an ideology or as a perspective on the world and a possible practice within an industrialized context, within the context of an industrialized economy. So how could we use and implement Marxism in a country which was still agricultural, and there was a missing industrial base. How do you deal with this? Well, by being flexible, by finding a Chinese way to Marxism, and remember, it's Chinese Communist Party. It's two adjectives. So, sometimes you find that the Chinese element is more present, is more prominent, and sometimes the communist element is more evident and is more underlined by the elite. And we are looking at this particular history or even story of the Chinese Communist Party is the primary contradiction. We found 5 primary contradictions in the history of the party, and we call it whatever it takes. This is a kind of homage also to Mario Draghi. It was back then, of course, he was still on the rise. So the idea is that the CCP does whatever it takes to prevent the primary contradiction from becoming an existential contradiction that could overturn the revolution and finally eliminate the regime, provoking the final fall of the regime. So the regime is paramount. And the idea that the Chinese in 1949 chose once and forever socialism is what basically guides the CCP in the economic policy. The economy must not provoke the end of the monopoly of power. So it's seeking truth from facts. The idea, this is seeking truth from facts, became very famous during Deng Xiaoping's era. There are universal truths, of course, Marxism-Leninism, but then there are concrete and specific national circumstances, like the country being a semi-feudal nation. And especially in the 30s and 40s, we had a civil war and the warlords. So the country was also in a chaos. It was not Great Britain in the 19th century, so to speak. And in the end, this, of course, brings to the action of the party, which must be built on national conditions. And at the very beginning, this guide was provided by Mao Zedong thought. So the first primary contradiction is the idea that basically there is a contradiction between being a semi-feudal, semi-colonial society and at the same time trying to industrialize. So on the New Democracy, the Mao Zedong basically stated that in order to consolidate the revolution and make it successful, even from the political economy point of view, you have to tolerate and even promote, in some cases, the private sector. So the private sector is part of the picture. And this pragmatism, this tolerance of diversity, also in ownership forms, you can see that also in the different experiences of land reform. In parts of the countries where there was a strong opposition to the communist revolt, the action of the party against the landlords was harsh, very harsh and violent. But in other parts where, even small landowners were more kind of, I wouldn't say friendly, but were more tolerant of the idea of communism building a new China, well, basically, these landowners could keep their own land and maybe give up only the part of their wealth, which was a real surplus, which was not necessary for their welfare, for their ordinary welfare. The existential threats that when the Communist Party gained power in 1949, according to Mao, is threefold. Is an existential threat to the party, to the revolutionary state, and also to Mao's vision and objectives. What we can see here from 1953 to 1957, around 1956, 57, is the fact that you have different ideas within the party of how best to generate the missing basis of the economy, the missing modern industrialized economy. And you had, again, this legacy of new democracy, the fact that you have public-private interests working together, or the economic Stalinization of China, to quote Liu Huayu, the idea that basically you had to abandon the private ownership of companies, and you have to Stalinize China and make it a full command, a state command economy. Well, the second very short-lived primary contradiction in 1956 seemed to converge on the first idea, the idea of public-private partnership, so to speak, because the idea was that finally the class conflict was over, and basically the only contradiction was between rural society and modernity, but you could work you could work it out without thinking of class conflict and class struggles. But in 1957, Mao Zedong basically imposed the idea that no, we cannot be mistaken. There is the primacy of class struggle. We have to change not only the structure of the economy, but we have to change the minds of the people. So rather than the structure changing the minds of the people, basically he went for changing the minds of the people in order to change the structure. And this, in the end, was basically the essence of the tragedy of the Cultural Revolution in 1966, where basically there was a violent attempt of the party to change the minds of the people, to create a new kind of man. So moving forward to 1978, because then we concentrate on this final 50 years, almost 50 years, 45 years. First of all, what changes here is the concrete and specific national circumstance in 1978. The Cultural Revolution was not only a tragedy, but was an economic mess. Even the Great Leap Forward, even before in 1960, 1962, was an economic disaster. And of course, the consequences of Maoist radicalism were really felt by the elite as the real issue confronting China and its future. Deng Xiaoping did not have a blueprint in his minds. They knew that something had to be done. Deng Xiaoping, even after the Great Leap Forward, was more really keen on micro incentives rather than going for mass mobilization actions like Mao did. And of course, the international environment was changing, and because of the Cold War, the US and the American capital basically was keen on going to China and trying to tap into the vast pool of low labor that China was providing. And do not forget also the role of Hong Kong and Hong Kong entrepreneurs willing to go into mainland China since the Hong Kong economy was mature, and they needed to go for cheaper labor, and they found it in mainland China. What is interesting here is that in 1987 in the party conference, Zhao Ziang was talking about the primary stage of socialism. So going back to the kind of new democracy kind of perspective, as long as we are still in the long, very long primary stage of socialism, in order to realize, to get to modernity, we need to use capitalistic means. We have to work on GDP growth. We have to expand productive forces and the basis of the economy. And we'll see. And one of the problems we are discussing also this morning, one of the problems nowadays in China is nobody really knows if the primary stage of socialism will last forever, or if it will be followed by a secondary stage of socialism, and how, nobody knows how this secondary stage of socialism would eventually look like. My take is that China is a capitalist country, and so this has to do with the rhetoric of the regime. But still, the problem, I mean, in the official language of the party and the official documents, this language is still there. So we just are waiting for the primary stage of socialism maybe to be over. We don't know. So you see also in 1992, Deng Xiaoping, forget about ideology. Back in the past, we were thinking that capital incentives were just for the West, for the bourgeoisie, for these colonial powers. No, they are just economic means. So let's treat them as such, as economic means, under the guidance of the party. And of course, Deng Xiaoping, as you know, was also in France, and as we know, even in capitalist societies like in France, even in Italy, some planning, more or less successful than in the Italian case, exists. Some form of planning exists also in capitalist society, also in the West. So Deng became famous for these slogans like crossing the river by feeling for the stones, meaning that we experiment. Experimentalism and gradualism are, of course, as we know, are some characteristics of the Chinese political economy since 1978. You just cross the river and then you see if the stone can sustain you. Otherwise, you go back and you are not, missing anything. There is no cost. So you open up a special economic zone. It's limited. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, let's close it down. And so we stick to our planned economy, but if it works, let's move forward, and let's have a spillover to the other sectors of the economy which were not opened, like special economic zones. Well, the problem now is that what would China find once the river has been crossed? I mean, is China still crossing the river, or has it reached the other side of the river, and maybe it has found now a jungle, and not just a new motorway, but it's a jungle because it's complicated by the international environment, which has changed in the last few years. But here, I want you to emphasize the fact that the market and the private should be used to serve party-state goals. So when you hear stories about Deng Xiaoping's era and age as an age where economics was in command, forget about it. I mean, the party has always been in command and knows how much space to give to the market and how much space give to private companies. It's Barry Norton's 1995 story of the bird cage. Basically, the cage is the state, the bird is the market. So the cage must be large enough, otherwise the bird will die for lack of oxygen. But of course, you cannot have have a too small cage you don't have to open the cage, otherwise the bird will fly away and the market will be free without any constraint. Look at this. This is commercial bank law of the PRC. On the left-hand side, you see, yeah, of course, banks should work according to market measures and market logics. They are commercial banks. They have to stay on the market. But on the right-hand side, you see a commercial bank shall conduct its business in accordance with the need for the development of the national economy and the national economy and social progress under the guidance of the state industrial policy. So again, the state is paramount. So in a sense, in Deng Xiaoping's period, the takeoff stage has some elements of the developmental state paradigm. To me, it's a peculiar form of developmental state, maybe more focused on the local level. I've written something on this, but it's really in line with the experiences of Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. Economic nationalism as a national project, and catching up with industrialized countries, and as an overall comprehensive overall project of the country and of the party in this. So the 1993 consensus, social consensus after the Tiananmen and after the new start after Tiananmen in 1992, more economic freedoms. The party is offering more economic freedoms, but you have to be loyal to the party. There are red lines you cannot cross. And these red lines were not in statutes or in laws, but they were in the practice of single villages or counties according to local politics and the relationship between local politicians and the local officials and the center, and the center in Beijing. And of course, it's about corporatism. Jean Hoy's story about corporatism, the idea that you co-opt private entrepreneurs in the CCP historical mission, because you buy this historical mission. It's Jiang Zemin to represent, so also the party representing also entrepreneurs. Well, who and when they understood that the 90s created huge economic imbalances. And they created those very dislocation and alienations always feared by the CCP. But the dilemma here is what is good for the economy is not necessarily good for the party, and vice versa. So the global financial crisis is a clear example. The reaction of the party was to inject a new public money, and subsidize the economy, because it was whatever it takes to save the economy in the short term. But this injection of public money precisely was worsening the imbalances and the problems caused by the quantitative growth in the 90s. So you sacrifice qualitative growth in the long term, and you exacerbate some problems like, for instance, local debt, the real estate boom, and so on and so forth. So here is Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping putting a new element in these concrete and specific and national circumstances, which is the Chinese history, philosophy, and culture. But in the very, would say, last years, this idea of the Chineseness of the party is probably moving Chinese history away from here towards here. it's becoming a kind of universal truth. The Chinese dream, the national rejuvenation, the projection of the Chinese economy in the world as part of the Chinese history of being a force for good, for the humanity, by offering a new kind of path or example. So Xi Jinping really was taking from, of course, this part of the elite criticized Hu Jintao and Jiabao, but they were addressing the same contradiction. But in order to address this contradiction, Xi Jinping thinks that the party must be completely re-strengthened. And the critique that Xi Jinping and this elite was moving to Hu Jintao and Jiabao was that the party was becoming too weak and the market forces were becoming too powerful. So you have to reinstate party committees in companies, and you have to put the party back in charge. And so this is the same dilemma. How to reconcile, in 2013, Xi Jinping was talking about the decisive role of the market, at the same time the dominance of the state sector. You just have to experiment, because this is a necessary regime survival strategy. Think of Jack Ma and Alibaba and the tech economy. Of course, that was good for the economy, as long as Jack Ma did not criticize the party, and the entire ecosystem of digital finance was not threatening the state banking sector in China. That was fine. But when it was over when Jack Ma criticized state banks, and 48 hours before this gigantic IPO in Shanghai with Ant Financial ready to go on the stock exchange in Shanghai, everything was stopped. Quoting some violation of rules you really don't know, because there is absence of rule of law. So basically, forget about the costs. Can you imagine the economic costs of stopping a gigantic IPO in less than 48 hours? Forget about it. The state must be saved and the party must be saved. And then, of course, you have to call investors back. And these days, we are hearing Xi Jinping say, no, we are good, we are ready for globalization, we need private capital. So even with state-owned enterprises, this was the idea. I'm just finishing over on this with this couple of slides, and you can see here, basically, the state is basically all around. It doesn't mean that this is a statist economy or the market is not there, but the state is able to condition, to influence, to give direction, to give stop and go in all aspects of economic activities, even through state-owned enterprises, which were becoming like personal fiefdoms, counterpowers to the party, and Xi Jinping put them in line again. So please respect the fact that the party is everywhere. And don't forget about the land issue and the fact that, of course, localities were leasing land for taxes and for profits, and nobody knows, because the land is still public, nobody knows what land will be, what land ownership will be in 50 years' time. And of course, around this, there is globalization. And again, the fragmentation of this circle means that the integration into the world economy has been strategically managed by the party, and the party stays. As long as globalization is working for China and for the party, that's good. So it's not a Cold War, it's not basically going against globalization, but it's taking from globalization what the party thinks it's good for China and for its own survival. So what really changes in the political economy of the party is the means you activate according to different circumstances. But the logic of doing whatever it takes to keep China out of poverty and keep the monopoly of power has always been the same. How long this experimentation can continue, trying to find compromises which can make both economic and political sense, we really don't know, and for the future to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. That was an overview, and there is a big debate about whether China is capitalist, entirely capitalist, capitalist of a kind, not capitalist at all, which is going on. And Giovanni Arrighi, of course, was a very important voice in that debate at the time. I remember my Chinese master students, when I was at Warwick, used to convincingly argue that China was Marxist and it was pursuing capitalism because Marx said that in order to achieve communism, you have to do capitalism first. So everything was perfectly coherent, and that was their argument.
Zhao Jiang, 1987. Yeah.
So, any question about market and state and the role of the Communist Party in China? I see at least 2 hands, 3 hands. Let's start. Yeah, let's go in order. Well, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, for instance, authors such as Branko Milanovic define China as political capitalism. I'm not an expert about China, but my suggestion is if you agree with the definition of Milanovic, because, for instance, he talked about that the role of communism in China was useful to create the condition for the growth of capitalism. For instance, in terms of breakdown of semi-feudal and semi-colonial model, also in terms for the access of education for people, and the breakdown of feminist tradition and so on.
Yeah. So, can you just tell me something more, because I don't know this idea of political capitalism. Can you just tell me just a bit more about the definition of political capitalism?
Yes, because Milanovic wrote this book, Capitalism Alone, in which he compared the so-called liberal meritocratic capitalism of Western countries and political capitalism driven also by important role by state about China and also Vietnam. But in an interview that I read, his idea about the role of Communist Party in order to create the condition for capitalist development was important, even because a radical force such as Communist Party was useful to remove some barriers to create the condition for capitalistic accumulation, such as also some contradiction inherited by semi-feudal, semi-colonial situation.
Thank you.
Dario?
Well, thank you, Giuseppe. As you know, I really appreciated your article with Breslin. My question is the following. What I appreciated of your article is the connection between the concept of primary contradiction and the rolling out of political economy policies in China over the century. I would like to hear from you what you think about the new contradiction, namely the uneven, unequal, unbalanced development proposed by Xi in 2017 during the 19th Congress, and the common prosperity. Because I think that the common prosperity in relation to the primary contradiction is useful to explain why when Xi Jinping became president in 2012, why in the third plenum of the 18th Congress, the market shift from a basic role to a decisive role, and now 10 years later we have a completely different rhetoric embodied by the common prosperity that is quite strong against capital tendencies in Chinese society. I think that the change in the primary contradiction is the solution to understand this change from a forced period of Xi Jinping, and also this is particularly relevant in terms of financial liberalization that also caused the crisis in 2015 and 16, and this new stance. I think that the secret is there for this shift, and common prosperity related to the primary contradiction. No, and then I contend that this is not a new slogan like many slogans we can hear from China, but this is a new ideological framework in order to answer relevant problems that are not rhetoric, but are based in low consumption, too high saving, and also it is related to industrial relation, coming from my point of view. And I conclude, I think that also one of the elements to change the primary contradiction in 2017 is also the bottom-up push from workers and from society in general in terms of more equality in Chinese society.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Very interesting and very triggering. I have two questions. One is, how can we understand the difference between China in regulating policies and strategies in first? Second is more or less on the same line with Dario. Having this advancement of capitalism definitely means new classes, more higher income for the bourgeoisie. And how did they manage or managing the class struggle at the moment?
Thank you, Giuseppe, a lot. 3 points. First, over all this trajectory of history, we are not talking the same type of capitalism here. We moved from Fordism to neoliberalism. We are not talking about the same scale, from national to globalization, and we are not talking about the same democratic or processes. So these, the evolution of the Chinese debate has to be set also in the context of in more recent years. Clearly, one thing was the model of triumphant globalization and financialization, and another story is after the 2008 crisis and the sequence of crises following it, where the failure of neoliberal capitalism are evident to us as well as to the Chinese leaders. So this is the first issue. Second, in a way, you portray an homogeneous, static view of state and party as a monolith, which, of course, you cannot in this case. But as a matter of fact, I think the articulation and the evolution here, there are issues of what is the evolving relationship between party power and state power. Not always they overlap. Then there are, of course, a lot of divisions inside. Then there is the relationship between economic elite and political elite. And you mentioned the families who may control a lot of it. So in a way, when you say that this is the sign of state power, behind the state power could be probably 10 different types of subjects and strategies, including personal gain. So in a way, probably it may be useful to refine a little bit this element. Then basically, you didn't mention the issue of clearly democracy, which is behind at the foundation of the principles of the parties, but the practice of democratic processes and decision making, which leads to this evolution of, and clearly your point about the reaction to inequality and imbalances was probably a contributing factor to the shift in the last policy line. So in a way, within these party and state structures, we have to understand to what extent is a top-down decision resulting from elite infighting, or whether there is a broader process of democratic debate, or not liberal democratic debate, but however participatory processes where the contradiction become different political agendas, which are embodied by different political groups in a specific ways. In terms of the state market relationships, the point of Milanovic is that capitalism is the only game in town, and so everyone has to play the capitalist game, and I think you agree with him on that. He's a bit rough in my view on that, but then he says every time there is a universal consensus, as with Christianity in the Middle Ages, then you have a break with the Lutherans, the Protestant Reform, and the Catholics. And so the model of political capitalism gives, as opposed to neoliberal capitalism, gives more room to the developmentalist state. That's basically your point. But if we look at the specific policies that are implemented in China, a lot of the policies on controlling financial deregulation are exactly what many of us have been asking to do in the West, of course, because facing the instability of the current wave of development, these are also sensible policies, which makes sense probably in the sense of the experimentalism that you mentioned in the Chinese case. So in a way, being now China a full global competitor, not just a catching up country as at the time of Deng, the complexity are a bit more, the shades can be a bit more complex. Thank you.
Another question, Silvia? Too many questions.
Thank you so much, Giuseppe, for your presentation. I have a question that links a bit to Dario's one, also to some of the comments in the first part of Mario's comments. So my question is, I was wondering whether you think that the new primary contradiction in the Xi Jinping era and the resulting solutions that are going to be adopted by the party state to manage state market relations, if you think they could be impressed at a different pace and with different kind of emphasis on different sectors according to whether they are considered crucial by the party state. I'm thinking, for instance, of the process that began a couple of years ago of a sort of crackdown and a sort of control seizure by the party state on the tech sector. What are your thoughts on this? How do you kind of place this into the discourse on primary contradictions? And if you see any other crucial sector that could kind of go into that direction in the future.
Okay, there was also a question on in the chat which comes from online, from Alessandro Maffei, which asked whether China can be defined in what sense as socialist still. I wonder whether this can also be integrated into your answer. I imagine it's difficult to say the final word about what is going on in China and what China exactly is in one afternoon, but hi.
Yeah, thank you for. They're all interesting questions, and you know this paper is already out, like a longer version of the English one is already out, and you can read it. It's online. It's in Italian, unfortunately for now, and it's published in Orizzonte Cina, which is a journal being published in Italy. And of course, the article is of course more articulated than the PPT and the presentation I was just showing. For sure, in the article, our aim, as I was saying, was to make sense of the political economy of the party in a temporal arc of 100 years. Of course, you have to make some general, I would say, simplifications, and we used the primary contradiction as a kind of lens, perspective. So we did not deal deeply with the logics of the change of the economic logics of the change of primary contradictions, and this could be, of course, something to be explored in further research. But in general, all the things that have been raised deal with the fact that for sure capitalism, you mentioned Milanovic, was essential in order to ignite some incentives, to put some incentives in the Marxist-Leninist framework. As I always say, China has been historically the only Marxist-Leninist country to be able to distribute wealth, to distribute resources. I mean, the Soviet Union collapsed because the system was just there to distribute scarce resources. And in Leninist system, the only way that people outside the top elite can participate in the political economy dynamic is to access resources distributed by the Leninist system. So when you are talking about for instance, family tradition, of course, the Cultural Revolution was a clear put an end to the new democracy idea that private resources could be used and incorporated in the political economy of China. But one of the things that have been basically underlined as paradoxes of the Cultural Revolution is that the Cultural Revolution destroyed the economic institutions of the country, but it gave incentives to families to become economic actors, which is really interesting because out of survival and out of the necessity of survival in the communes, families were organizing themselves really as economic actors. So when the opening up to the rest of the world got some capital and some capitalistic logic work within the Leninist system, the families and the household responsibility system was clearly a case in this. The families got incentives, new incentives to operate under the same logic they were using during the last years of the Cultural Revolution out of survival. So my point here is that for sure these primary contradictions they come from the party, but they have a socio-economic dynamic under them. So I'm not saying, there are many things that have been issued. I'm not saying that there are no agencies, there are no personal stakes, that there is no bottom-up pressure. Of course, we all know that. For instance, think of Bosch-Ilai and the Bosch-Ilai affair. Basically, why Bosch-Ilai was basically stopped and is now spending the rest of his life in prison? Because the party does not tolerate factionalism. Factionalism is a taboo. There is just one party line. We know that the infight in the party is very, very, very fierce. We all know that. But you cannot say that. And especially, you cannot be an alternative leader, like, you know, I'm the leader of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, and let's go for the primaries. It doesn't work like this. So what Xi Jinping did was basically to steal Bosch-Ilai's policies and put them in his own suits, and then get the position of the General Secretary of the party. And so, of course, Bosch-Ilai was very popular. And the party is ready to capture signals coming from the society. That's for sure. And this is one of the reasons why the party says we don't need a liberal democracy in China, because we are here to listen. So tell us what's the problem, and we are going to solve the problem, in line with the fact that the party has the monopoly and has the final say. It doesn't mean that the party is, immune to pressures or ideas coming from society. The difference with capitalist countries, basically. This has something to do with neoliberalism and the Washington consensus, of course. We have been living for years with the idea that states and markets were separated, and the intervention of state in the economy was a taboo. So that was basically the main difference. Nowadays, with IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act of Joe Biden, the idea, even in the West, of the relationship between states and markets is changing. So the difference to me is that in Western capitalist society, the state does not percolate society from the very top to the very bottom. I mean, in villages, in China, the real power is in the secretary of the party, is down there. And so the system all works. I'm not saying that patron-client relationships that do not exist in the West, but there, the patron-client system is the logic which moves the economy, which moves the economy in all ways, through legal ways, through illegal ways, but under the umbrella of the party, which has its own umbrellas, radars, actors in every corner of society. And as I was saying also, Mario, the idea of agency and civil society, maybe democratic debate, there was, especially during the Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao era, a period when you could have book like a growing or a nascent civil society in China. That has gone. That has gone because the party was being weakened by Hu Jintao and Jiabao. And personally, I think that they had very good policies, for instance, in the countryside. They eliminated some taxes, even for schools in rural villages. They tried to address this imbalance. But the party was being weakened, and so that is clearly crucial. And just finally, otherwise, but thank you for all these ideas, because there is also some follow-up for this research with Sean. So the decisive role of the market, and then you change, precisely because, as Mario was saying, the international political economy is changing and has been changing, and you have to adapt yourself to the international situation. So when tensions came out between Washington and Beijing and President Trump and everything, of course, you have to understand that in the perception of China, if you open up too much to the market, not only you can have dysfunctions in the economy, but also you can expose yourself too much to the ups and downs of the global economy, and especially to the pressure of the West to change China. So the dual circulation story, the dual circulation narrative that comes out now from Beijing is another experiment. It's another, hey guys, you know, forget about the idea that they, meaning the West, could live with a powerful and wealthy China. We have to do it ourselves. And how can we do it? Of course, we still have to rely on exports on international markets because it's so important for us, but also we have to insist on consumption, on internal consumption and domestic economy. So it's another way to find an experiment in this. But again, what is is there a point where this dilemma cannot be solved? 2015, you wanted to internationalize the renminbi? Yeah, of course. Okay, you open up a bit the market. It was August 2015. What did the market? What the market was putting pressures to revalue the renminbi. And that was against the party's choice. That, of course, you need to export, so you need to have an undervalued renminbi. And companies were protesting, even coastal governors, coastal provinces governors were saying, hey, what are you doing? You know, we are losing jobs, we have redundancies here. What are we doing? And then in one day, they changed their policy. So the market was sacrificed to the idea that you have to keep the legitimacy of the party, which is to deliver growth. Okay. Yeah.
Financial markets were.
We have a Maoist faction for this as well.
No. My point here is, okay, how do you internationalize the renminbi then? You want to internationalize the renminbi. You want the renminbi to be traded on markets, and so you give markets different signals. And of course, the production sector was winning, but you still want to internationalize the renminbi. Finally, for instance, the EUN, the central bank digital currency, might be interesting enough an experiment in trying to internationalize the renminbi without opening up the capital markets, which is, again, another experiment.
Thank you very much. That was a lively discussion. Obviously, with the fact that China has grown and has managed to redistribute part of the resources, comes to the fact that their wages are certainly not anymore the lowest in the world by far. Actually, they are not. And now China is under competitive pressure from countries where wages are well below the Chinese levels. So it's time now to move to Vietnam. Very important question. I was worried I didn't want China to encroach the time of Vietnam more than I want China to encroach the territory of Vietnam. So we move to it without any break. And Pietro Masina joins us from the Università di Napoli L'Orientale, where he's full professor of history and institutions of Asia, and has worked before at Copenhagen University, and is one of the best experts about labor issues in Southeast Asia. Pietro, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful setting, but also in this very lively environment, cultural environment. Okay, what I will try to do is to present the Vietnamese case on the background of Southeast Asian developments. And sorry, I have to correct our chairman. China is not part of Southeast Asia. Geographically.
You are an expert.
No, it's okay. Okay, thanks.
Vietnam
Okay.
is.
Yes, but China is not. China, because in Italy we put everything in Southeast Asia. Okay, what I will I will say a few things about industrial development, and then I will move to labor. In terms of industrial development, I think there are three stories in East and Southeast Asia. The first one, or the third one, regards China. Should I stand, maybe? The third story is about China, and I'm not going to talk about China. Just discuss China with Giuseppe. The first story regards a small group of countries that have achieved catching up with the West. Japan first, South Korea, Taiwan, or Hong Kong, which is a very special seat. It's easier if I sit, but I don't see all the people in the room. And why these countries have achieved catching up? For three main reasons, looking at the period after the Second World War. The Cold War environment, for which it was important for the United States and for the West to support reindustrialization in Japan, industrialization in South Korea and Taiwan. Second was the particular way in which Japan reactivated what is a Japan-led multilateral subcontracting system, which was based on technology transfer much more than FDI. And the third reason is developmental state, the East Asian developmental state, a very active role of the state in pursuing selective industrial policies. And this story has been has achieved very important results already in the 80s. And in mid-80s, there was a Plaza Agreement. And since then, the story in East Asia has changed. And the involvement of Southeast Asia into the Japan-led multilateral subcontracting system was based on a very different model, was FDI-led and with very limited technology transfer. And in this sense, Vietnam fits into this pattern, even if the first wave of inclusion of Southeast Asia in this region of labor occurred between the late 80s and the early 90s. There was a massive wave of FDI. That was a moment where Japan full of money because of the revaluation of the yen, but it was very expensive to produce in Japan. But it also was expensive to produce in South Korea and Taiwan, because also there was a revaluation of the currency. Or they found other countries to invest. There was Indonesia, particularly Batam, which is an island below Singapore, was Thailand and Malaysia. Malaysia started a bit earlier, but then it became very important that period. Vietnam entered into this business only from the mid-90s, but particularly in the mid-2000s when Vietnam was approaching the admission to WTO. The admission signed in 2006, it became effective in 2007. And this second wave of reorganization of the regional division of labor was based on FDI. And it was an FDI-led, export-oriented industrialization. And when you look at the results, you see that there is no catching up. Southeast Asian countries have not been able to catch up with the United States, with the West. The best performing economy, apart from Singapore, which is part of the first group, the best performing economy is Malaysia. Malaysia was more or less at the same GDP level per capita of South Korea in 1980. And now it has half of the GDP per capita of South Korea. Or even less than half. For there was no successful catching up there. And of course we have to look at why. And my point is that there is no industrial upgrade, or very limited industrial upgrade. Of course, the story of each country is different. Now I'm simplifying the picture, but what you see now that in Southeast Asia, you have a number of industrial parks, and within these industrial parks, you have the lead firm, Toyota in the automotive sector in Thailand, Samsung in electronics in Vietnam. And around this industrial, around this lead firm, you have a number of suppliers. And these suppliers are not national. They come from South Korea, they come from Japan, they come from Taiwan. They're not, these inclusion of this country in the regional division of labor has not activated local suppliers. There's very, very limited industrial spillover. And this is why I say the dominance of offshore productions. These industrial parks could be on the moon. For the connection they have with the local economy, the only connection, the real connection, is that they hire local workers. But that's it. And again, there are differences in the different sectors, in these different countries, but this is more or less the picture. For very limited backward and forward linkages with national industry. Then you have a paradox here, because if you look at the performance of these countries, and today Vietnam, it seems to be, everything seems to be going very well, because Vietnam is becoming more and more popular as a location for investing. It's becoming a very important source of export. If someone in this room has a Samsung telephone, this Samsung telephone has been assembled in Vietnam. And in a couple of years, a lot of goods that are sold by Apple will be assembled in Vietnam. And it's appeared to be a successful story. In reality, it's a paradox. It's a successful industrial hubs. No? Thailand is the 11th largest automotive producer. No? It's very large industrial productions, but export-led. But in fact, these countries are not fully industrializing. Actually, you have at the same time the growth of industrial hubs and deindustrialization. Why the industrialization? Because they are the sectors that produce for the local economy are losing ground. And then you have a number of people going to work in factories, foreign-led firms, but the number of workers in the industrial sector does not reach the level at which you would think that there is a full industrialization. And okay, the Vietnamese case is by some extent, or it might become a special case. Why? Because geopolitical reasons, for geographical reasons. Vietnam is just below China, below Guangdong. It takes 40 hours with a lorry to bring goods from Guangdong to the north of Vietnam. The proximity helps, and Vietnam is seen as a better friend of the West, of the United States, than China. Therefore, some of the investments are coming now to Vietnam. Some of the diversification in the framework of a China +1 policy also respond to geopolitical considerations. For Vietnam might become, and also, of course, there is a much better, well, we will talk later, maybe if you have the time, about the politics of Vietnam. Vietnam has a strategy. I mean, the government has a strategy in its mind. Look at now briefly at the structure of the structural change that Vietnam is undergoing in recent years. In 2005, half of Vietnamese export was formed by primary products. It was oil, rice, and now is around, 12%. And manufacturing has increased enormously. And 2005 to 2021, 15 years. The reasons for this growth in manufacturing is that Vietnam has been able to retain a strong presence in traditional sectors, that is textile, particularly garments, and footwear, but has a dramatic growth in electronics. Is the gray line you see is skyrocketing. And look at the orange one. This is phones, mobile telephones. It's really impressive. Almost 60 billion US dollars of export in this sector. But still, with this is a quotation I found from, is an old report by ILO, but I think that it is still valid, the number is still valid, that most of FDI in foreign invested enterprise procure from domestic manufacturing only 26% of the value of their total inputs and 22.5% for transnational corporations, while most of the inputs come from abroad or foreign suppliers based in Vietnam for limited vertical backward linkages. And foreign invested enterprises also contribute very little in terms of vertical forward linkages, as 71.9% and 73.2% for transnational corporations of their productions in terms of values directly exported, and only a very limited amount is sold as an intermediate good for local firms. Or yes, this is a as I said, it's like bubbles on the moon. These industrial parks are bubbles on the moon. Now, let's move to the labor implications. This is a structural change in the labor market in Vietnam. Again, from the year 2000 to 2021, the number of industrial workers has increased from 5 million to around 50 million, or an enormous increase, almost 3 times. But if you look at the percentage, you will see that the sector that has grown more rapidly is the service sector. And this service sector includes, of course, the majority is low value-adding services, but there is a limited amount of higher value-adding services. Vietnam is known to be a country with a lot of startups now in the economy. Now, within this framework, now, the story I'm telling you now is based on a number of researches I've conducted with Vietnamese colleagues and with other European colleagues. Particularly the last one is, I'll say in a moment, was based on 3,000 interviews we conducted in industrial parks in the north, center, and south of Vietnam. And we choose intentionally to study the FDI invested and export-oriented firms where formal contracts prevail, and in most cases is fixed-term contracts. We did not study construction industry, we did not study the gig economy. We went to study the most formal sector of the economy, because if there are no rights there are no rights anywhere else. And what did we find? We found that the labor regime is designed to produce and reproduce a permanently young, single, mainly female, highly disciplined, transient, those cheap labor force. And I will explain now this. And this is not surprising for those who are familiar with Southeast Asia, but also with China. Think of Pungai, who used the definition of Peter Pan generation, looking at industrial workers in Guangdong province. And again, this is not surprising. Workers typically leave industrial work at 30, 35, either because expelled as no more adequately productive, even if they have permanent contract. But Vietnam has anticipated the Jobs Act. For the Italians, you know what I'm talking about. Therefore, it's very easy to fire someone. Or voluntarily due to exhaustion, because to work in these factories is exhausting. And okay, this is the sample, as I said, was 3,030 interviews we made. We were financed by the European Union through a project that was meant to empower civil society organizations in Vietnam, and we got money to do this large research. We worked, the majority of the interviews were made in the south, 1,164, and then in the north, and less in the center, but the center is less developed as terms. And we went to specific industrial parks. Therefore, we didn't work at. The interviews were made in the informal dormitories, which means private accommodations of the workers, or sometimes in cafes, and of course outside factories, because in the factory you cannot make a real interview with the workers. Use a questionnaire, was a very very large questionnaire, and then we also made around 100 qualitative interviews. But now I'm reporting about the quantitative part. And as you see, the average age of industrial workers is extremely low. The typical industrial worker in the north is 20 years old. They are older in the garment sector. The garment sector, why? Because the garment sector, the pressure on the garment sector is a bit lower than in the electronics, but also because industrial parks in the garment sector are mostly in the south, and there is a longer history of industrialization there. While in the north, electronics is new and is growing very fast. Therefore, a lot of new workers coming in. But what we suspect is if we go back in 10 years, we will see more or less the same average age, because these people come and go very rapidly. If you look at the level of education, you see that in the garment sector, 42% of the workers have a junior high school degree, while in the electronics is 58% have a high school degree, which means they're much better educated. They are younger, they're better educated, and also they're better paid. We even found that almost 1% of workers in electronics have a master or a doctoral degree, highly educated. For more but then when you look at which kind of factory regime there is, well, you have a very highly flexible wage and contract system. These workers have mostly fixed term contracts. The contract has 3 components. The first component is the minimum wage with some bonuses, with some allowances for accommodation. The second part is overtime. And the third part is discretionary bonuses that firms may or may not give to workers, depending on the discipline, depending on the performance of workers, but also depending on market conditions. If there is high pressure because they have to produce a lot, then team leaders will not pay too much attention if there are small mistakes. But when the pressure, the orders are reduced, then workers get punished very often, because this is a way for the company to recover money. And for their very strict rules, and these workers, especially if you go to lead firms like Samsung, they can earn very well, really very well. They can earn maybe 3 times more than in other firms. But work is extremely hard. Therefore, they have to struggle between choosing between above survival wages and physical and mental exhaustion. And after a few years, this pressure cannot be met any longer. Therefore, they leave. And second element is that, contrary to China, most of these industrial workers live in informal accommodation. They rent rooms. Often, the farmers who lost their land because this land was transferred to industrial park, they are compensated with some money. They use the money to build this private accommodation. They become landlords. But these accommodations are expensive, and it's too expensive for these workers to live there permanently, and it's too expensive for these workers to live there with kids, if they have kids, with their family. Therefore, the typical thing you see is that kids are left in the village. Either these women decide to postpone maternity, or they send back the kids back to the village, when they stay with the husband, the grandparents. And also the HOCO system, that is the registration system, makes more difficult for these, particularly women, the large majority of these workers are women, to stay there with the kids, because the kids are the last in the waiting list for kindergartens and so on and so forth. And the entire system is based on the attempt to only attract single workers. Single can also be that they have kids, but back in the village, therefore they are de facto single workers. And they can save some money and send back remittances, but to live there with the family would be impossible, would be too expensive. Also for another reason, because if you have a small child, a little child will get sick, if you're a mother, you cannot work overtime if your child is living with you. If you're a mother and your child is sick, then you cannot go to work the next morning, therefore you get punished, therefore your salary will decline sharply. Therefore, the system is organized in a way that there are single industrial workers, men and women, particularly women. Therefore, you have a disconnection between production, the place where production occurs, and reproduction of labor. And of course, this is connected with that kind of industrial model you have, because export-led, FDI-driven industrialization structurally requires low labor cost as a competitive advantage. Because there is no industrial upgrading, therefore the labor cost is the competitive factor. And therefore, labor informalization is a modality for integration of Southeast Asia in the regional production system at the very early stages of industrialization. We know that even in our economies, we are facing a process of informalization of the formal, but we do have a certain level of welfare systems, but here you have an informalization of the formal at the early stage of industrialization. And the disjunction between production and reproduction of labor represents a key strategy to drastically reduce labor cost. You always maintain cheap, docile labor force, and what we see is that circulatory migration seems to prevail over rural to industrial, urban, permanent migration. Of course, there is also the second fact. There is a migration towards cities, but most workers, or a large number of workers, are migrating. They go from the the rural areas to the industrial areas and then back and forth. Or they go from industrial, foreign-led productions to national industry where wages are much lower, the pressure is much lower, therefore they can survive there. And the overall number of industrial workers in this system cannot increase too much. In fact, we are looking at a process of semi-industrialization and semi-proletarianization, which are not surprising, because in history, in most cases, this is what you find. But this system is also very vulnerable to external shocks. I was mentioning this morning, there was a seminar that in 1997 and 2008, Vietnam was very resilient during the regional economic crisis, but in 2008 was already badly hit by the lack of demand. And today, during COVID, but also after COVID, we see that the Vietnamese economy has been hit, even if it didn't enter into recession. Particularly workers have been laid off, or they did not work, they did not have extra time jobs, therefore their salary has declined. Now, briefly going to the element of workers' protest, what we see in Vietnam is a lot of strikes. Vietnamese workers are very militant. Around 7,000 industrial wildcat strikes have occurred since 1995, 97, since when in 1995 strikes became legal, but in fact are legal only after very, very complicated mediations. Therefore, all the strikes that have been conducted until now have been wildcat, illegal. None of these strikes has been organized by the VGCL, the official trade union that is connected to the party, but it is VGCL that is maintaining the number, that is keeping account of the strikes. And if you talk with VGCL officers, they are very proud to tell you about the strikes. And this is surprising. They are very proud. And strikes are typically not repressed. What is not allowed, or what was not allowed in Vietnam was to create independent unions, but to organize a strike is accepted. And what normally happens is that there is a strike, then VGCL newspapers and media will report about the strike. And then there is a mediation. The trade union will arrive together with the police, together with the Ministry of Labor, and they will force some kind of compromise. These strikes are increasingly interest-based, even if the majority is it's still interest-based, sorry. But there have been some cases where there was a very important case in 2015 when the government tried to introduce a new law on for pension scheme. Yes, it's finished the time. Yes, and there was a political strike, in fact, and 80,000 workers on a Taiwanese shoes factory went on strike. And what the government did was to summon the head of trade unions and say, okay, we changed the law. But there was a political recognition of the strike, something that in China would never, never happen. And this might have to do with the fact that within the Vietnamese trade union, you still have a tradition of militancy connected to the war, particularly at the national level. At the national level, you have trade unionists which are really trade unionists. They really work to defend workers. While at the local level, the factory level, the representatives are normally appointed by the firm. Therefore, all the strikes are organized by rank and file workers or sometimes the team leaders. And team leaders, they know that they're going to leave the factory, therefore they can risk, because they know that they would be fired otherwise. And the last point I want to make is that now in Vietnam, since 2021, there is freedom of association. It is possible at the factory level to organize local unions. This was not a request from the workers. This was an imposition from the United States during the negotiations for Trans-Pacific Partnership. You know, was a free trade agreement that was never ratified by Trump. Therefore, and then, to a lesser extent, was also required by the European Union to negotiate a free trade agreement with the European Union. But workers have been able to express a high level of militancy and strikes without these alternative unions. And I'm referring now, because Mario sent us yesterday a very old interview with Giovanni Arrighi that was 40 years ago, and Giovanni said, well, this creation of unions might be a request of capital in order to control labor, rather than being an instrument for workers. In fact, I suspect that this request of the Americans to have independent local unions, which might become factory unions, is a way to control labor rather than responding to workers' requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pietro. Now the floor is open for questions. One hand, 2 hands, 3. 4. What is the fourth?
First of all, thank you, Pietro, for your very inspiring presentation. These stalled transitions, seems to me that you told us a story of the end of the flying geese paradigm. There is no more space to enforce the flying geese paradigm so successful, no space to upward mobility, a way Bruce Cummings defined the rise of South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and so on. But I see an upgrade in another sense. The most fascinating element of Asian countries, for me, is the process of regionalism. The Asian process, and also the last step, partially the last step, the regional comprehensive economic partnership, also with China, Australia, Japan. So I agree with you about the absence of industrial upgrading, and your data are clear in this sense. But I would like to hear something from you about this other process that I think is in some way effective among Asian countries, the institutionalization, the regionalism, institution linked to regionalism and not only linked to economics exchange. And also this story born out from the Asian financial crisis in 1997. So it seems to parallel processes, the stalled transition, but on the other side, this institutional upgrading and cooperation between Vietnam and other countries.
Thank you so much. It was very, very interesting presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first is whether you could elaborate a bit on what do you think of the gender component of the workforce that you've described as being mostly female? If you have any kind of insights of why that would be preferable, yes, in terms of labor market. And the second one is a question on the organizational structure of the strikes. As far, if I understood correctly, there are no trade unions behind it, because there is kind of like the official one is affiliated with the party state and does not organize them, and independent trade unions are not legal. So I was wondering, in terms of organizational structure, how would that kind of unfold? Would there be like labor protest leader, individual leaders, or some sort of informal organizations? Just, yeah, a bit of a question on this. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And I wanted to ask you about, since you mentioned the OCAO, in 2013 there was a reform that led local governments set new autonomous policies on that. Do you think there will be some sort of competition to attract the fittest kind of labor that they prefer, like they basically did in China after the reform of the OCAO, with regional, local government and provinces competing for skilled workers? And then, since we mentioned about the female participation and the higher rate of education in the electronic sector, if we look at the disaggregate figure for gender, you can see that female workers are much more educated than male worker. Does that somehow reflect also in occupation, the kind of occupation? And just one thing, since there is a double movement between migrant workers, first they go to this city, to the industrial parks, then they come back. I guess they return back to agriculture. Can the sector absorb all that? Because, for example, if we look at the other countries in the area, there is a reduction in rural poverty. For example, Cambodia, they go to the garment sector, and at least there is that kind of reduction in poverty. If there is a circular movement, do we see that in Vietnam?
You, Pietro, a lot. Three things. There is no surprise that the hierarchy of the world economy is a hierarchy, so there is not room for everyone to improve. So that's an interesting lesson. No? So, and your data about the gap between Malaysia, who is a success story, and South Korea is telling. So we have to be aware that in a world system perspective, center periphery persist. So there are little opportunities to really move out closer to the center. But clearly, Vietnam is an interesting case, as you said, of trying it. What is missing in your story, but this is just a question because I don't know enough, is the type of economic actors. So you mentioned a lot of the importance of FDI and the lack of domestic firms. Is this true across the board of economic activities? So they were, why industrial policy did not try differently from other East Asian countries to develop national champions or national companies who could be the actors of the technology transfer and so on. The second point has to do with labor. You are telling a story of a perpetually young, circularly migrating labor, but this means that there is no, even though there is some degree of education, they don't have skills which become an element of structural strength of labor vis-a-vis capital. No? So if there is a skilled engineer, the company cannot sack him when he's 35, okay? So is there no learning in these activities? Are the tasks so simple that they can always get an 18-year-old coming from the countryside? Are all these first generation people leaving the countryside? Because there are limits of these demographic limits as well as social legitimacy and consensus. So what are the political basis of social consensus about this? Because there is a relative improvement vis-a-vis those who stay in the countryside, or because there is access to consumption or urbanization, I don't know. So some of that sort. Third point, the international, this is the periphery of China. Is the integration in Western supply chain different from the integration in Chinese production chain? What is the greater opportunity for upgrading, or they just behave along the same model? Thank you.
Thank you. I see Romane, please.
I just wanted to ask, how do you view the ratification of collective bargaining convention and tripartism convention, and also the update of the labor law that will, or that is recognizing a worker representative organization? Because I think it's a bit controversial, so I just wanted to ask, like, what is your view on this?
Francesco.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. It's the impressive project. I have a question, if you have time at the end, to talk more about the fieldwork part of it. So you mentioned that interviews were carried out in the informal settlements that the workers use, and that you had some local scholars working with it. Are these NGO, are these universities? And these informal settlements, are those also the places where collective agency, wildcat strike or protests in general are built and rebuilt? If you have investigated this bit, I mean, are they places where communities of struggles are built, or maybe it was not in, it didn't pop up in the investigation?
Well, now I will take advantage of my chairman position and ask a question as well. It's about labor in Vietnam being and trade unions being a bit more active than in China, and your argument that there was a history there that explains it. Well, besides the fact it doesn't take much to be a bit more active than the Chinese trade unions, your argument, I mean, it's certainly part of the story, but given how much time has passed and the demography of Vietnam and the fact that the industries are not the same, this cannot be a big part of the story. I mean, this argument has been made exactly also in the area no more that is Eastern Europe to explain why the strikes in Poland emerged in the shipyards, because in fact there was an intergenerational tradition that dates back to the 20s and 30s of strikes, and specifically occupation strikes in the shipyards. So, people knew somehow from their parents or grandparents how to do it. But this argument, which has a part of truth, cannot be generalized in any way, because Czechoslovakia or Eastern Germany had even more tradition of mobilization in the 20s. So, but they didn't do, they didn't move. So the framework must be bigger, and there I think the state policy of Vietnam must be more important, because as far as I know in China, and please Giuseppe correct me, after the revolution there was a syndicalist wing in the Chinese unions, and then by 1951 I think it was basically all expelled. But for a couple of years there was a real debate about what to do with the union. Should we go the full Leninist way or keep an active way, give more representation and so on. And as far as I know, Vietnam didn't make that specific, very clear choice as Mao did in the 50s in China. So I think there must be more than just the history that some people remember something from French colonization period, I don't know when.
Of course, I fully agree with Mario. The capitalist system is hierarchical, therefore there is no space for all countries. East Asia has been sold two lies. First was a lie in the 90s that was the story of the East Asian miracle. I don't know who remembers, some of you might remember this report released by the World Bank in 1993. And the lie was that they presented Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia as the good model to be followed. This was 4 years before the regional economic crisis, when the same people recognized that these countries had a lot of contradictions and corruption and so on and so forth. And of course, the lie was that if you look at the data, you see that there was no convergence on the same level as the first generation of East Asian advisors already in the early 90s. Therefore, they were selling just a lie. And then have been sold another lie, that is the middle income trap debate. Why? Because it's not consistent, there is no clear definition of what it is. And again, this is used to force this country to further liberalize. And the idea is that if they overcome this middle income trap, they can converge with the GDP per capita levels of the West, which is of course impossible because the system is hierarchical. Regarding the flying geese paradigm, again, also in this case there is a manipulation of the debate, because flying geese was invented by a Japanese scholar called Akamatsu, and he used the flying geese paradigm to say that countries had to struggle in order to catch up. And there was a struggle between the countries that were more advanced and the followers. And he was telling the story of how Japan achieved industrialization. But later on, this flying geese paradigm was taken by neoliberal scholars like Yazawa, that tried to make it, to present this paradigm as a benevolent model for which Japan would lead the rest of Asia to prosperity if only East Asia accepted to accept their FDI and follow their not their example, because it was not the example of Japan, follow what Japan was telling them that was their example. This is a story of Hajun Chang and kicking away the ladder. False story about their industrial power. Yes, again, the question is the hierarchical system of capitalism. I'm not so sure about regionalism. RCEP is still beginning. Certainly what is changing is the role of China in the regional division of labor, because the cost of labor in China is growing. And this has to do also with the demographical trend. This year, for the first time, the Chinese population declined. Therefore, there is a change. And the cost of labor is higher in China, or at least in coastal provinces of China. Therefore, there is a transfer to other countries of production. It's not only foreign firms that are moving their production overseas in the China Plus One policy, but also Chinese firms. Can this create a space for industrial upgrading in other countries? Well, of course, this also depends on the policies of the countries. Then maybe I can respond here to the question of Mario regarding policies. Yes, Vietnam is in this regard is an interesting case. There are some national champions. There is particularly one champion, that is the Vina Group. Vina Group, the story is that very clever entrepreneurs sold instant noodles in Ukraine, made money with it, went back to Vietnam, invested in the real estate sector, made money with it, and then started to continue with the real estate, but then started to try to produce mobile telephones, and now it's producing cars. Both technology from foreign automotive firms, both paid Pininfarina to design cars, and now is even entering the American market and is coming to Western Europe. Yes, there are some elements, and of course there are also some state-owned enterprises that are doing well. Also in other Southeast Asian countries, there are these champions. But so far, the leading sector of the economy is the foreign investor sector. Why women are preferred? Women are preferred Part of it has to do with the kind of production. In the electronic sector, in the garment sector, you need to have nimble fingers. Therefore, there is a preference for women. But also preference for women because they are more docile, they accept more rather than, they at least have this reputation of being, especially young women. Who organizes strikes? Strikes are organized by rank and file workers. There is no leadership. And even, again, if you compare with China, in China there is the emergence of leaders. And while in the case of Vietnam, it's been noted that there are these leaders do not emerge, are normal workers that then leave the factory, go to work somewhere else, and they disappear somehow. There's no, trade unions do not organize strikes, particularly because at the grassroots level, trade unions are represented by people who are normally part of the human resource department or the factory. But trade unions at the national level often support the strikes. China and Vietnam, trade unions, if you look at the institutional system, just the same. It's exactly the same. The way in which the two systems operate is different. Why so? It's difficult. This is what I notice, I can give you a couple of, well, it might have to do with the fact that the Vietnamese system, the Vietnamese party has been more open to internal debate, and the level of infight has been, on the one hand, less dramatic than in China. China, well, there have been moments where who lost, even when Bosi Lai, who lost was sent to prison in China. In Vietnam was never the case. I mean, now we know that Ho Chi Minh lost, and you know the General Giap that everybody knows, he lost power. But for many years, he was still a symbol of the Vietnamese liberation struggle, even if he had no power. And therefore, there is a space for contestation within the Vietnamese Communist Party. I'll give you one example. Every year there is a negotiation between the trade unions, VGCL, the VCCI, which represents Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which represents entrepreneurs, but it's also a party-linked organization. And then a Minister of Labor. They negotiate. Just before COVID, the trade unions abandoned negotiation, denouncing entrepreneurs. And the following year, they not only denounce entrepreneurs, they call a press conference to denounce entrepreneurs. And of course, this is something that would never happen in China. In Vietnam, as in China, trade unions act at the national level promoting advanced legislation. This also applies to China. But then at the grassroots level, in both cases, trade unions are not an instrument. These new laws for collective bargaining and this grassroots, this factory level organization. As I said before, I have no big hope for this. I have more hope on VGCL, that the official trade unions become a bit more militant. Some high-ranking officers of the VGCL told me when they were discussing the law, okay, this is a good law because will force us to become more militant, will open more space for us to become the real trade union. Of course, this is one voice. There are others that are more aligned with the party. But no, I don't have much expectation. And what can happen is that you have Samsung that creates its own union, even more control and for its then Hokao, yes, there is a big debate about changing the Hokao or abolishing the Hokao. So far, I don't see significant change in practice. And provinces competing with one another, maybe I've not seen it. Then some questions about education and what happens to these workers and why they're not retained. No, these workers do not learn much because they do very repetitive work, very simple. Even if they're in electronics, what they do is very simple. They don't learn much. The only thing they learn is they experience the outside world. They live in a village, they go into peri-urban areas, they see the world. Therefore, they are a bit empowered. And sometimes they go back to the village, but it's difficult to go back to the village because there is not enough land to farm. Therefore, normally these workers do not want to go back to the village. Some of them end in the informal sectors. In some cases, they have some savings. Most cases, they don't have any saving. They go in the formal sector, or some of the workers that we have interviewed in the past now working for national firms. This is also happening in China. They go to provincial town. They leave the coastal area. They go back to inner China in the provincial town where they work for factories where the salary is much lower than it was before, but the cost of living is lower and the pressure on these workers is much lower. Some of them enter other activities, but no, they don't learn much because this kind of industrialization does not require really skilled workers. And of course, Malaysia is different, but yet. The last two questions, one is about Chinese or Western production networks. In fact, Vietnam is dominated by Korean firms or Taiwanese firms rather than Chinese. There are Chinese investments now. The Vietnamese hate the Chinese. I don't see, these are the largest investors. Of course, working conditions are better in Western firms. Then there is Japanese, then there is Korean, then there is Taiwanese, and then Chinese is the worst. Finally, the field work. I've been working in Vietnam for more than, well, actually almost 30 years. And this project, but also previous project, have been conducted with the Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences, and with which I've worked for 20 years. We are close. We are a group of colleagues and friends, and we conducted this work together. We did not recruit Vietnamese staff. The last project was actually coordinated by the Vietnamese and involved also two kind of NGOs that cooperated with us, but was the Academy of Social Sciences coordinating the work. And that made possible to do things that otherwise would be impossible, of course, because the Academy is part of the government officially. But they have this double for, and one of the things I've negotiated, because I've been working with them so long, is that we publish what we want in English, but internally our aim is to promote an internal debate. For we don't want to create scandals. We are not denouncing Vietnam. Also because we know that Vietnam is under constraint itself. For we try to participate to national internal debate. And I'm seen as a friend of Vietnam, even if I work on very critical issues, because the kind of work I'm doing, the way in which we are working.
Thank you very much. That was really inspiring in both cases, how to advance the debate and the research in difficult conditions on very complex aspects. We learned a lot. We need now a little break before the final session, where everybody is invited to contribute. We'll start with a reflection from Beverly Silver about the state of research on world systems and global economy, and we'll have an open debate about what the next steps will be. But thank you very much, Pietro. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. We started as much.
Okay, oopsie. Okay, welcome everybody to the last session of what's been a really wonderful and stimulating workshop, a series of panels and papers. Mario's given me a rather big task with the title, Research on World Systems and Global Capital Labor Relations, Conceptual, Methodological, and Empirical Challenges. So I just wrote down a few things, some of it inspired by ways in which the conversations over yesterday and today have developed, and some of it more things that I'm somewhat fixated on. So regardless of what was said yesterday and today, I would have said it probably anyway with that title. So I think that and I'm going to pay attention to what time it is, because I really don't want to ramble on, because the idea is to have a final discussion here. So I wanted to start with that I think world systems analysis is really about, to paraphrase some other reference, understanding the world in order to be able to change the world. And I think that for me, it's useful to start from some assessment of what period of world history and capitalist history we're currently in. And as a shorthand for me right now, it's useful to think of us as being in the midst of the terminal crisis of the US-sponsored world order, of US world hegemony, or the US-led systemic cycle of capitalist accumulation, all somewhat interchangeable ways of referring. And, over the last, I don't know, few years, probably since 2001, so that makes it like 22 years. But anyway, the book, that Giovanni Arrighi and I and a group of researchers at that time at the Fernand Braudel Center in Binghamton published in 1999 called Chaos and Governance in the Modern World System. The book in 1999 was, Chaos and Governance, was meant to study the past hegemonic transitions, so from Dutch to British hegemony, from British to US hegemony, both of which were characterized by long periods of war and deep human suffering. So we think to shorthand, the Napoleonic Wars, the World Wars, fascism, Great Depression. And the idea of studying this history of these two previous terminal crises of systemic cycles of accumulation was to see if there were any lessons that could be learned for avoiding another deep period of systemic chaos as we entered this terminal crisis of US hegemony. In other words, just because the past transitions were characterized by deep crises or long periods of systemic chaos, it didn't necessarily mean that it was inevitable that this was going to happen again. And there we identified two kind of necessary preconditions for avoiding a long period of systemic chaos. And the first was that the West, and in particular the United States, needed to adjust to a more equal distribution of wealth and power in the world, and that, looking at past transitions, particularly the British-US transition, that the chaos in the transition was caused as much by resistance to change by the declining power, meaning the United Kingdom, rather than aggressive actions by rising powers. And of course, this is a point that Keynes made in the economic consequences of the peace following World War I. So the disappointing thing, this is 1999, the disappointing thing is everything since 1999 that the US has done, and Western Europe has its own role, has been pretty much the opposite. So we get, with the election of Bush Jr. and the project for a new American century, which is, again, rather than adjusting to a more equal distribution of wealth and power in the world, is trying to double down for a second American century. Under Obama, the arrangements for the pullout from Iraq, of US troops from Iraq, was negotiated with the idea that there would be a pivot toward East Asia, in other words, a pivot toward confronting China, so that the problem with US military commitments in Iraq and Western Asia was that it was distracting the United States from the main enemy, which was a rising China. Under Trump, again, the anti-China rhetoric continued, and the only thing is that since Trump was Trump, that there was a good part of the US population that whatever he said they would disagree with. So that, you know, so there was like a little opposition to his like moves, anti-China moves. But now with Biden, you know, the only thing that the Republican Party, Republicans and Democrats can seem to agree on, which is, I just find shocking, is that China, you know, this is the only thing they can agree on, is that China is a threat that merits a tough treatment, and that it's important to, that tough treatment includes a strengthening of the projection of U.S. Military power globally, as well as in East and Southeast Asia. So that was the first precondition for avoiding systemic chaos, and it sort of went down, you know, it's like not gone well. And the second was that states and or movements, some forms of agents, actors, had to open up paths that would resolve the social problems left behind by, partly by 5 centuries of Western capitalism, and especially by the 20th century US-led systemic cycle of accumulation. So, you know, and this takes, I think it's two key things. One problem was, you know, that this resource-intensive, labor-saving Western model of development was unsustainable from both an ecological point of view and unsustainable as a model of development from a human livelihood point of view. So, you know, it was been characterized by the undermining of established non-capitalist forms of livelihood without a corresponding creation of stable wage labor, and so a growing surplus population. The ecological limits, of course, have become increasingly clear. And then the second, of course, is the problems created, social, geopolitical legitimacy problems by the extreme inequality within countries, as well as the extreme inequality between countries. So this, back to the previous session's discussion about the hierarchical nature of global capitalism. So in the postscript to the second edition of the Long 20th Century, which, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure the Italian edition of the second, it's 2010 in English. So Giovanni wrote a postscript. When their second edition of the Long 20th Century was published in English, he wrote a new postscript. And there, you know, he has a table where he sums up the evolution of capitalism through the different systemic cycles, and you know, talks about how that capitalism was able to evolve and also become more powerful as a system and more global by successively internalizing different costs, different types of costs. So successfully internalizing costs of protection, meaning warfare, making warfare profitable, internalizing costs of production, so that, you know, and internalizing costs of transaction. I won't go into the details. And where he left it was this empty column where it was saying, okay, the next thing that would need to be internalized is the costs of reproduction of labor and nature, right? But then the problem is, you know, two problems, like who would be the agents of such a change or solution? And, well, first, this is like it's a little bit off, but, you know, there was the question of whether the solutions would be likely to come from the West and Western states and Western capital. And the argument was it was unlikely because of path dependence questions of being invested in this old, you know, resource-intensive, labor-saving model, this model that depended also on heavy military a heavy role of military, and that, and then on top of it, that one thing that was visible over the 20th century is that the development game, as soon as countries outside the West began to catch up with the United States, the rules of the game were changed. So first the rules, the development project was dropped and we go to a more neoliberal development project. And then now, this latest, I think, a lot of the tension, confrontation with China has to do with, now completely changing the rules of the game because that China's actually, in Arrighi's word, was the main beneficiary or the main winner of the war on terror because the U.S. got just pulled in. So the West, so then what about possible agents attempting to save capitalism in some form or another? So, and in other words, and I think this is a different way of putting this is, can we imagine capitalism that internalizes the costs of production, the costs of reproduction of nature and the costs of reproduction of labor. And again, from a world systems perspective, but not just a world systems perspective, I think, there's certainly a very clear reading of Marx where it's impossible really to imagine capitalism without the externalization of the costs of reproduction of labor and the costs of reproduction of nature. So in world systems analysis, capital accumulation over the long durée of the system, including up till today, has been based on the externalization of the costs of reproduction of labor and nature, that is treating non-renewable natural resources as a free good and paying labor wages below the full cost of reproduction of labor power. And this includes the important role of unpaid women's household labor. And even Marx, not even Marx, but Marx understood that primitive accumulation, coerced unfree labor, and super exploitation of labor were all fundamental to how actually existing capitalism developed historically. So there's some confusion because even though like the beginning, middle of volume 1 of Capital, Marx is presuming that workers are paid the full cost of reproduction of their labor power. But it's, what do we call this? It's not a heuristic device, it's a rhetorical device. I don't know, it's some kind of device. It's a premise device because what he's showing is that even if you start with the premise that labor is paid a wage that covers the full cost of reproduction of labor power, that the dynamics of capital accumulation are such that the system eventually leads to the point, which is where he gets in chapter 25, of the creation of this massive relative surplus population and a deep crisis of legitimacy for capitalism. That's more or less where we are now, is is this exploding surplus population and a deep crisis of legitimacy for capitalism. So if we can't, think of consciously or unconsciously, what's interesting is that Schumpeter in the 30s, when there was the crisis in the 30s and there was like a widespread sense that, capitalism had its run and it was done. And Schumpeter was saying, no, maybe it'll have another run. It could have another run. He didn't think it could have another 2 runs. So it's a kind of question to be careful about, that maybe there's a way, I don't know if humanity or the world, maybe there's a way, but in any case, it seems, I would think it just seems highly unlikely. So if the existing Western powers, if the capitalist class, is not a reliable agent for some kind of resolution, even of the crisis of capitalism, much less, right? Then what about other agents? And so I think that that's where, we come back to the question of labor, right? And there's something that came up, yesterday in the question that got raised about parties and organization. So, and I'll just lay out this thing that there's a first question about just pushing from below, right? Whether, labor workers have some kind of a power that pushing from below will force a resolution of the crisis in a way that, again, resolves some of this problems of extreme insecurity of livelihood, extreme problem, anyway, right? Or whether, we need to turn back to this question of the role of organizing and parties and power. And here, I mentioned yesterday, I referred to this piece by Shahan Karatasli in the Journal of World Systems Research, where he begins to talk about the kind of need for a combination of like more the spontaneous anarchist international type transnational linkages and maybe a more organized associational strategic type of internationalism. And then I just remember, because Mario was showing me that in the volume, that he co-edited of Arrighi's works, that he has in there Arrighi's Marxist Century, American Century article. And then I remember that Karatasli was telling me that he was actually, that piece was him updating the Marxist Century, American Century argument, where there's this question of in what historical situations, at what periods, where the associational power, the question of parties and association were the more important, where and when, basically, and where and when this kind of direct structural bargaining power of labor to disrupt was key in pushing indifference. So in terms of thinking, well, like what are concepts, that might be useful in thinking this whole thing out? I mean, I think people who are familiar with forces of labor know that they're, I make this distinction between it's a little confusing, the terms, but anyway, Marx-type labor unrest and Polanyi-type labor unrest, where the Marx-type labor unrest is these new working classes that are being formed, and that they have a kind of structural bargaining power, they have power to disrupt production and trade. And then this Polanyi-type labor unrest was just like these working classes that are being unmade, and so like the anti-austerity movements, unemployed protests, this kind of things, where the power is really in disrupting the peace in the streets as opposed to disrupting trade and production. So on the Marx type, I think, and it's come up here in different ways, that the wage labor force globally, increasingly women, migrants, increasingly migrants in the global north, but in large part, growing. I think there was the reference to Vietnam today in terms of just the massive expansion of wage labor, industrial wage labor in Vietnam as part of a more general trend in the global south. But over the last 10 years, we started to talk also about a third type, which is not really captured by either this making or unmaking, and that is it's this relative surplus population. So Guglielmo was joking this morning about where capital doesn't go, conflict follows. And I think in some ways that's what this third type is trying to get at, is it's not really the capital doesn't go, it's where capital strips populations of their prior means of livelihood outside of the capital wage labor relation, but doesn't replace it with stable alternatives. And so I think this is, like, again, an increasingly important phenomena, and I think we need this third conceptual distinction in order to get a handle on what's happening. And then all of this, and I kind of mentioned it briefly yesterday, is that it all leads to thinking about how, first, the uneven geographical distribution of these different types of, let me call them segments, sectors of the working class. I don't know. I haven't thought about exactly what term I want to use there. But, what are the, is there, like, in the structural conditions, a natural tendency toward cooperation among these different parts of the working class so that they're all pushing in the same direction, or acting in the interests of a class as a whole, or historically the way capitalism has developed, is that in fact these different segments have been very much divided by gender, citizenship, other kind of geographical location, and to some extent that there's not a natural tendency, or we can't assume a tendency. We can't assume a natural tendency for them to kind of just all come together through the process of this kind of capitalism creating its own gravedigger is still partly true, but partly not true, partly. And so this gets to, I think, just two more, 1.5 points, I guess, that I wanted. So one gets back, which I think I'm already there, which is just raising the question of what kind of organization, is required in this moment, right? Again, whatever we would call it, and again, whether to what extent unorganized unrest from below can, the pendulum swing chart that I was showing yesterday morning, to what extent, unorganized unrest from below can push the pendulum in the direction toward a greater protection of labor and nature, and to what extent that we can't count on that. And again, I think the Marxist century, American century, holds some of the keys there. I think that it also, the failure to solve this problem also is the path to further empowering, fascist and far-right forces. Just a little anecdote. In June 2008, I remember we were at the Left Forum. Giovanni and I were at the Left Forum conference in New York, and we were walking out of the conference and going to the car. I still remember, it's like 2008. He's saying to me, we really need to start working on this, resurgence of the far right in Europe. And so so he's got, there's something, it's just like crazy. Anyway, so knowledge from the global south. This is my last thing. So in world systems analysis, there was a period where the literature on the semi-periphery, one of the reasons for being interested in the focus on the semi-periphery was somehow the idea that the organization of production and lifestyles and welfare, that were characteristic of the core, were by definition not generalizable to the entire world. That those levels of consumption and et cetera were based on exploitation of those who are excluded geographically or class-wise or whatever. And so there was an interest in models, experiments, social experiments, practices coming out of the semi-periphery as maybe something that was going to be more relevant to whatever was being done in the core as far as generalizable solutions to kind of the social and social problems facing the world. That kind of fell by the wayside, but in the more recent world systems literature, also the concept of semi-periphery is somewhat kind of, but I think maybe there might be something interesting still in bringing that back in and working with at least some analogous type of an idea, and that also then fits in with the final sentence or two that I want to say, which is this importance of trying to, on the one hand, reverse this one-way flow of knowledge and from the let's call it global north to global south, or particularly, I'm always struck when I go outside the United, U.S. or Europe. Everybody knows
has read all the, you know, U.S. English, particularly English language, U.S. literature, but, you know, the other way around, it doesn't work. And so it's, I think that both, the final point here has to be with both taking knowledge from, let's say, third world and both knowledge and experience as possibly, or as more than possibly kind of more important and critical to really understanding the way out of the crisis and the way out of hopefully saving, you know, having moving out of this crisis and into a world that's characterized by respect for human life and the health of the planet. So that's, I mean, those are, it's not, I don't know that it actually fits the mandate, but at least that's what I'm kind of thinking about in terms of conceptual, methodological, empirical. So, you know, thinking about it as a period of hegemonic crisis and transition, and then what are the problems that need to be solved, and who are the potential actors, and what, you know, how to get out of this without going into it. You know, I mean, one can imagine things getting a lot worse before they get better. So, all right, sorry, thank you. And this was now supposed to be, now I'm going on vacation. That was just supposed to mean, that was supposed to be me just kicking off the discussion, not.
We can have most speakers contributing to, I open up the debate. Thank you very much, Beverly, for this insightful and thoughtful reflection on what is both a research agenda and a long-term perspective on changes in the world system. I think thinking of our phase as a phase of hegemonic crisis, the end of a period of accumulation and hegemonic power is very powerful and productive, in my view. That's the way we have the framework we can use to understand the current dynamics. With all and lessons from the past that you summarized are very important. And I also agree that the challenge, the key test for assessing developments is the challenge to address reproduction processes, both of nature with the ecological crisis and of social reproduction, which includes both the question of inequality and the question of women caring and the way welfare so all this package of how society reproduces itself. But let me, so this is the big systemic story, but let me first take a step back. Within the world system framework, we would have expected that the crisis of financial accumulation, the phase of expansion started with the neoliberal turn in the 80s and the shifting from material expansion to financial accumulation in the West, in the core of the world economy, would have been, as in previous systemic crisis, rather contained, short, maybe not as short as at the time of the Great Depression crisis, but to some extent contained and to some extent separate from the rest of the economy. When the 2008 crisis came, it was easy to say, oh, that's the terminal crisis, because this is exactly what we expected to happen, and this is happening. But finance managed to get out of the 2008 crisis with an even stronger ability to run the world and to run this phase of capitalism. And now what we see is that finance is indeed penetrating, is not a separate part of the economy. It's not that you have industrial investment and financial investment as two separate competing sectors. In some cases you can identify this, but finance is now organizing student trajectories with student debt in the US being the major source of private debt, or is penetrating everyday life with real estate, mortgages, and housing. And health is financed on the basis of private insurance in most countries outside continental Europe. So we have a complete penetration of, and finance is driving environmental investment by big investment funds. So we have a complete penetration of finance, which is not a way of extracting. We have a theoretical weakness here. Where do financial profits come from? That's an old question. No? But that's why finance has been saved in 2008 and is going to be again saved with the turn in monetary policy. No? So this is both a conceptual and a policy question, because dealing with finance is not something that is easy also in terms of policy in the perspective of adjusting to the new challenges. And we cannot expect that finance, a bank fails and disappears and we return to the productive logic of accumulation, okay? So this is why China is particularly important, because China is clearly the carrier of a model of material expansion where there is an hegemonic power of material production. And that's why the struggle between the financial forces within China and the rest of the economy is crucial in this strategic perspective. If China moves into financialization now, there is no possibility to recover a trajectory of expansionary trajectory of most of the world. So this is a key question, because if finance manages to continue a way of producing financial profits through monetary creation and things like that, the moment of reckoning of the terminal crisis can be continuously postponed later. A side story of this has to do with the fact that with the crisis 2008 on, pandemic, inflation, now we have a return of everywhere of state policies, the use of state power to manage these contradictions, and also to some extent to limit inequalities through a mechanism of a simple redistribution to individual firms or individual households. So this breaks a fundamental principle of the political process, which had to do with class conflict, the role of trade unions in bargaining for wages, the role of the state in producing policies for welfare, not targeted to individuals, but targeted to reshaping a more systemic picture of the story. So in a way, the individualization of neoliberalism is becoming a structural part of the policy process. And this, again, removes a terrain of struggle. If you go back to having charity given by the authority, as in the Middle Ages, you don't have the space for a political organization of political struggles for welfare, for rights. So the notion of rights is lost, and the notion of political struggle for implementing rights, civil rights, human rights, and social rights, and environmental rights is weakened by this logic of top-down philanthrocapitalism on the one hand, or bonuses facing the pandemic or the inflation. So the space for politics as a sphere of contention by social movement, by labor, by political parties is completely put in question. Should this trajectory reconstruct a sphere of politics in the age of social media, leaderships, parties, and so on. But this implies, as you said, also a problem of what type of political organizations emerge, or what type of trade unions, whether trade unions and labor become the carrier of political challenges in some sort. Clearly, the Industrial Revolution was the creation of the making of the working class, the making of the trade union movement, the making of labor and social democratic or communist parties. So this was a trajectory of historical development of a political sphere for challenging and containing and mediating capitalism. So so in a way, the sphere of politics is a big question mark, and many of us have been focusing on the potential of grassroots mobilization, global justice movements, new types of labor struggles. The global protest database that you developed is clearly an important part of the story, but we have to go one step further probably and understand what is the arena where this conflict, where this contention goes, and what is the political dimension. Is there a political dimension or not on that? Because as we are seeing on the pandemic, on the environment, the sphere, at the global level in particular, the sphere of global political processes, and this has to do with your agenda, is completely displaced by the emergence of public-private partnerships, as in the case of vaccine policies, or the role of self-regulation by business and multinational, as we discussed with Stephanie, or in the case of the environment, the rise of private-driven investment strategies for ESG or other standards which can provide some apparent solution to some of these challenges. So the sphere of politics itself is a bit in question, both in its democratic dimension and in its policy capabilities in terms of implementation of change. And this, of course, brings with it the issue of democracy, because democracy was, in the national context, with citizenship rights, political processes, political parties, parliaments, and governments, a clearly defined model, which now is completely, see Macron in France now, is completely displaced by decision-making stories, but we have plenty of cases. So what is the space for democracy now, and what is the relevance of democracy also for mobilization? Are social movements claiming to recover democratic processes, or social movements take democracy as lost, representative democracy, and they play participatory struggles or conflicts as a way alternative once you give up on the possibility to achieve change through these other structures. And finally, the footnote of this is that the society that is facing all these elements is a fragmented society where citizenship, half of the people don't vote. So what is the meaning of citizenship rights when half the people don't vote? And we have been hearing for 2 days how fragmented labor is, formal, informal, men, women, migrant, non-migrant, temporary, precarious, and so on. So, but I mean, after all, the E.P. Thompson book, The Making of the English Working Class, was exactly on the making out of fragments. So the photography of the British workers at the beginning of the 19th century was not less fragmented than the photography we are discussing now. So it is a political project. Making the working class is a project of capital, but also of the antagonist. So these are complementary bits to the story that Beverly said, but I think there is quite a convergence in these elements. So on the very pessimistic side, we have two big elephants in the room. One is fascism, and the other one is war and militarization. And which are connected, of course, among them. And clearly Polanyi and the 20s and 30s are there. But I don't want to be pessimistic, so I just mention them without going to detail. But clearly, for a fraction of capital, this is a way out, is a temporary way out of the crisis. So and the US is torn in the conflict between the use of the military shortcut as a new fix. So this, from a research perspective, is an excellent, is a whole set of excellent news, because all these issues means that we have to rethink, both in conceptual terms and in research, in empirical research terms, to refine and update and locate our work into this very difficult context. There is no stability, there is no well-defined model, there are set of overlapping crises and complete uncertainty on many dimensions. So we need to learn much more fastly and more in a more interdisciplinary way. On the final points that Beverly mentioned, what type of organization and what type of interaction with the periphery, what is the role of the periphery? Of course, I have no answer. We have to be aware that we have to pay more attention to what is happening at the grassroots and in the periphery, in the global south. Probably China is paying more attention than the attention we pay to these developments. So these are further aspects on which we have to become less ignorant. Closer to our experience, I think the question of the semi-periphery, as Giovanni pointed out, the semi-periphery is a place where fascism can emerge because of the failure to become part of the center and of the failure of the political transformations. I think this is going to be a very interesting case, and we have plenty of situation. Italy is slipping back to a more semi-peripheral position. We have a conference in Rome on the 31st exactly on the position of Italy in the European context. But we have plenty of countries, Turkey being one of the most relevant one, where these critical conditions are really important. So, I think this is a very interesting set of questions which are all relevant for our everyday work, and being aware of the complexity of the challenge and events like this of these 2 days, I think, are useful steps to be aware of the questions we are facing and to find little bits of light in this sometimes bleak picture. Thank you. Who is next? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Fabrizio Tonello from the University of Padua, and I have some comments which are a follow-up of Mario's points. The sphere of politics. Well, my main research interest is the American political system, and I would say that it imploded 25 years ago. That is, in the last quarter of a century, Republicans did win the popular vote in presidential elections only once, but they were able to remain in power for many more times. And also any superficial look at the electoral data shows a country which is split in half, 50-50 seats in the Senate, a Democratic president and a Republican one. But at the same time, in this period in which there has been a semi-paralysis of the American political system, at the same time, the financial system prospered. It was wonderful. Who cares? Do we need a government? No. Banks were saved in 2008. 2 days ago, the highest officials said that people who had more than $250,000 in their accounts at the Silicon Valley Bank will nevertheless be guaranteed fully. This is the best of the world. So my point is, are we not undervaluing the ability of the very core of the financial structure to dominate both domestic and internal markets, both domestic and international institutions? That is, who needs a government when the governments do spontaneously what is asked from them? Our grandfather Karl Marx was a polemicist who wrote, the governments are the committees of the bourgeoisie. Well, for a century and a half, the governments denied this. Now they are boasting that they are the board of directors of the international bourgeoisie. So to make a long story short, I would ask you just a question. If you don't think that when we talk about the end of a phase, the beginning of a transition, the end of the hegemony of a particular political structure like the United States, are we not undervaluing, forgetting the ability of the capitalist global system to perpetuate itself? This is my question. Thank you.
First of all, thank you again. It was 2 fantastic days of discussion. I have two points to conclude on my part. Yesterday you quoted the Gramscian interregnum, namely the old world doesn't die and the new one cannot born because we are stuck. I think that this is the best picture to summarize this period. At the same time, I think that within the world system approach, we could run the risk in some way to be unbalanced in some way in looking at the East, in the comparison the West and the rest. I think that the best way, this is my opinion, I'm telling above all to myself, the best way to pursue on world system analysis is keeping in mind your work and Arrighi's work chaos and governance, but also Adam Smith in Beijing, that for me was a masterpiece in my formation. On one side, that part of the analysis. On the other side, I see the risk of what Susan Strange already told in the 90s. Now the persistent myth of the U.S. lost hegemony. I think that also today the structural power, as defined by Strange, of United States is quite resilient, and I think that the successful or not of the chip war can be a test for the structural power theory of Susan Strange, the capability of United States to create a new way to remain in power, also with a different combination between consent and pure force. Domination is the right term. This is one. The second, as I told you yesterday, Professor Silver, I think that the best effort to push forward the capability to internalize reproduction and nature cost has been done by Jason Moore, and I think that in order to also to make progresses beyond Moore, we have to try to operationalize the theoretical framework of Moore, that for me is very enlightening in the capability to combine a dialectical unity between capital and nature, but we need to operationalize these also in financial terms, how finance is affecting nature in terms of forecast of cost, forecast of what remains within the earth. So I think this is my last comment about the next interesting streams within world system theory approach for next future. Thank you, everybody, again.
Yeah, no, I mean, this has been really interesting. A couple of days and interesting to. Not on? Yeah, sorry. And really great to see the research that's going on. I mean, I come at it from a slightly different perspective, so I come much more at a kind of bottom of the value chain, or bottom of the food chain, as I like to call it, and just look at what's going on there. And I think what's really coming through to me, which maybe isn't coming out so much yet in this session, just the real I mean, you're kind of referring to it, but we've got all the elements of it here. Is just the realignment that's going on. It's that sort of hegemony last century first of UK imperialism, then we got US economic or financial imperialism, but now it's this conflict, if you like, this tension that's going on with China. And I don't focus, my research doesn't focus on China. My research in the last 5-10 years has really focused on Africa. And I don't focus on China in Africa, but every time I go, all I see is China in Africa. The Belt and Road Initiative has really, it's really begun to shift the whole balance. And it's certainly, a lot of people are very critical about it, and for good reason. But you can also see the potential gains, at least for certain elites, which is also worrying. So it's not necessarily going to resolve problems. But that kind of shift, I think, is something that's really interesting to understand better, and how that plays out and how resistance takes place. Because the opposite of the sort of crisis of US imperialism, the rise effectively, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it Chinese imperialism, but I'm sure some people will and do. And how those two are kind of counterbalancing. It's what you said, Beverly. But part of the crisis is the US, and what we had before with the UK was refusal to adapt to this change taking place, and that refusal to adapt leads to chaos. But those changes have already taken place, and certainly in Africa. as far as I can see it through my. So it's kind of then working out how that plays out, how those shifts evolve, and what that means. Of course, the risk is potentially not only economic conflict but military conflict. That's certainly beyond my pay grade in terms of, that's not what I look at, but I can see the risks of that. But at the same time, it's amazing, and particularly recently in Africa, despite the problems, is the resilience of people given in the face of a lot of very difficult circumstances. And how they organize and how they manage all the challenges. So I think, I just think there's some fascinating research going on. I think that for me, the big future is going to be the South-South. That's certainly where we've already been focused the last few years, where I plan to go in future, how those realignments are taking place within the Global South. And by the Global South, I use that in a very kind of general way, because that does include China, but geographically China is actually in the Global North. But that relationship and how that plays out between different countries, different groups of countries, and what the implications are. But I certainly don't, I think we're in the middle of quite major hegemonic shifts going on. Trying to keep a tab as researchers, because I think, and providing the information and knowledge then that can help inform change. Myself as a researcher, not as a practitioner or an NGO. General reflections.
Beverly, works you make, yes, important conclusion that historically labor movements may divergent on two paths: socialist and nationalist labor forces, as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Other hand, we have another type of distinguish between Marx type, Palladian type movement. This type to different posed point of view. What is situation in the world and in the main regions of the world? That time, Kautsky wrote a essay, Why There Is No Socialism in the United States. What is the situation now?
Few short comments. I agree with everything has been said before, but I see a few areas of weakness in this continued capitalist attempt to fix hegemony that is unraveling. First, the major issue is, as Mario has done a lot of work on it, is inequality. Inequality is not going away. We are in a system where in the north there is a growing inequality, in the south there is a growing, and this is creating a lot of well, in some cases protest, in some cases uneasiness. Yes, it's true, a lot of people are not voting in Italy, a lot of people are not voting in a lot of countries, but the project is not hegemonic. There are weaknesses, and there's a contradiction there that it should be possible to exploit. And in some countries this is happening. And in some countries, very different parts of the world, I think in Brazil, I think in Thailand. Thailand is going to have elections in May, and we will see once again there will be kind of left that will win, and once again the elite will try to repress this protest. This is, I think, this is the first level. The second level is war. War is already here, but who is losing this war? In this moment, who is losing the war is Europe, is the project of European Union. Everything the United States has done since 2014 was to prepare this war. And in this moment, the European Union is not able to take an action. The only actor that is now taking action is China. And the paradox is China is going to, in a way, present itself as the one that will save Europe. And this is a contradiction that eventually, hopefully, when we have peace, out. And the only way to reconstruct Europe will be to take into account what has happened, because yes, there were two different strategies, two conflicting strategies, one from the United States, one from some important European countries like Germany, but even tried to create a partnership with Russia, and this was destroyed. Third is finance. Mario was saying, but what about China? If China we also will be engaged with finance. Well, the Belt and Road Initiative is about finance. Is a Chinese attempt to create a spatial and temporal fix. But again, these infrastructures that China is creating, in some cases, yes, this in some cases is a form of neocolonialism, in other cases not. But again, this is not addressed the fundamental reasons, fundamental problems that we have in this moment in humanity, is that we have needs that are not met. And these needs that are not met create a demand for social justice. And in the North, in the West, I think, again, there is a space for action. And many of the infrastructures that China is creating they serve to Chinese export, or they serve to import raw materials for China. But this export-led industrialization model on a global scale cannot work, because someone has to consume, and who is going to consume everything is therefore, there's a contradiction there, and again, I think this contradiction. I think that I'm pessimist. Of course, we must be pessimist, but there are also some reasons for, not for hope, but some spaces for action. And finally, on fascism. On this, I'm much more optimist than I was in 2008. I think in 2008, the response that was given to that crisis was, well, a response that consolidated the power of global capitalism. Now, it's evident that we cannot go on like this. And I mean, again, if you look at the case of European Union, but even the United States, there's been an attempt to give some response, but these responses supported the poor, supported the middle class. Of course, this is enough. This will not stop and a demand that will increase. Of course, Italy is slipping down. Italy is becoming a semi-periphery country, and of course, this is very risky. But there are other parts of the world where, again, Brazil, where fascist project has been stopped, and even the United States. I mean, Trump has been defeated. It's difficult for Trump to win elections again. Therefore, there will be reactionary movements, but I don't think even capital has an interest in creating fascism. And again, I'm going back to this interview 40 years ago with Arrighi. He was saying that there is no interest for capital to have fascism. It's better to have a managed system. But this system, inequality is making it difficult to manage the system.
So thank you for this interesting discussion. And my main takeaway from today as a political science and IRIP scholar is that we really need, I think, to discuss with economists and sociologists even more, because sometimes you go to IR conferences and you hear colleagues talking about, the rise and fall of great powers, the Thucydides traps, and so they're very interesting frameworks. But either you risk to state the obvious, or you basically are missing something which is really, really happening and which could go in one or another direction. And in this sense, I think you have to look at the details, and you find details in trade, global value chains, the relationship between state and market, decarbonization or the monetary system, this kind of things. So here, talking about agency and talking about who can rescue capitalism from itself in a sense. I would agree that the Global South is an interesting arena we should look at more deeply. And even media and journalists, I think, should spend more time on the Global South. Because here you have let's say, rising power, if recent power, which basically doesn't buy the hegemonic idea, doesn't really think that global political economy needs an hegemony, the Robert Gilpin and Charles Kindberger story. So is that true? I mean, is it just rhetoric from the party, from the narrative, or there is something we should understand better? And the Global South, I think, is also, it could become the new arena for competition, for another cycle, for starting another cycle and we shouldn't forget India. Look at everyone is visiting Modi nowadays, Everyone. There's a diplomatic frenzy going on around India. And I also would agree on the fact that there is a kind of transition going on. But thinking of first that China doesn't buy this hegemonic framework, and secondly, thinking of a different historical context here, I think if we stick too much to this idea of the Charles Kindberger's idea, we risk again to, when looking at Asia and looking at China, to reproduce our mind frame, which was based on a focus on the West. If you think of the world in depression and the period that Charles Kindberger was looking at, which was the 1930s, that transition happened after a world war. There was a shock. There was a huge shock, and the aftershock wasn't really managed, and so we had a second shock in the Second World War. But this time, this transition is not a product of a global war, like a world war, but by simply the fact that, contrary to the Susan Strange's idea of the decline of the state, the death of the state, markets being capturing the state, here you have a state, which is China, which by buying globalization, especially economic globalization, in many aspects, and by strategically, selectively integrating into the world markets, has restored the greatness of the nation as a great power. So markets helped China to restore its great stateness and the idea of stateness. So can we see there is a hegemonic transition, or there is something else going on? And also, another possible agent, which is part of the structure, but it could become an agent, it's technology. Clearly, and sometimes some Chinese voices, they do forget or tend to forget that the Chinese development has been possible also because there was Western technology going to China and being used by China, being imitated, being restructured, reinvented. But there was Western input was really important. So now that China is becoming, is reaching the frontier of technology, think of artificial intelligence, and when social movements, and you think, this idea of controlling society through technology, and think of the metaverse. We don't know how the metaverse is possibly changing our life. I know that, for instance, the European Commission has started to do meetings in the metaverse, which is basically, you don't have to fly people all around Europe, but you just meet and you do your stuff with your avatars and everything. Are we ready to understand even I would say the anthropological, change that this metaverse way of doing things is going to produce? And think of social media again. For instance, there is some literature. You are possibly more familiar with this literature than myself, but there is some literature underlining that social media are a new form of exploitation of labors, because we send our data for free, to the platforms and with the algorithms, and they use our data and as a productive force, as something to be used to produce, to generate profits and everything. So maybe the new cycle of capitalism is underway in this meta world. I don't really know. It's just a doubt. So another final point, which is more kind of really IR related. Of course, the European Union. The European Union in 2019 defined China as a negotiating partner, economic competitor, and systemic rival. And the Chinese were shocked when this came out. So how can you be at the same time a rival, a partner, and a competitor? It was systemic rival. So how you deal with this is also a challenge that the European Union has. But clearly, this is a different approach from the American one. And even in this sense, there are some strategists now, even American strategists, I heard from colleagues, that talking about overwhelming superiority in the national security strategy of the US doesn't make any sense anymore. You have to take into account that the world has changed. We are not in the 50s anymore, when the American power dominated the world, and Dario was right in mentioning the structural power is still there. It could be there in the cheap war, but the cost of using the structural power is going to become higher and higher, and potentially destroying the whole global political economy. And this goes to my very last point, which is with all this talk of the Cold War or decoupling. The very day when Russia invaded Ukraine, and with Putin chose to invade Ukraine, because it was a choice, at the very day, Elon Musk opened up a new gigafactory in Shanghai with the aim of producing 5 million cars per year. And when Olaf Scholz went to Beijing last year, at the end of last year, the companies were hugely represented, like Mercedes, BMW, all these ones. And because an important share of their market is in China. And in the business community, everybody knows that for the time being, there is no alternative to China as a large market. It's not just one day that we just woke up and say, yeah, let's create Brazil as the next big thing, like in 1978 was the case with China. So all this finally related to this. Think of sanctions against Russia. America threw Russia out of SWIFT and the dollar-based payment system. But no such a nuclear option has ever been conceived for China, because that would mean, of course, to shoot in your feet and all the collapse of the global political economy, because China is really very much integrated in the way the global economy works. But for sure, China is, with its story, its ideas. I've written something on China and the European Union in the Balkans, for instance, with a colleague. And clearly, in the Balkans, you can see the struggle for standards, the struggle for new rules, because China is clearly trying to re-articulate the order by making it closer to a satisfaction of its own interest, which is not, China is not challenging the order per se. And think of Xi Jinping in the last few months. Yes, they had a political choice. They made a political choice. Since we face the same pressure from Washington, let's combine with Russia and say there is an unlimited friendship. And we know this friendship has limits, because Chinese companies, they can go to Russia. Sometimes they can, fill the void, some niche in the market, because Western companies have left. But they're very, very careful not to be hit by secondary sanctions from the US. So maybe, yes, Russia can be a new part of the global South, with Chinese companies going to Russia and trying to generate more profits, more flows of goods and services and capital. But again, China knows that if there is no alternative for China, for the Western companies, so far there is no alternative to Europe and the West for Chinese companies. Is the global South the future West for Chinese companies? Yes or no? And I think you are completely right. Africa is also a place we should look at. Sorry for that. Thank you.
What is exactly we are expecting from House, particularly after the repression of the last waves of revolution?
So I agree with almost all of what's been said. So I think that these are just elaborations or different emphases, and maybe some little bit of terminological differences. But I guess the only thing, I just would end with 3 comments, I guess. One is in relation to what Stephanie said. I mean, I agree completely that, while this financialization, US-centered or Western-centered course and financialization is going on, there's a material expansion story, which is the South-South story, China-led South-South trade story. And so there's one way to think about it is that there's this, if we think of the systemic cycles of accumulation as overlapping S-curves, that the 20th century, American century, whatever, has reached the limits, and there's been this interstitial emergence of something new, and exactly what it is, it becomes something that requires, empirical research on the ground to see exactly what's happening and what are the implications of it in terms of inequality, in terms of power, and it's not clear, because it'll be the outcome of struggles on the ground, with the distribution of the benefits and all that, and there's lots of struggles going on the ground. I don't think it's useful just to call it imperialism, but I think I think it just requires that kind of research, on the ground research that a lot of people here are doing, and a lot of the papers were presenting. On how long the financialization can go on. You know, because when I was saying terminal crisis, it was more like to say that we're now in the systemic chaos. You know, but not that the financial capital is, you know, suddenly, the kind of financialization of capital is somehow suddenly at an end. And the question is, yeah, you know, which Mario is, how long can it go on? How is it getting sustained? To me, a lot of the financialization is not about the creation of new wealth, but the redistribution of wealth. So it's a whole kind of different. And I've been thinking for a long time that, you know, that the inequalities within countries, you know, and the distribution that have been produced through this period, financialization, that they've reached a limit and it can't go any further. And yet then you turn around and the next day it goes further, and the SV, you know, bailing out these hedge fund, you know, managers and who had their money in the Silicon Valley Bank, you know, is just like then one more. But what it is, it's not a stable hegemony in the Gramscian sense. It's something that's just leading us deeper and deeper into the chaos and into the crisis, this social legitimacy crisis of capitalism. And so it's like one could imagine just like a really long period of systemic chaos. And the hope, you know, we agree, it's like coming from some kinds of, it's coming from certainly from outside the United States, and from this kind of whatever's emerging interstitially in terms of the South-South networks. And from where I'm sitting, not right at this moment, but you know, where I'm sitting most of the time in the United States, just watching this ongoing refusal to think, this mentality that one would rather the world end than give up being number one. And, you know, I'm not really good with my Bible stories, but this is Samson maybe, you know, you just rather like destroy the whole world than, you know, bring the whole world down on your head, bring the temple down, the whole world down on your head. So that, you know, so in terms of, and I'm not, you know, so in terms of a politics, certainly to me, one of the key things is finding a way to stop that from happening. And just the last point, because I have a PhD student, he just defended his dissertation, which is on where he looked at the transformation of the US military-industrial complex from what he called mass production warfare to neoliberal warfare. And he's looking at the role of the financial institution. I mean, he has a bunch of different angles of vision in the chapters, but he has a chapter on finance and looks at the role first of you know, financial firms in supporting the merger booms in the 1990s, so that, you know, there were lots of different military companies, armaments companies in the U.S., and then they were merged into just, I think, you know, 4 giant ones. And then now the student, his name is Corey Payne. Anyway, he argues that one of the things going on with the Silicon Valley Bank was that at least the lobbyists for Silicon Valley Bank, that they were going to the US government and saying, look, the depositors in Silicon Valley Bank are hedge funds that are financing the kind of new research and advanced weapons technology and armaments, and if they go under, it's a national security threat. You know, you know, and he's got lots of evidence for this argument, but so, you know, and of course that's, you know, in this systemic cycles of accumulation theory, you know, this interconnection between financialization and militarization, you know, is a key part of the argument historically that all these periods of financialization are in part the demand side of it comes from, you know, increasing spending and military and escalation of military conflict. And so, you know, and so that therefore it's again, the longer it goes on in command, the more it's pushing us toward. So I think what's the last thing, because I don't quite understand. I mean, of course, there are people in the United States, individuals here and there, you know, who are pointing to the madness, but there's not like a really organized opposition to this, you know, and so I think that that may be one of our tasks, one of my tasks, whatever, you know, is trying to show this dynamic and the importance of kind of standing up and, you know, keeping Samson from bringing the thing, you know, keeping the United States from just like blowing up the world to save the world, you know. So that's what I would end.
Much indeed, Beverly, Stephanie, Giuseppe, and Pietro, and all the other contributors. Guglielmo just left us, had a meeting and sends his greetings and thanks. It's been a very inspiring, powerful, sometimes worrisome and engaging discussion, and I really like that in this place in Florence we can invite such important guests to share these reflections and to discuss in a continuous way our research and action agenda. So we are really, really, really grateful to all of you, and has been a pleasure, and I hope our PhD students, who are incredibly lucky to be here and listen to all these things, I hope that they will be able to continue this conversation in their work. So let's continue and think about the next step, the next phase of the discussion, or book writing, or engaging in different things. And I think this is a powerful transnational intellectual network that can be important for each of us. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.